Reconstructing the Black Radical Tradition, from W. E. B. Du Bois and C. L. R. James to Frantz Fanon and Amilcar Cabral. Reiland Rabaka. For my nieces and nephews. Robert Smith III, Ryan Smith, Kaylin Smith, Remington Smith, Dominique Clewis, and Journey Clewis. And, as with all of my work, for my mother, grandmothers, and great-aunt Marilyn Jean Giles, Lizzie Mae Davis, Elverita Warren, and Arcresia Charlene Connor. Go see Cyclel I Africa. 1. Posing. Problems and Searching for Solutions 1-2 W. E. B. Du Bois, The Soul of a Pan-African Marxist Male Feminist 37-3 C. L. R. James, Pan-African Marxism Beyond All Boundaries 89-4 Aimé Césaire and Leopold Senghor, Revolutionary Negritude and Radical New Negroes 111-5 Frantz Fanon, Revolutionizing the Wretched of the Earth, Radicalizing the Discourse on Decolonization 165-6 Amilcar Cabral, Using the Weapon of Theory to Return to the Source, S. of Revolutionary Decolonization and Revolutionary Africanization 227-7 Africana Critical Theory, Overcoming the Aversion to New Theory and New Praxis in Africana Studies and Critical Social Theory 285. Contents. Critics have their purposes, and they're supposed to do what they do, but sometimes they get a little carried away with what they think someone should have done, rather than concerning themselves with what they did. Duke Ellington, Music is My Mistress. For more than a decade my primary intellectual preoccupation has been to widen the world of ideas of critical theory. Although critical theory has long been associated with the Frankfurt School, and specifically the intellectual lives and legacies of Theodor Adorno, Walter Benjamin, Erich Fromm, Jürgen Habermas, Max Horkheimer, and Herbert Marcuse, the names and contributions of several other significant critical social theorists have been recently raised. For instances, my first book, W. E. B. Du Bois and the Problems of the 21st Century, 2007, explored Du Bois and Africana studies' contributions to critical theory. It endeavored to innovatively demonstrate the ways in which Du Bois' transdisciplinary discourse contributes to the deconstruction and reconstruction of the intellectual history and history of ideas of conventional or classical critical theory, by bringing classical critical theory into deep discursive dialogue with Du Bois' distinct contributions to philosophy of race, sociology of race, psychology of race, anthropology of race, history of race, and critical race theory, Pan Africanism, anti-colonialism, decolonization theory, and critical post-colonial theory, Black Marxism, Black nationalism and other brands of Black radicalism, and Black feminism, womanism, and the Black Women's Club movement, specifically the National Association of Colored Women and, later, the National Council of Negro Women. My second book, Du Bois' Dialectics, Black Radical Politics and the Reconstruction of Critical Social Theory, 2008, shifted the focus from extending and expanding the intellectual and political discourse, S, of classical critical theory, by accenting and analyzing Du Bois and Africana studies' often overlooked contributions, to broadening the base of contemporary or new critical theory, by bringing it into dialogue with Du Bois and Africana studies discourse. In both of my previous books, therefore, Prelude to a Conceptual Kiss. Du Bois' seminal work as a transdisciplinary social theorist and radical political activist was shown to be of immense importance to contemporary critical theorists interested in intellectually overhauling the foundations of critical theory, making it more multicultural, transethnic, transgender, transgenerational, sexual orientation sensitive, and non-Western European philosophy focused by placing it into deep dialogue with theory and phenomena it has heretofore woefully neglected. As the urgent issues of racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism were scrutinized in Du Bois and the Problems of the 21st Century, boldly blurring and unmistakably moving the critical theoretical margins even further, Du Bois' Dialectics endeavored ideological critiques of education, religion, the politics of reparations, and the problematics of Black radical politics in contemporary culture and society. Similar to Du Bois and the problems of the 21st century, Du Bois' dialectics employed Du Bois as its critical theoretical point of departure and primary paradigmatic intellectual activist ancestor, decidedly demonstrating his, and Africana studies, contributions to, as well contemporary critical theories' connections to, philosophy of education, sociology of education, critical pedagogy and critical educational theory, philosophy of religion, sociology of religion, liberation theology, and womanist theology, reparations theory and revolutionary humanism, and, it ingeniously offered the first critical theoretical treatment of the infamous W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington debate, which lucidly highlights Du Bois' transition from a bourgeois black liberal touting a talented 10th, to a bona fide black radical and revolutionary democratic socialist advocating a guiding 100th. Critical theory got it bad, and that ain't good. On critical theory's aversion to black radicalism and embrace of the intricacies of Eurocentrism. Where Du Bois and the problems of the 21st century exhibited a preoccupation with the philosophical foundations and intellectual and political agendas of classical critical theory, demonstrating that many of the problems of the past remain problems in the present because many classical critical theorists quarantine their discourses along racial and gender lines. Du Bois' dialectics was intellectually obsessed with broadening the base of contemporary or new critical theory, demonstrating that many contemporary critical theorists are unwittingly weakening the critical potency and radical potential of their theories by limiting their intellectual lenses to traditional, single-subject disciplines, Eurocentric theorists and theories, and, ironically, ivory tower, whitewashed as opposed to multicultural neo-Marxist and / or trans-ethnic anti-imperialist discourse. Contemporary critical theory, as I envision and expatiate it, should not only challenge conventional critical theory to be more race and racism conscious, develop a deeper commitment to gender justice and women's liberation, compassionately concern itself with colonialism, especially racial colonialism, and its interconnections with capitalism, especially racist capitalism, and unequivocally dialogue with cutting-edge anti-heterosexist and queer theory, but it should also unapologetically and generously draw from the work of W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Aimé Césaire, Leopold Senghor, Frantz Fanon, and Amilcar Cabral, as well as innumerable other non-European / non-white critical theorists, who collectively emphasize, the importance of avoiding the obsessive economism of many mainstream modern and postmodern Marxists, the power of ideology critique, the primacy of politics, the political economy of race, especially the black race, in a white supremacist world. The racist nature of colonialism and capitalism, the political economy of patriarchy and the need for women's decolonization and women's liberation, the politics of leadership and liberation, the politics of religion in a racialized and unjustly gendered world, and the need to constantly deconstruct and reconstruct critical social theory to speak to the special needs of the new times, to borrow one of Stuart Hall's favorite phrases, S. Hall, 1996a. Surviving in the jungles of Europe's ivory towers and quarantined to racially colonized and ghettoized spaces in the European and American academies, often quietly combating the constantly on safari attitudes, or, stuck on stupid stances, if you will, of well-meaning whites' unrepentant refusal to acknowledge their power and privilege in a white supremacist world, and amid the current intellectual trepidation and word wizardry of many of the long-lauded conventional, read, white, unmistakably Marxist, and male, critical theorists, the distinct discourse, of the Africana tradition of critical theory exists furtively in the insurgent intellectual activist imagination, seemingly stripped of its critical potency, and even mocked by postmodernists, postcolonialists, and post-Marxists, among many others, who argue that black radicalism is outdated or old-fashioned. It seems as though black radicalism in the 21st century continues to represent a riddle, or series of riddles, which remain the hallowed hallmark, of the wretched of the earth, and this even though conventional critical theorists consistently downplay and attempt to diminish the salience of race, racism, racial violence, and, of course, white supremacy. Black radicalism has been all but banished in contemporary critical theory, as it was with classical critical theory, blithely relegated to the status of a ruse put forward by the unruly, dare I say, buck-wild, blacks of bygone eras, that is, those Pan-African insurgents, negritude nuisances, civil rights radicals, and, of course, black power pests of the past. However, for those of us with unquenchable commitments to continuing the fight for freedom, for those of us deeply disturbed by what is going on in our global warming and war-torn world, and for those of us who desperately search for solutions to our most pressing social and political problems, black radicals' anti-imperialist ideas and actions, black radicals' increasing commitments to gender justice and women's liberation, black radicals' revolutionary humanist political vision and theories of social change are far from antiquated and have historically and continue currently to offer a much-needed Africana alternative to, and through, the mazes of ever-increasing Eurocentrism, postmodernism, post-colonialism, post-feminism, and post-Marxism, among other contemporary conceptual distractions and disruptions. Along with other black radical figures, like Marcus Garvey, Claudia Jones, Ella Baker, Malcolm X, Fannie Lou Hamer, Bayard Rustin, and Audre Lorde, the examples of W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Aimé Césaire, Leopold Senghor, Frantz Fanon, and Amilcar Cabral can serve as models of, and provide the means through which we begin critically rethinking the possibilities of resistance to, and the transgressive transformation of the new global imperialism, of our age. Their collective thought and texts clearly cut across several disciplines and, therefore, closes the chasm between 11. Africana studies and critical theory, constantly demanding that intellectuals not simply think deep thoughts, develop new theories, and theoretically support radical politics, but be and constantly become political activists, social organizers, and cultural workers, that is, folk the Italian critical theorist Antonio Gramsci referred to as organic intellectuals. In this sense, then, the series of studies gathered in contribute not only to African studies, African American studies, Caribbean studies, cultural studies, post-colonial studies, post-national studies, and women's studies, but also to contemporary critical theoretical discourse across an amazingly wide range of traditional disciplines, and radical political activism outside of, and, in many instances, absolutely against, Europe's insidious ivory towers and the apartheid-like absurdities of the American Academy. Critical theoretical and radical political. Things ain't what they used to be. Besides building on the research of my previous books, Africana Critical Theory, Reconstructing the Black Radical Tradition, from W.E.B. Du Bois and C.L.R. James to N. Amilcar Cabral is loosely based on my doctoral dissertation and, consequently, identifies and analyzes continental and diasporan African contributions to classical and contemporary critical theory. The present volume is earnestly intended to be a climatic critical theoretical clincher that cogently demonstrates how Du Bois rarely discussed dialectical thought, transdisciplinarity, intellectual history-making radical political activism, and world historical multiple liberation movement leadership helped to inaugurate a distinct Africana tradition of critical theory. With chapters on, of course, W.E.B. Du Bois, African American, C.L.R. James, Caribbean, Negritude, Aimé Césaire, Caribbean, and Leopold Senghor, African, Frantz Fanon, Caribbean, and Amilcar Cabral, African. Africana critical theory endeavors to accessibly offer contemporary critical theorists an intellectual archaeology of the Africana tradition of critical theory and a much-needed dialectical deconstruction and reconstruction of black radical politics. These 6 seminal figures are certainly not Africana critical theory's only intellectual activist ancestors and, as I alluded above, there is an almost innumerable wealth and wide range of unexplored Africana organic intellectuals, political activists and cultural workers whose thought and texts desperately deserve to be identified and analyzed for their contribution to the Africana tradition of critical theory in specific, as well as the wider world of radical politics and critical social theory in general. The subsequent series of studies, in addition, will analyze and explain the many tensions and ambiguities, contradictions, and conundrums in the Africana tradition of critical theory by demonstrating how these 6 seminal figures' thought and texts are deeply connected to, and, as is usually the case, in critical dialogue with specific historical happenings, cultural conditions, and political practices both within and without the African world. This dialectical approach will enable us to see, first, how Frankfurt School and the more Marxian brands of critical theory have long overlooked racism, sexism, and colonialism, thus, in most instances, making their versions of critical theory the very one-dimensional thought that the Frankfurt 12. School critical theorist, Herbert Marcuse, 1964, woefully warned against. Second, a dialectical approach will allow us to observe how Africana studies and black radicalism relates to the deconstruction and reconstruction of critical theory. Over the last quarter of a century there have been consistent calls within critical theoretical discourse for a return to Marx in order to reconstruct critical theory and make it more viable in light of the vicissitudes of contemporary capitalism. However, what many of these otherwise sophisticated critical social theorists fail to perceive is that it was and remains their overdependency on Marx and Marxism that has made so much of their work theoretically myopic and intellectually insular. Like a dog chasing its own tail, many white Marxists and critical theorists have locked their discourses into a vicious cycle, a hermeneutic circle, going round and round, covering a lot of the same theoretical terrain and identifying similar economic issues as the infinite cause of contemporary social suffering without opening their conceptual universes to the world of ideas and the radical thought traditions of those of other races and other colors, as Marcuse, 1964, aptly put it in One Dimensional Man, p. 256. Many of these same Marxists and critical theorists bemoan the sorry state of contemporary critical social theory, but are either too intellectually timid, too intellectually elitist or, dare I say, too racially exclusivist to move beyond merely mentioning the fact that critical theory should be equally anti-racist, anti-sexist, and anti-colonialist. Mentioning racism, sexism, and or colonialism in passing, at the end of an article, or at the back of a book, and always in subordination to the evils of capitalism, does not do the, literally, billions of human beings who suffer at the hands of these overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting systems of exploitation, oppression, and violence a favor. In fact, if the truth be told, it is the exact kind of curt cosmetic multiculturalism and tired textual tokenism that profoundly perturbs non-European/non-white radical and revolutionary intellectual activists and makes them constantly question the sincerity of white critical social theorists. If, indeed, critical theory is theory critical of domination and discrimination, and a social theory that simultaneously offers accessible and ethical alternatives to the key social and political problems of the present age, then, any theory claiming to be a critical theory of contemporary society must thoroughly theorize not only capitalism, but also racism, sexism, and colonialism, and how each of the aforementioned overlaps, interconnects, and intersects to deform and destroy life and the ongoing prospects of liberation and democratic socialist transformation. Africana critical theory, thus, emerges from the succeeding series of studies as a transdisciplinary, critical social scientific, philosophically fascinating, and mixed and multi-method tradition of radicalism whose theoretical advances and actual socio-political revolutions indisputably contributes to contemporary efforts to reconceptualize and reconstruct radical politics and critical theory. Critical theory cannot and will not be able to revise itself unless and until it seriously considers the contributions of non-European/non-white social theorists and intellectual activists. This generation of critical theorists, then, has a unique and time-sensitive task before it and, simply said, it is as follows: we must put into principled practice immediately what critical theory has so long advanced theoretically and rhetorically. In terms of the Africana tradition of critical theory, that critical theoretical admonition, perhaps, has 13. Been best captured by Frantz Fanon, 1967, in Black Skin, White Mask, when he wrote, "I, the man of color, want only this. That the tool never possess the man. That enslavement of man by man cease forever. That is, of one by another. That it be possible for me to discover and to love man, wherever he may be. It is through the effort to recapture the self and to scrutinize the self, it is through the lasting tension of their freedom that men will be able to create the ideal conditions of existence for a human world. Superiority. Inferiority. Why not the quite simple attempt to touch the other, to feel the other, to explain the other to myself? Was my freedom not given to me then in order to build the world of the you? Pages 231 to 232, emphasis in original. In a sentimental mood, saying Asante Sana to my friends and family, to my colleagues and comrades. 1. Introducing the Africana tradition of critical theory, posing problems and searching for solutions. Black Studies / African American Studies / Africana Studies was born with the express purpose of decolonizing the minds of people, especially black people. Although much knowledge can be produced by writing histories and social scientific studies, no amount of information could get very far in the absence of minds unable to see or understand it. Important as empirical work has been and continues to be, without interpretation, even at the level of the methods used for organizing the research and gathering data, such work would be meaningless. The power of interpretation is such, however, that it, too, is embedded in a special type of interpretation or hermeneutic without which it, as well, would be meaningless. And that interpretation we call theory. Lewis R. Gordon and Jane Anna Gordon, not only the master's tools, African American Studies in Theory and Practice, PX. It is a common habit to study the thought of black thinkers as primarily derivative. What this means is that thinkers like C.L.R. James, Frantz Fanon, and W.E.B. Du Bois are never credited with intellectual independence and originality. Their ideas exist only in relationship to and because of the already accepted systems of thought. Consequently, there is a great chain of thought constructed around hierarchical order wherein Africana thinkers are located on the margins. In this chain, radical Africana thinkers piggyback on Marx or Sartre, their intellectual validation passing through the ideas of the accepted giants. The study of radical black intellectuals requires us to excavate the ideas of black radicals, to probe and discover the questions they raise in their political discourses and practices. Anthony Bogues, Black Heretics, Black Prophets, Radical Political Intellectuals, pages 2, 9. To begin, again, revisiting and revising the black radical tradition. As we quickly move from the dawn to the first decade of the 21st century, provocative prophecies and Frantz Fanon's critical candor continue to haunt their intellectual and political heirs and opponents. The thought and texts of these two towering figures have been recurrently deified and demonized, exalted and ignored, defended and disproved to such an extent that it almost invariably makes contemporary discussions of their offerings to the social sciences and the humanities as well as the transdisciplinary discipline of Africana studies in specific suspect. In other words, critically engaging Du Bois and Fanon, and the thought tradition, their work extended and expanded, and continues extending and expanding, is not for folk who are intellectually or politically faint of heart. The series of studies that constitute Africana critical theory, reconstructing the black radical tradition, from W.E.B. Du Bois and C.L.R. James to Frantz Fanon and Amilcar Cabral are not simply about Du Bois and Fanon, nor the other quartet of comrades who fill its pages. Much more, this book is about remembering a tradition, or, rather, traditions, of radicalism, and about how remembering that tradition, or, again, those traditions, in the 21st century, in the midst of the re-emergence of anti-black racism, neo-colonialism, and a new unprecedented stage of global capitalist imperialism, in light of the advances of critical race theory, philosophy of 2.1. Race, history of race, sociology of race, psychology of race, anthropology of race, geography of race and, most especially, Africana studies anti-racism and critique of Eurocentrism and white supremacy, provides us with an ideal opportunity to not only reflect on our inherited tradition, of radicalism, but and this cuts to the core of the matter, it offers us a rare occasion to deconstruct and reconstruct classical and create and recreate new, contemporary thought and practice tradition, of radicalism. In subsequent chapters in this volume I shall critically engage Du Bois and Fanon, therefore, here there is no need to summarily define or defend their theories and praxis. However, here I would like to briefly highlight how their thought and practices, among others, helps contemporary intellectual activists revisit and revise the Black radical tradition. 1. Why return to, and critically deconstruct and reconstruct, the Black radical tradition? Because we are witnessing and living through one of the most pervasive and profound crises in the history of human culture and civilization, and, more specifically, in the histories, cultures, and struggles of continental and diasporan Africans, Du Bois' most beloved but still bitterly embattled black folk, and Fanon's famous but somehow either ill-remembered or completely forgotten wretched of the earth. The current crisis is both old and new, known and unknown, visible and invisible, and seemingly has the ability to elude even the keenest and most critical observers, who at their best have identified the key contemporary issues as follows: racism, sexism, capitalism, colonialism, heterosexism, Eurocentrism, religious intolerance, war, nuclear annihilation, ecological devastation, and animal extinction. This book is about the solutions that continental and diasporan Africans, and the Black radical tradition in particular, historically has, and currently continues to offer to these pressing problems. Invoking the Black radical tradition in an epoch of war and religious rivalry, at a time when our global warming and war-torn world seems closer than ever before to that final fiery moment, may shock and awe many of my more conservative and neo-liberal readers. However, I believe that it is important to humbly, albeit strongly stress that this often despised, routinely overlooked, and frequently unengaged tradition of radicalism has, and continues to provide viable solutions to many of the problems confronting the contemporary world. Further, it is my belief that the enigmatic issues of the contemporary world are illuminated by Black radicals in unique ways in which they have not been and are not now by Marxists, feminists, pragmatists, existentialists, phenomenologists, hermeneuticists, deconstructionists, post-structuralists, postmodernists, post-colonialists, critical pedagogues, liberation theologians, and neo-liberals, among others. The Black radical tradition is much more than a deconstructive response to white supremacy, European modernity, the African Holocaust, racial enslavement, racial colonialism, and racist capitalism, and the theories and praxis produced by its practitioners should not be ghettoized and quarantined to black folk and or the black experience. In Prophesy Deliverance, the acclaimed African-American philosopher Cornel West, 1982, has persuasively argued that Africans were central to, if not the unacknowledged motors inside of the monstrous machines of European modernity and its aftermaths. See also West, 1993 c. 1993 d. 1999, Yancey, 2001. Therefore, to truly comprehend the issues arising out of European modernity and, even more, the pastiche and pitfalls of postmodernity, a critical engagement of, not simply the Black experience, but Africana history, culture, and thought, and specifically the Black radical tradition, is probably prudent if not outright necessary. European modernity globalized, among other things, white supremacy, and the Black radical tradition has consistently countered it, often providing glowing and irrefutable examples of its inhumanity, among other contradictions. In this sense, then, the Black radical tradition offers more than 500 years of theory and praxis that could potentially aid contemporary continental and diasporan Africans, as well as other people of color and white race traders, in their efforts to rupture their relationships with, not simply white supremacy but, considering the historical, and herhistorical, discourses and ongoing developments in womanism, Black feminism, Black liberation theology, revolutionary Black nationalism. Black Marxism, African socialism, and revolutionary decolonization, among others, the ways in which white supremacy overlaps, interlocks, and intersects with sexism, capitalism, and colonialism. What is often overlooked, and what I intend to critically accent, is the historical fact that there is an undeniable and inextricable relationship between European modernity and the African Holocaust, racial enslavement, racial colonialism, and the rise and racist nature of capitalism. Moving far beyond, and actually going against, conventional, read, Eurocentric and white supremacist, conceptions of European modernity, from the critical points of view of non-Europeans, this insidious epoch had the exact opposite effects as it did for Europe and Europeans. Where we are told that European modernity bequeathed radical political breakthroughs with regard to the American Revolution of 1776 and the French Revolution of 1789, during this same period both the Americans and the French, among other European nations, participated in holocausts against, and the enslavement and colonization of, people of color, particularly Native Americans and Africans. Where it is said that European modernity ushered in new notions of empire, what is most often not said is that they erected their empires on the carnage and ruins of the nation-states, nay, even more, on the cultures and civilizations, on the sciences and technologies of various peoples of color. Where we are told time and time again that European modernity contributed the modern philosophical foundation for the arts and the sciences, no mention is made of the many millions of ways in which non-Europeans have not simply influenced and inspired European artists and scientists, but in many instances provided them with points of departure, the basic architecture, if you will, and the very tools through which they have built their modern haunted houses and postmodern plantations. See Adams, Clemens, and Orloff, 2005, Apodary, 1996, Bartolovish and Lazarus, 2002, Bauman, 1987, 1989, 1991, 1992a, 1997, 2000, 2004a, Docherty, 1999, Fisher, 2004, Giddens, 1991, Goody, 2004, Held, Hubert, Thompson and Hall, 1996, Himmelfarb, 2004, Cossack, 1995, D. Scott, 2004, Tester, 1992, K. Wilson, 2004, Winks and Neuberger, 2005. European modernity, and its postmodern interpretation, has always been and remains one long self-congratulatory and narcissistic narrative, which has at its heart a centuries-spanning celebration of Europe's Europeanization, Europe's civilization and Christianization, Europe's whitewashing of the entire dark, unenlightened, non-European world. Deeply embedded in the discourse of, and the discourse on, European modernity is a latent Eurocentric intellectual insularity and Eurocentric epistemic exclusiveness that has been universalized and normalized as a result of Europe's international imperialism. This means, then, that almost all modern and postmodern intellectual activity, whether by whites or non-whites, unless it is critically conscious of white supremacy, adheres in one way or another to Eurocentric paradigms of intellectualism, scholarly research, radicalism and, even, revolution. M. Christian 2002, 2006. Consequently, this conundrum, this riddle of modern and postmodern radicalism, has profoundly influenced and impacted the history of classical and contemporary thought in general, and the study of modern Africana intellectual history in particular. Therefore, even though Africana studies, among other, emerging disciplines, has made many strong strides in developing deconstructive devices for the critique of Eurocentrism in the arts, sciences, and society at large, it has been woefully weak in self-reflexively putting forward reconstructive tools and theories that move beyond the critique of Eurocentrism and emphasize the importance of revisiting and revising, as well as extending and expanding traditions of black radicalism and, equally important, traditions of revolutionary humanism. This is the major motif and main concern of the present volume, my little labor of love, if you will. Much more than neo-black radicalism, Africana critical theory is a 21st century outgrowth of efforts aimed at accenting the dialects of deconstruction and reconstruction, and the dialectics of domination and liberation in classical and contemporary, continental and diasporan African life worlds and lived experiences. Its major preoccupation has been and remains synthesizing classical and contemporary black radical theory with black revolutionary praxis. Consequently, Africana Studies provides Africana critical theory with its philosophical foundation, and primary point, of departure, as it, Africana Studies, decidedly moves beyond monodisciplinary approaches to Africana phenomena. More than any other intellectual arena, Africana Studies has consistently offered the black radical tradition its highest commendations and its most meticulous criticisms. It is, also, the academic discipline that most inspired Africana critical theory's unique method, unique especially when compared to other forms of critical theory that emerge from traditional disciplines, because Africana Studies is a transdisciplinary discipline, that is, a discipline that transgresses, transverses, and transcends the academic boundaries and intellectual borders, the color lines and racial chasms, and the jingoism and gender injustice of traditional single phenomenon-focused disciplines, owing to the fact that at its best it poses problems and seeks solutions on behalf of Africana, and other struggling people employing the theoretic innovations of both the social sciences and humanities, as well as the political breakthroughs of grassroots radical and revolutionary social movements. 2. By critically examining the theories and praxis of half a dozen carefully chosen major Africana intellectual activists, this book, introduces, chronicles, and analyzes several of the significant features of Africana critical theory. Here I am primarily, and almost exclusively, concerned with the Africana intellectual activists' theoretical and political legacies, that is, with the ways in which they constructed, deconstructed, and reconstructed theory and the aims, objectives, and concrete outcomes of their theoretical applications and discursive practices. Beginning with W.E.B. Du Bois' radical, and later revolutionary, theory and praxis, and then time-traveling and globe-trotting from C.L.R. James to Negritude to Frantz Fanon and, finally, concluding with Amilcar Cabral, this study chronicles and critiques, revisits, and revises the black radical tradition with an eye toward the ways in which classical 5. Black radicalism informs, or should inform, not only contemporary black radicalism but contemporary efforts to create a new anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, and sexual orientation-sensitive critical theory of contemporary society, what I call Africana critical theory. 3. But, the critics of Africana critical theory have been quick to query, isn't critical theory Eurocentric? I usually respond speaking almost in a whisper so that they will know that I am sincere when I say gently but emphatically, no. Then I go on, Frankfurt School critical theory may be Eurocentric, but critical theory, in a general sense, is not Eurocentric. If we take that argument, the assertion that critical theory is Eurocentric, to its logical conclusion, then, ultimately, we are saying that critical thinking, that deep theorizing, that philosophizing is Eurocentric. And, what is worst, we are saying this without really taking into critical consideration that most forms of philosophy or theorizing are interrelated and have roots in ancient or classical thought traditions, and, most, if not all, Africana studies scholars and students know that ancient African thought traditions, take Kemet or Egypt as an initial example, provided the very foundations upon which philosophy was built. See Asante, 2000, C.A. Diop, 1974, 1987, 1991, Fry, 1988, Gordon, 2008. Lott and Pittman, 2003, Karenga, 2004, Obenga, 1990, 1993, 2004, Ogunmodid, 2004, Anyuyanai, 1993, Sumner, 1985, Wiredu, 2004. Part of the problem, I surmise, has to do with the fact that frequently the only form of critical theory that most people, including Africana studies scholars and students, have been exposed to is Frankfurt School critical theory. However, truth be told, there are many forms, many traditions, of critical theory. For what the critics of Africana critical theory fail to understand is that the body of literature that constitutes the Frankfurt School of critical theory is but one European group's efforts to identify what they understand to be the most pressing problems of their age and put forward viable solutions to those problems. 5. In a nutshell, this is what critical theory, in a general sense, entails. This is its basic method. That so many sophisticated theorists, in Africana studies in specific, cannot seem to comprehend that posing problems and searching for solutions to those problems, not only preceded the Frankfurt School but, especially in the Africana tradition of critical theory, raised questions and offered answers above and beyond the intellectual, ethical, and political universe, of the Eurocentric tradition of critical theory, is truly astonishing and, it seems to me, symptomatic of their intense internalization of what Dubois dubbed double consciousness, and what I have identified as intellectual historical amnesia and the diabolical dialectic of white intellectual superiority and black intellectual inferiority. In point of fact, W.E.B. Du Bois, who provides Africana critical theory with its primary point of departure, graduated from Harvard University with a Ph.D. in history in 1895, the very same year that the oldest member of the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory, Max Horkheimer, was born. Prior to graduating with a Ph.D. from Harvard, Du Bois, as is well known, earned a bachelor's degree from Fisk University, where he studied German, Greek, Latin, classical literature, philosophy, ethics, chemistry, and physics, received a second bachelor's degree, cum laude, in philosophy and a master's degree in history, both from Harvard, and completed his doctoral studies, studying history, economics, politics, and political economy, at Friedrich Wilhelm University, now the University of Berlin, in Germany. Therefore, he, literally, was developing and doing authentic interdisciplinary critical social theory. 6.1. Either before the Frankfurt School critical theorists were born or, at the least, when they were toddlers. One need look no further, for instance, than his early, critical politico-sociological works, which helped to inaugurate American sociology and, especially, sociology of race, and his early interdisciplinary social and community studies of black life and culture with which he, of course, initiated Africana studies, the suppression of the African slave trade to the United States of America, 1638 to 1870, the conservation of races, careers open to college-bred Negroes, the Philadelphia Negro. A social study, the Atlanta University publications under his editorship, The Souls of Black Folk, The Talented Tenth, and his early social and community studies posthumously published in W.E.B. Du Bois on Sociology and the Black Community, 1978, and The Social Theory of W.E.B. Du Bois, 2004, among others. Some of my critics have said, well, why are you calling your work critical theory, then, if it is not Eurocentric? Why not call it something else? Again, I calmly, almost quietly, respond saying, another element of critical theory that intellectually attracted me to it was its almost inherent emphasis on linking theory with praxis. Now, as I understand Africana histories, cultures, and struggles, we black folk have been connecting our words and deeds, our ideas and actions for quite some time. So, since this is, perhaps one of the most popular, intellectual, and political terms designating praxis-promoting theory or theory with practical intent, then, I decided to employ it as one of my mentors, Lucius Outlaw, 2005, is fond of saying in the interests of black folk. I have also pointed out to many of my critics that I am fairly fluent in Swahili and could have easily provided Africana critical theory with a Swahili name, Unafahamu, but my intention is to make my work accessible to as wide an audience as possible, across the lines of race, gender, class, sexual orientation, and religious affiliation, not simply to black academics and Africana studies scholars nationally, but to the black masses, other people of color, and, even, white anti-racists and white race traitors internationally. On several occasions I have pointed out the fallacy of attempting to dismiss Africana critical theory solely on the basis of nomenclature by observing that many of its critics continue to work in disciplines, in the academy, and critique and produce theory. Even if we were to critically engage just one of these European language-based terms, say, theory, it, too, is not free from Eurocentric baggage. For example, the etymology of the word theory is derived from the Greek word theoria, which means, to view. There are correlations between theoria and another Greek word, theos or Zeus, each of which means God, and each of which goes far to demonstrate that for the Greeks the theorist is supposed to view the world as God would. Denier, 1991, Gerson, 1990, A. A. Long, 1999, Nightingale, 2004, Sedley, 2003, Velastos, 1995. And, consequently, in seeing the world the way God would, the theorist is supposed to search for and see the truth, and reveal the truth about the world. I seriously doubt that Africana studies scholars will suddenly stop calling their conceptual generations theory because it is derived from a Greek word and emerges from Greek history, Greek culture, and Greek mythology. Therefore, we must all keep in mind that the great bulk of our modern discourse has taken and is taking place in European colonial languages and in a white supremacist world, and that what we have to do for the foreseeable future is Africanize anything that can be used in our efforts to continue and further develop the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary 7. Re-Africanization. This means, then, that Africana critical theory is incomprehensible without a thorough and critical knowledge of Africana intellectual history, the history of Africana philosophy, and the controversial history of anti-Eurocentric Africana appropriation and Africanization of European, among other cultures and civilizations, languages, thoughts, and practices. Therefore, those who quickly and uncritically claim that Africana critical theory is Eurocentric because they hold the historically and intellectually uninformed belief that all critical theory is Eurocentric, not only misunderstand and misrepresent critical theory in a general sense, but they also put their internalized Eurocentrism, intellectual historical amnesia, ungroundedness in Africana intellectual history, and, perhaps even, their anti-Africana conceptual generation, on display. The critics of Africana critical theory seriously err when they argue, often without undertaking a thorough investigation of Africana critical theory, that it is nothing other than Frankfurt School critical theory in blackface, or black Marcusean or black Habermasian critical social theory. As has been witnessed above, especially in Angela Davis's epigraph, and as will be witnessed below, in the subsequent sections, although several Africana critical social theorists, myself included, have been influenced by the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory, it would be foolhardy and fallacious to assume that such influence functions as a prerequisite or, even more, as a cause as opposed to a unique paradigmatic opportunity that is actually more indicative of the Eurocentric colonization of intellectual history and the world of ideas. What is more, and as will be discussed in detail below, if any thought tradition, or classical theorists serve as progenitors and prerequisites for Africana critical theory, undoubtedly that honor should be bestowed on W.E.B. Du Bois and, because they above and beyond all others have prefigured and provided the primary paradigms and preeminent points of departure for the discourse and development of an Africana critical theory of contemporary society. To take this a step further, even in its anti-Eurocentric Africana appropriation and Africanization of certain models and methods of the Frankfurt School or other European traditions of critical theory, Africana critical theory utilizes the revolutionary rationale and the revolutionary intellectual and political resources of its own tradition of critical theory as a critical theoretical criteria. In particular, and as will be discussed in detail in Chapter 6 of this study, it is the words and wisdom of the Cape Verdean and Guinea-Bissau revolutionary, Amilcar Cabral, 1979, which has indelibly influenced Africana critical theory's emphasis on appropriation and Africanization, and especially when he wisely warned, a people who free themselves from foreign domination will not be culturally free unless, without underestimating the importance of positive contributions from the oppressors. Culture and other cultures, they return to the upwards paths of their own culture, p. 143. To return to the upwards paths of our own culture would mean, at least in part, sidestepping racial and cultural essentialists' claims against, and narrow-minded nationalists' knee-jerk reactions to, everything European or non-African, and it would also mean making a critical and, even more, a dialectical distinction between the abominations and undeniable negatives of white supremacy and Eurocentrism, on the one hand, and the positives of European and other cultures' authentic contributions to progressive human culture and civilization. On the other hand, see the more detailed discussion of Cabral's contributions to Africana critical theory in Chapter 6. 8.1. Again, the Africana tradition of critical theory precedes the Eurocentric tradition of critical theory, and it takes classical Africana intellectual activists, such as W.E.B. Du Bois and C.L.R. James, as points of departure, not the Frankfurt School critical theorists. However, and I should emphasize this, Africana critical theory is not afraid to intellectually interrogate, critically dialogue with, or astutely appropriate theoretic breakthroughs contributed by the Frankfurt School and other traditions of critical theory if it can Africanize them and put them to critical use in our efforts to continue and further develop the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. It is, therefore, extremely intellectually insincere of the critics of Africana critical theory to harp on a handful of Eurocentric influences without critically grappling with and attempting to grasp how or the ways in which it seeks to Africanize and utilize aspects of Eurocentric theory and methods against the Europeanization process and, even further, I reiterate, in our efforts to continue and further develop the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. It is, also, extremely intellectually disingenuous on the part of the critics of Africana critical theory to hoot and holler about the inclusion of some carefully and critically selected insights from a couple of the critical theorists of the Frankfurt School without critically comprehending that all of the primary points of departure of Africana critical theory have been and continue to be drawn from classical and contemporary, continental, and diasporan African intellectual activists, life worlds, and lived experiences. In other words, to contend that European critical theorists were the initiators of critical theory, to place them as the cause and Africana critical theory and Africana critical theorists as the effect is, quite simply, to place the proverbial cart before the horse. It is to intellectually erase or, at the least, to render intellectually invisible continental and diasporan Africans as intellectual and political agents and inventors. It is, as the Anthony Bogues, 2003, observed in the final epigraph above, to study the thought of black thinkers as primarily derivative, and this, of course, only continues Europeanization and Eurocentric intellectual colonization, because Africana thinkers, then, are never credited with intellectual independence and originality. P2, see also Bogues, 1998, 2002, 2004, 2005, 2008. Part of my task in the remainder of this introduction entails further elaborating on the distinct conception of critical theory that will be employed in the chapters to follow. This conception of critical theory, Africana critical theory, is grounded in and grows out of Africana studies, and specifically the discourses of Africana philosophy, Africana social and political theory, and Africana intellectual history. Contrary to the plethora of polemics, simplifications, mystifications, and misinterpretations of the black radical tradition, it indeed does make several significant contributions to the discourses of Africana studies and contemporary critical theory. In an effort to emphasize these contributions, I shall discuss the relationship between black radical theory and black revolutionary praxis, critical social theory in general, and, ultimately, my conception of Africana critical theory. By analyzing and criticizing Black radical thought, and the politico-economic and socio-cultural situations to which it responds, its theories and praxis can be accessed and assessed for their contribution to 1. Contemporary Africana studies and critical social theory, 2. Grassroots and mass movements calling for radical/revolutionary social transformation, from the Harlem Renaissance, Negritude, civil rights, and Black Power movements, to the brewing anti-war and peace movements at the 9. dawn of the 21st century, and 3. Future moral and multicultural social thought and practices. In what follows I shall, first, discuss some of the distinct differences between Africana critical theory, critical race theory, critical class theory, Eurocentric or white Marxism, Black Marxism, and Black radicalism. Second, I shall examine the relationship between Black radical theory and Black revolutionary praxis, all the while exploring the contours of the Africana tradition of critical theory. Third, I shall critically engage the nature and nuances of philosophy, radical politics, and social theory in Africana studies in an effort to further demonstrate Africana critical theory's distinct continental and diasporan African primary sources of knowledge and primary sites of struggle. And, finally, I conclude this introduction by emphasizing the book's recurring theme of the radical reconstruction of contemporary critical social theory and outlining the distinct theoretical thrusts of each of the subsequent chapters. The crisis of contemporary critical social theory, transgressing the white Marxist tradition of critical theory, transcending the Black Marxist tradition of radicalism. For over a decade, critical social theorists have been issuing calls for a more multicultural, race and gender-focused, and broad ER-based critical theory. Kellner, 1995, p. 20. Unfortunately, however, few of their fellow critical theorists have taken their summons seriously. One of the glaring ironies and intellectual injustices of contemporary critical theory is that even with the academic popularity of feminism, post-colonialism, and, more recently, critical race theory, the white and male-dominated discourse, of critical theory have yet to develop meaningful and in-depth dialogues with these discursive communities. In the introduction to their groundbreaking volume, New Critical Theory, William Wilkerson and Jeffrey Paris, 2001, admit, the challenge to critical theorists to rethink their presuppositions according to the realities of non-European cultures and technologies remains the most under-thematized aspect of critical theories new and old, p.8. Part of the current crisis of critical theory has to do with its often uncritical reliance on classical Marxist concepts and categories without sufficiently revising and synthesizing them with new, especially non-Marxian and non-European, theoretical and political developments. Classical Marxism privileged class and the proletariat as the agents of revolutionary social transformation, while unwittingly neglecting the overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting nature of racism and sexism in capitalist and colonial societies. In The Obsolescence of Marxism, one of the leading European American critical theorists, Douglas Kellner, 1995, argues that it is widely accepted that classical Marxism exaggerates the primacy of class and downplays the salience of gender and race. Clearly, oppression takes place in many more spheres than just the economic and the workplace, so a radical politics of the future should take account of gender and race as well as class, p. 20. Notice that Kellner is not calling for a complete rejection of Marxism and class theory but coupling it, revising and synthesizing it with cutting-edge race and gender theory. Many Black Roddy. 10.1. Calories and multicultural Marxists, I believe, would partially agree with Kellner when he writes further. We need to build on viable political and theoretical perspectives and resources of the past, and I would argue that Marxism continues to provide vital resources for radical theory and politics today. In sum, I believe that we need new theoretical and political syntheses, drawing on the best of classical Enlightenment theory, Marxian theory, feminism, and other progressive theoretical and political currents of the present. Key aspects for such new syntheses, however, are found in the Marxian tradition, and those who prematurely abandon it are turning away from a tradition that has been valuable since Marx's day and will continue to be so in the foreseeable future. Consequently, Marxism is not yet obsolete. Rather, the Marxian theory continues to provide resources and stimulus for critical theory and radical politics in the present age. Pages 25 to 26, 6. Kellner and Africana Critical Theory, however, part company when and where he gives a detailed discussion of the relevance of European-derived and developed theories or, rather, Eurocentric theories, Enlightenment theory, Marxism, and feminism, and only alludes to the work of non-European theorists or, as he put it, other progressive theoretical and political currents for renewing radical politics and critical theory in the present, my emphasis. To his credit, Kellner states, radical politics today should be more multicultural, race and gender focused, and broad-based than the original Marxian theory, p. 20. But, he does not identify or critically engage the other progressive theoretical and political currents the way, nor to the depth and detail to which he does a plethora of white male radical thinkers whose thought, he believes, contributes indelibly to the reconstruction of critical social theory. Kellner is not alone in arguing for the continued importance of Marxism for contemporary radical politics and the reconstruction of critical social theory. In Toward a New Critical Theory, another leading European-American critical theorist, James Marsh, 2001, audaciously asserts, a critical theory without Marx is a critical theory that is insufficiently critical, p. 57. He further contends, I think we need a much fuller appropriation and use of Marx than is going on in either postmodernism or Habermasian critical theory. If capitalism is deeply pathological and unjust, as I think it is and as I have argued in all of my works, then we need the resources of what still remains the deepest and most comprehensive critique of capitalist political economy, that which occurs in the late Marx in the pages of the Grundrisse, Capital, and Theories of Surplus Value, a total of 7 volumes that are more relevant than ever. For these reasons, I draw on Marx's theory of exploited labor in the workplace, his theory of tyranny, in which the economy and money impinge on non-economic aspects of the life world in a way that is absurd, his theory of a marginalized industrial reserve army, his theory of value and surplus value, and his account of substantive socialism. Capitalist pathology is not just colonization of life world by system, although that is certainly an important part of such pathology, but includes exploitation, tyranny, domination, and marginalization as well. p. 57. As with Kellner's claims, Marsh is on point when he asserts the comprehensive character of Marx's critique of capitalism. Similar to Kellner, he warns contemporary 11. critical theorists about the intellectual insularity and epistemic exclusiveness of their discourse, and even goes so far to say that both modern and postmodern critical theory runs the risk of being idealistic in a bad sense, that is, insufficiently attentive to the task of interpreting, criticizing, and overcoming late capitalism in its racist, sexist, classist, and heterosexist aspects. We, modernists and postmodernists alike, need to get down to the job of social transformation, p. 53. Now, after taking all this in, one of the first critical thoughts that passes through the mind of an anti-sexist critical social theorist of color is, how will radical politics and critical theory become more multicultural, and race and gender focused, as Kellner contends, if it does not turn to the thought and texts of the most progressive and, even further, critical race and gender theorists, some of whom happen to be radical theorists and revolutionary intellectual activists of color, particularly folk of African origin or descent, and some of whom, of course, are women, and women of color in specific? According to the Caribbean radical political theorist, Anthony Bogues, 2003, who wrote in Black Heretics, Black Prophets, Radical Political Intellectuals, in Radical Historical Studies, when one excavates a different archive, alternative categories are opened up, p. 86. To be sure, black radical theorists, such as Du Bois, C.L.R. James, Frantz Fanon, Amilcar Cabral, and Angela Davis, deployed Marxism, but in their hands the categories used to describe historical processes were wrought into something else, p. 81. That something else which Marxian categories were shaped and molded into by these theorists was based on their critical understanding of continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle. Africana history, culture, and struggle are the deeply disregarded different archives that black radicals work with and operate from. These archives are not only in many senses distinctly divergent from the archives of white Marxists, but embedded in them are recurring racial motifs that shade and color black radical politics and social theory. White Marxists' efforts to diminish and downplay racial domination and discrimination have made black radicals' marriage to Marxism a turbulent and very unhappy one. For example, in From Class to Race, Essays in White Marxism and Black Radicalism, the Caribbean philosopher Charles W. Mills, 2003a, maintains, throughout the 20th century, many people of color were attracted to Marxism because of its far-ranging historical perspective, its theoretical centering of oppression, and its promise of liberation. But many of these recruits would later become disillusioned, both with Marxist theory and the practice of actual, white, Marxist parties. The historical vision turned out to be Eurocentric, the specificities of their racial oppression were often not recognized but were dissolved into supposedly all-encompassing class categories, and the liberation envisaged did not include as a necessary goal the dismantling of white supremacy in all its aspects. Cedric Robinson's Pioneering Black Marxism, 2000, first published in 1983, recounts the long-troubled history of left-wing black diasporic intellectuals, W. E. B. Du Bois, C. L. R. James, George Padmar, Richard Wright, Aimé Césaire, with white Marxism, and it argues for the existence of a distinct black radical political tradition whose historic foci and concerns cannot be simply assimilated to mainstream white Marxist theory. So even if the origin of white supremacy is most plausibly explained within a historical materialist framework that locates it in imperialist European expansionism as the product, ultimately, of class forces and bourgeois class interests, race as an international global structure then achieves an intersubjective reality whose dialectic cannot simply be reduced to a class dynamic. p. 16. 12.1. In other words, black radicals' issues with white Marxism often stem from the fact that they understand racism to be both economic and experiential. Racial oppression has more than merely an economic exploitative or class dimension that can coolly and calmly be conjectured by well-meaning white Marxist social scientists, C. Goldberg, 1990, 1993, 1997, 2001, L. Harris, 1999b, Marable, 1995, 1996, 1997, Mullen, 2002, Outlaw, 1996a, 2005, C.J. Robinson, 2000, 2001. As I discussed in detail in W. E. B. Du Bois and the Problems of the 21st Century, racism is malleable and motive, and white Marxists' insensitive attempts to reduce it to an outgrowth or offshoot of class struggle, or something internal to class conflict, robs the economically exploited and racially oppressed of an opportunity to critically theorize their lived reality and a major determinant of their historical, cultural, social, and political identities. Rabaka, 2007a. Many black radicals, especially black Marxists, are at pains to point out that their criticisms should not be taken in the spirit of a complete repudiation of Marxism, since, they maintain, a modified historical materialism might be able to carry out an adequate conceptualization of the significance of race. C. W. Mills, 2003a, pages 16, 17, emphasis in original. But, the long-standing problem has been and remains white Marxists' inconsideration and unwillingness to critically grasp and grapple with the political economy of race and racism, in both capitalist and colonial societies, in their extension and expansion of Marxian concepts and categories. Black Marxists have historically exhibited an epistemic openness, one quite characteristic of the Africana tradition of critical theory, to critical class theory in a way brazenly counter to white Marxists' almost universal unreceptiveness to, intellectual disinterestedness in, and gnarly neglect of, critical race theory. 7. Critical race theory, which could be defined as anti-racist praxis promoting theory critical of the ways in which white supremacy impacts institutions and individuals, has its origins in the works of several civil rights lawyers in the early 1980s. Often associated with the critical legal studies, CLS, movement, which demonstrated in dizzying ways that law is neither neutral nor apolitical, critical race theory began by challenging the racial neutrality of the law. Crenshaw, Gotanda, Peller and Thomas, 1995, Delgado, 1995, Delgado and Stefancic, 2001, Essed and Goldberg, 2001, Goldberg, Mushino and Bauer, 2001, Valdez, Culp and Harris, 2002. Legal scholars of color, in complete agreement with the argument that law is non-neutral, criticized the mostly white male leaders of the CLS movement for failing to recognize and critically theorize the crucial role and continued relevance of race in social and political interactions and institutions. Their work was quickly recognized as critical race theory, and they themselves as critical race theorists. In recent years, the term critical race theory has become what the Palestinian intellectual activist Edward Said, 1999, 2000, referred to as a traveling theory, moving in and out of intellectual and political discursive communities far from its theoretical and intellectual origins, and with each move taking on new or multiple meanings and losing some of its original intent and logic. In this sense, then, I argue that critical race theory should not be thought of as an uncritical coupling of anti-racism with Marxism/critical class theory, or limited to the work of the last 25 years explicitly identified under the rubric of critical race theory. Its intellectual history and political journey, like that of the Africana tradition of critical theory, has been much more complicated than previously noted. 13. Especially when read against the backdrop of Africana intellectual history, black radical theory, and black revolutionary praxis. Within the Africana world of ideas and Africana intellectual history there has been and remains radical anti-racist thought on racial domination and discrimination, and specifically white supremacy, that prefigures and provides a black radical point of departure for contemporary critical race theory, and, if truth be told, critical white studies. Rabaka, 2006c, 2006d, 2007a, 2007b, 2008a. Here I am hinting at what could be called classical critical race theory, which is not now and has never been an outgrowth of white Marxism or the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory and, in fact, was underway long before the birth of Karl Marx. Well ahead of Marxism and the Frankfurt School, as W.E.B. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction and C.L.R. James's The Black Jacobins eloquently illustrate, enslaved Africans developed critical anti-racist thought traditions in their efforts to topple white supremacy and cut capitalism and colonialism off at their knees. Du Bois, 1995b, C.L.R. James, 1963. Enslaved African intellectual activists sought solutions to social and political problems as passionately and radically as indeed, even more passionately and radically than the white working class, who, as the Caribbean historian and leader Eric Williams, 1966, observed in capitalism and slavery, profited from, were complicit in, and racially privileged as a result of the very white supremacist and enslaving system dominating and discriminating against blacks and other non-whites. Usually critical theory is linked to modernity and the European Enlightenment, and modernity is only thought of from a Eurocentric point of view, that is, in the aftermath of European imperial expansion around the globe. What it means to be modern translates into how well Europeans and non-Europeans emulate European imperial thought, culture, politics, etc. But, if one were to critically call into question Eurocentric and imperial conceptions of what it means to be modern, then, the very alternative categories that Bogues discussed above, are opened up, and contemporary critical theorists are able to observe, perhaps for the first time, first, that it was on the fringes of Europe's imperial free-for-all, in the imperial outposts in the colored world where racism and colonialism were naturalized, where modernity was conceived, and in some senses aborted, and, second, that many of modernity's most perplexing problems were initially put forward and keenly considered by non-European, racialized and colonized, indigenous and enslaved intellectual activists. Charles W. Mills, 2003a, writes poignantly of this paradox and oft-ignored predicament, and his penetrating words are worth quoting at length. All the issues we now think of as defining critical theory's concerns were brought home to the racially subordinated, the colonized, and enslaved, in the most intimate and brutal way, the human alienation, the instrumentalization and deformation of reason in the service of power, the critique of abstract individualism, the paradox of reconciling proclamations of humanism with mass murder, the need to harness normative theory to the practical task of human liberation. So if Marx's proletariat too often had to have proletarian consciousness imputed, in George Lukács' infamous phrase, to them, and if the relation between Marxism and the actual working class outlook was often more a matter of faith and hopeful counterfactuals than actuality, what the workers would think if only, then oppositional ideas on race have shaped the consciousness of the racially subordinated for centuries. If white workers have been alienated from their 14.1 product, then people of color, especially black slaves, have been alienated from their personhood. If Enlightenment reason has been complicit with bourgeois projects, then it has been even more thoroughly corrupted by its accommodation to white supremacy. If liberal individualism has not always taken white workers fully into account, then it has often excluded non-whites altogether. If it was a post-World War II challenge to explain how the civilized Germany of Goethe and Beethoven could have carried out the Jewish and Romani holocausts, then it is a far older challenge to explain how civilized Europe as a whole could have carried out the savage genocide of indigenous populations and the barbaric enslavement of millions. And finally, if Marx's proletarians have been called upon to see and lose their chains, and have often seemed quite well adjusted to them, then people of color, Native American populations, enslaved and later Jim Crowed Africans in the New World, the colonized, have historically had little difficulty in recognizing their oppression. After all, the chains were often literal, and in seeking to throw it off. So if the ideal of fusing intellectual history with political practice has been the long-term goal of critical class theory, it has been far more frequently realized in the nascent critical race theory of the racially subordinated, whose oppression has been more blatant and unmediated and for whom the urgency of their situation has necessitated a direct connection between the normative and practical emancipation. p. 18. Critical theories are not simply a synthesis of radical politics and social theory, but also a combination of cultural criticism and historical theory. Each version of critical theory, whether critical race theory or critical class theory, seeks to radically reinterpret and revise history in light of, for example, race and racism for critical race theorists, or capitalism and class struggle for critical class theorists. In order to thoroughly comprehend a given phenomenon, critical theorists believe that one must contextualize it within its historical context, testing and teasing out tensions between the phenomenon and the cultural, social, political, economic, scientific, aesthetic and religious, among other, institutions and struggles of its epoch. Mills makes the point that though white Marxists/critical class theorists have repeatedly revisited the connection, between theory and praxis, more often than not the revolutions their works spawned have been theoretical and one-dimensional, obsessively focused on the critique of capitalism, as opposed to practical and multidimensional, simultaneously critiquing capitalism and racism and colonialism. Black radical/critical race theorists, he observes, have frequently been more successful at linking radical, anti-racist and anti-capitalist theory to liberation struggles and social movements because their oppression has been more blatant and unmediated, and because their situation has necessitated a direct connection between the normative and practical emancipation. The situation that Mills is referring to is simultaneously historical, social, political, and economic, not to mention deeply raced and gendered. So, though critical race theorists and critical class theorists both have macro-socio-historical concerns, in the end it all comes down to, not necessarily the way they shift and bend the critical theoretical method for their particular purposes, but what they shift and bend the critical theoretical method to address. For most white Marxists, race and racism are non-entities, but for many black Marxists capitalism is utterly incomprehensible without connecting it to the rise of race, racism, racial violence, white supremacy, and racial colonialism. Hence, black radicals' constant creations of timelines and topographies of the political economy of race and racism in capitalist and colonial contexts, an emphasis on revising and 15. Advancing alternatives to Eurocentric historiography and Marxist historical materialism in light of white supremacist and European imperial concepts and ruling race narratives that render race and racism historically invisible, obsolete, or non-existent. Where white Marxist/critical class theorists have a long-standing history of neglecting, not only the political economy of race and racism but the distinct radical thought traditions, life worlds, and lived experiences of continental and diasporan Africans in capitalist and colonial contexts, primarily utilizing the black radical tradition, Africana critical theory endeavors to accent the overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting character of capitalism, colonialism, racism, and sexism, among other forms of domination, oppression, and exploitation. This means, then, that Africana critical theory transgresses and transcends the white Marxist tradition of critical theory in light of its epistemic openness and emphasis on continuously critically and dialectically deepening and developing the basic concepts and categories of its socio-theoretical framework and synthesizing disparate discourses into its own original anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-capitalist, anti-colonial and sexual orientation-sensitive critical theory of contemporary society. Let us, then, take a deeper, perhaps, more dialectical look at the contours and character of this new conception of critical social theory that utilizes Africana intellectual history, and the black radical tradition in particular, as its primary point of departure. The contours and character of Africana critical theory, reconnecting black radical theory with black revolutionary praxis. At its core, Africana critical theory advances and applies two major dialectical presuppositions, the dialectics of deconstruction and reconstruction and the dialectics of domination and liberation, and its major preoccupation is synthesizing classical and contemporary, national and international black radical theory with black revolutionary praxis. It will be recalled that Africana critical theory's dialectics of deconstruction and reconstruction were discussed above and, consequently, need not be reiterated in great detail here. Therefore, it is to the dialectics of domination and liberation that our current discussion will be devoted. In addition, then, to being a critical theory of deconstruction and reconstruction, Africana critical theory is theory critical of domination and discrimination in classical and contemporary, continental, and diasporan African life worlds and lived experiences. It is a style of critical theorizing, inextricably linked to progressive political practice, that highlights and accents black radicals and black revolutionaries' answers to the key questions posed by the major forms and forces of domination and discrimination that have historically and continue currently to shape and mold our modern/postmodern and/or neocolonial/postcolonial world. Africana critical theory involves not only the critique of domination and discrimination, but also a deep commitment to human liberation and radical/revolutionary social transformation. Similar to other traditions of critical social theory, Africana critical theory is concerned with thoroughly analyzing contemporary society in light of its used and unused or abused capabilities for improving the human and deteriorating environmental condition. Marcuse, 1964, P. Sly, see also. 16.1. Rabaka, 2006 A, Wilkerson and Paris, 2001. What distinguishes and helps to define Africana critical theory is its emphasis on the often overlooked continental and diasporan African contributions to critical theory. It draws from critical thought and philosophical traditions rooted in the realities of continental and diasporan African history, culture, and struggle. Which, in other words, is to say that Africana critical theory inherently employs a methodological orientation that highlights and accents Black radicalism and Africana philosophies, as Leonard Harris, 1983, said, born of struggle. 8. And, if it need be said at this point, the Black liberation struggle is simultaneously national and international, transgender and transgenerational and, therefore, requires multidimensional and multiperspectival theory in which to interpret and explain the various diverse phenomena, philosophical motifs, and social and political movements characteristic of, to use Fanon's famous phrase, l'expérience vécue du noir, the lived experience of the Black, that is, the reality of constantly and simultaneously wrestling and wrangling with racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism, among other forms of domination, oppression, and exploitation. Fanon, 2001, see also Gordon, Sharpley Whiting, and White, 1996, Sharpley Whiting, 1997, Wet, 2001. Why, one may ask, focus on Black radicals and Black revolutionaries' theories of social change? An initial answer to this question takes us directly to Du Bois' 1986 dictum, in The Conservation of Races, that people of African origin and descent have a contribution to make to civilization and humanity, that their historic experiences of Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, and segregation have long throttled and thwarted, p. 825. He maintained that, the methods which we evolved for opposing slavery and fighting prejudice are not to be forgotten, but learned for our own and others' instruction. Du Bois, 1973, p. 144. Hence, Du Bois solemnly suggested that Black liberation struggle, i.e., the combined continental and diasporan African fight, for freedom, may have much to contribute to critical theory, and his comments here also hit at the heart of one of the core concepts of critical theory, the critique of domination and discrimination. See Aguirre, 1992, Malpass and Wake, 2006, O'Neill, 1976, Shoemaker, 1964, Snedeker, 2004, Rasmussen and Swindle, 2004, Rush, 2004, Schroyer, 1975, Wexler, 1991. From a methodological point of view, critical theory seeks to simultaneously, 1. comprehend the established society, 2. criticize its contradictions and conflicts, and 3. create egalitarian, most often radical/revolutionary democratic socialist, alternatives. Arato, 1993, Barrow, 1993, Buchanan, 2001, Cohen, 1987, Morrow, 1994, Outlaw, 2005. The ultimate emphasis on the creation and offering of alternatives brings to the fore another core concept of critical theory, its theory of liberation and radical/revolutionary democratic socialist transformation. Marcuse, 1968, 1969. Marsh, 1995, 1999, Ray, 1993. 9. The paradigms and points of departure for critical theorists vary depending on the theorist's race, gender, intellectual interests, and political persuasions. For instance, many European critical theorists turn to Hegel, Marx, Weber, Freud, and/or the Frankfurt School, Adorno, Benjamin, Fromm, Habermas, Horkheimer, and Marcuse, among others, because they understand these thinkers' thoughts and texts to speak in special ways to European modern and/or postmodern life worlds and lived experiences. See Held, 1980, J, 1984, 1985a, 1985b, 1996, Kellner, 1989, Wiggerhouse, 1995, Volline, 1992, 1994, 1995, 2006. 17. My work, Africana Critical Theory, utilizes the thought and texts of Africana intellectual activist ancestors as critical theoretical paradigms and points of departure because so much of their thought is not simply problem-posing but solution-providing, where the specific life struggles of persons of African descent, or black people, are concerned. Human life struggles, it should be said with no hyperbole and high-sounding words, which European critical theorists, who are usually Eurocentric and often unwittingly white supremacist, have woefully neglected in their classical and contemporary critical theoretical discourse, a discourse that ironically has consistently congratulated itself on the universality of its interests, all the while, for the most part, sidestepping the centrality of racism and colonialism within its own discursive communities and out in the wider world. Moreover, my conception of critical theory is critically preoccupied with classical Africana thought traditions, not only because of the long unlearned lessons they have to teach contemporary critical theorists about the dialectics of being simultaneously radically humanist and morally committed agents of a specific continent, nation, or cultural group's liberation and social transformation, but also because the ideas and ideals of continental and diasporan African intellectual activists of the past indisputably prefigure and provide a foundation for contemporary Africana studies, and Africana philosophy in specific. In fact, in many ways, Africana critical theory, besides being grounded in and growing about the discourse of Africana studies, can be said to be an offshoot of Africana philosophy, which according to the acclaimed African-American philosopher, Lucius Outlaw, 1997a, is a gathering notion under which to situate the articulations, writings, speeches, etc., and traditions of the same, of Africans and peoples of African descent collectively, as well as the subdiscipline or field-forming, tradition-defining, tradition-organizing reconstructive efforts which are, to be, regarded as philosophy. However, Africana philosophy is to include, as well, the work of those persons who are neither African nor of African descent but who recognize the legitimacy and importance of the issues and endeavors that constitute the disciplinary activities of African or African Caribbean or African American philosophy and contribute to the efforts persons whose work justifies their being called Africanists. Use of the qualifier Africana is consistent with the practice of naming intellectual traditions and practices in terms of the national, geographic, cultural, racial, and/or ethnic descriptor or identity of the persons who initiated and were/are the primary practitioners and/or are the subjects and objects of the practices and traditions in question, example American, British, French, German, or continental philosophy. p. 64. Africana critical theory is distinguished from Africana philosophy by the fact that critical theory cannot be situated within the world of conventional academic disciplines and divisions of labor. It transverses and transgresses boundaries between traditional disciplines and accents the interconnections and intersections of philosophy, history, politics, economics, the arts, psychology, and sociology, among other disciplines. Critical theory is contrasted with mainstream, monodisciplinary social theory through its multidisciplinary methodology and its efforts to develop a comprehensive dialectical theory of domination and liberation specific to the special needs of contemporary society. See Acker, 2006, J.C. Alexander, 2001, Blackburn, 1972, Bronner, 2002, Habermas, 1984, 1987a, 1988, 1989b, Rush, 2004. Africana. 18.1. Philosophy has a very different agenda, one that seems to me more metaphilosophical than philosophical at this point, because it entails theorizing on tradition and tradition reconstruction more than tradition extension and expansion through the production of normative theory and critical pedagogical praxis aimed at application, i.e., immediate radical/revolutionary self and social transformation. 10. The primary purpose of critical theory is to relate radical thought to revolutionary practice, which is to say that its focus philosophical, social, and political is always and ever the search for ethical alternatives and viable moral solutions to the most pressing problems of our present age. Critical theory is not about, or rather should not be about allegiance to intellectual ancestors and or ancient schools of thought, but about using all, without regard to race, gender, class, sexual orientation, and or religious affiliation, accumulated radical thought and revolutionary practices in the interest of human liberation and social, transformation. With this in mind, Cornel West's, 1982, Contentions Concerning Afro-American Critical Thought offer an outline for the type of theorizing that Africana critical theory endeavors. The object of inquiry for Afro-American critical thought is the past and present, the doings and the sufferings of African people in the United States. Rather than a new scientific discipline or field of study, it is a genre of writing, a textuality, a mode of discourse that interprets, describes, and evaluates Afro-American life in order comprehensively to understand and effectively to transform it. It is not concerned with foundations or transcendental grounds but with how to build its language in such a way that the configuration of sentences and the constellation of paragraphs themselves create a textuality and distinctive discourse which are a material force for Afro-American freedom. p. 15. Though Africana critical theory encompasses and is concerned with much more than the life worlds and lived experiences of African people in the United States, West's comments here are helpful, as they give us a glimpse at the kind of connections critical theorists make in terms of their ideas having an impact and significant influence on society. Africana critical theory is not thought for thought's sake, as it often seems is the case with so much contemporary philosophy, Africana philosophy notwithstanding, but thought for life and liberation's sake. It is not only a style of writing which focuses on radicalism and revolution, but a new way of thinking and doing revolution that is based and constantly being built on the radicalisms and revolutions of the past, and the black radical and black revolutionary past in particular. From West's frame of reference, Afro-American philosophy expresses the particular American variation of European modernity that Afro-Americans helped shape in this country and must contend with in the future. While it might be possible to articulate a competing Afro-American philosophy based principally on African norms and notions, it is likely that the result would be theoretically thin. p. 24. Contrary to West's comments, Africana critical theory represents and registers as that possible articulate ion of a competing Africana philosophy based principally on African norms and notions, and though he thinks that the results will be theoretically thin, Africana critical theory following Fanon, 1965, 1967, 1968, 1969, understands this risk to be part of the price the wretched of the earth must be willing to pay for their intellectual, political, psychological, and physical freedom. Intellectually audacious, especially considering the widespread Eurocentrism and white 19. Supremacism of contemporary conceptual generation. Africana critical theory does not acquiesce or give priority and special privilege to European history, culture, and thought. It turns to the long overlooked thought and texts of women and men of African descent who have developed and contributed radical thought and revolutionary practices that could possibly aid us in our endeavors to continuously create an anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-capitalist, anti-colonial, and sexual orientation-sensitive critical theory of contemporary society. Above and beyond all of the aforementioned, Africana critical theory is about offering alternatives to what is domination and discrimination, by projecting possibilities of what ought to be and or what could be, human liberation and radical revolutionary social transformation. To reiterate, it is not afraid, to put it as plainly as possible, to critically engage and dialogue deeply with European and or other cultural groups' thought traditions. In fact, it often finds critical cross-cultural dialogue necessary considering the historical conundrums and current shared conditions and shared crises of the modern or postmodern, transnational, and almost completely multicultural world. See Goldberg, 1994, Goldberg and Solomus, 2002, McLaren, 1997. Africana critical theory, quite simply, does not privilege or give priority to European and/or other cultural groups' thought traditions, since its philosophical foci and primary purpose revolves around the search for solutions to the most pressing social and political problems in continental and diasporan African life worlds and lived experiences in the present age. Epistemic strengths and theoretic weaknesses, on the prospects and problematics of epistemic openness and intellectual exclusiveness in Africana thought traditions. Africana critical theory navigates many theoretic spaces that extend well beyond the established intellectual boundaries of Africana studies. At this point, it is clearly characterized by an epistemic openness to theories and methodologies usually understood to be incompatible with one another. Besides providing it with a simultaneously creative and critical tension, Africana critical theory's antithetical conceptual contraction, i.e., its utilization of concepts perceived to be contradictory to, and in conflict and competing with one another, also gives it its theoretic rebelliousness and untamable academic quality. Which is to say that Africana critical theory exists or is able to exist well beyond the boundaries of the academy and academic disciplines, because the bulk of its theoretic base, its primary points of departure, are radical and revolutionary Africana political practices and social movements. The word theory, then, in the appellation Africana critical theory is being defined and, perhaps, radically refined, for specific transdisciplinary discursive purposes and practices. This is extremely important to point out because there has been a long intellectual history of chaos concerning the nature and tasks of theory in Africana studies. To an Africana critical theorist, it seems highly questionable, if not simply downright silly at this juncture in the history of Africana thought, to seek a theoretical holy grail that will serve as a panacea to our search for the secrets to being, culture, politics, society, or, even more, liberation. Taking our cue from W.E.B. Du Bois and 21. It may be better to conceive of theory as an instrument or, as Frantz Fanon and Amilcar Cabral would have it, a weapon used to attack certain targets of domination and discrimination. Theories are, among many other things, optics, ways of seeing, they are perspectives that illuminate specific phenomena. However, as with any perspective, position, or standpoint, each theory has its blind spots and lens limitations, what we call in the contemporary discourse of Africana philosophy, theoretical myopia. Recent theoretical debates in Africana studies have made us painfully aware of the fact that theories are discipline-specific constructs and products, created in particular intellectual contexts, for particular intellectual purposes. See Aldridge and James, 2007, Aldridge and Young, 2000, Anderson and Stewart, 2007, Asante and Karenga, 2006, Bobo and Michel, 2000, Bobo, Hudley, and Michel, 2004, Conyers, 2005, P.A. Hall, 1999, Gordon and Gordon, 2006a, 2006b, Marable, 2000, 2005. Contemporary Africana thought has also enabled us see that theories are always grounded in and grow out of specific social discourses, political practices, and national and international institutions. In the Hermeneutics of African Philosophy, the Eritrean philosopher, Tsneserekwa 1994, correctly contends that political neutrality in philosophy, as in most other things, is at best a harmless naivete, and at worst a pernicious subterfuge for hidden agendas. P4. Each discipline has an academic agenda. Therefore, the theories and methodologies of a discipline promote the development of that particular discipline. Theories emerging from traditional disciplines that claim to provide an eternal philosophical foundation or universal and neutral knowledge transcendent of historical horizons, cultural conditions, and social struggles, or a meta-theory, i.e., a theory about theorizing, that purports absolute truth that transcends the interests of specific theorists and their theories, have been and are being vigorously rejected by Africana studies scholars and students. See Asante, 1990, 1998, 2003a, 2007a. Azevedo, 2005, B. A. Nikongo, 1997, Bonilla Silva and Zuberi, 2008, Conyers, 2003, Gordon, 2006a, Normant, 2007a, 2007b, Zuberi, 2001. Theory, then, as Sarequa Burhan, 1994, says of philosophy, is a critical and explorative engagement of one's own cultural specificity and lived historicalness. It is a critically aware explorative appropriation of our cultural, political, and historical existence, p. 23. 11. Theoretic discourse does not simply fall from the sky like wind-blown rain, leaving no traces of the direction from which it came and its initial point of departure. On the contrary, it registers as, and often radically represents, critical concerns interior to epistemologies and experiences arising out of a specific cultural condition and historical horizon within which it is located and discursively situated. In other words, similar to a finely crafted wood carving or hand-woven garment, theories retain the intellectual and cultural markings of their makers, and though they can and do travel and cross borders, they are optimal in their original settings and when applied to the original phenomena that inspired their creation, said, 1999, 2000, Giroux, 1992. A more modest conception of theory sees it, then, as an instrument, or, as Michel Foucault would have it, a tool, to help us illuminate and navigate specific social spaces, pointing to present and potential problems, interpreting and criticizing them, and ultimately offering ethical and egalitarian alternatives to them. Example: see Foucault, 1977a, 1977b, 1984, 1988, 1997, 1998, 2000. At their best, theories not 21. Only illuminate social realities, but they help individuals make sense of their life worlds and lived experiences. To do this effectively, theories usually utilize metaphor, allegory, images, symbols, discursive concepts, counter-arguments, conversational language, rhetorical devices, and narratives. Modern metatheory often accents the interesting fact that theories have literary components and qualities. They narrate or tell stories, employ rhetoric and semiotics and, similar to literature, often offer accessible interpretations of classical and contemporary life. However, theories also have cognitive and kinship components that allow them to connect with other theories' concepts and common critical features, as when a variety of disparate theories of Africana studies discourse raise questions concerning race and racism, or questions of identity and liberation. There are many different types of theory, from literary theory to linguistic theory, cultural theory to aesthetic theory, and political theory to postmodern theory. Africana critical theory is a critical conceptual framework that seeks an ongoing synthesis of the most emancipatory elements of a wide range of social theory in the interests of continental and diasporan Africans, among other struggling people. This means that Africana critical theory often identifies and isolates the social implications of various theories, some of which were not created to have any concrete connections with the social world, and certainly not the African world, but currently do as a consequence of the ways they have been appropriated, re-articulated and, in terms of Africana critical theory, decolonized and Africanized. Here, it is extremely important to recall the history of theory. Theories are instruments and, therefore, can be put to use in a multiplicity of manners. Historically, theories have always traveled outside of their original contexts, but 2 points of importance should be made here. The first point has to do with something the Palestinian literary theorist and political activist Edward Said, 1999, 2000, said long ago, that is, that theories lose some of their original power when taken out of their original intellectual and cultural contexts, because the socio-political situation is different, the suffering and/or struggling people are different, and the aims and objectives of their movements are different. The second point is reflexive and has to do with the modern moment in the history of theory. Never before have so many theories traveled so many mental miles away from their intellectual milieu. This speaks to the new and novel theoretical times that we are passing through. Part of what we have to do, then, is identify those theories, instruments and/or weapons, if you prefer, that will aid us most in our struggles against racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism, among other epochal imperial issues. The turn toward an emphasis on social theory suggests several of Africana critical theory's key concerns, such as the development of a synthetic socio-political discourse that earnestly and accessibly addresses issues arising from everyday black life and experiences in white supremacist societies, women's daily lives in male supremacist, or, if you prefer, patriarchal, societies, and the commonalities of and the distinct differences between black life in colonial and capitalist countries. Among other issues, social theoretical discourse is important because it provides individuals and groups with topographies of their social terrains. This discourse, especially when it is critical, also often offers concepts and categories that aid individuals and groups in critically engaging and radically altering their social worlds. See Aguirre, 2006, J.C. Alexander, 2001, Bird, 2002, Blackburn, 1972, Calhoun, 1995, Dant. 22-1. 2003, Ph. Collins, 1998, R. Collins, 2000, Elliott, 2003, Rhodes, 1991, Sika, 1998, B.S. Turner, 1996. Social theories, in a general sense, are simultaneously heuristic and discursive devices for exploring and explaining the social world. They accent social conditions and can often provoke social action and political praxis. Social theories endeavor to provide a panoramic picture that enables individuals to conceptualize and contextualize their life worlds and lived experiences within the wider field of socio-political relations and institutions. Additionally, social theories can aid individuals in their efforts to understand and alter particular socio-political events and artifacts by analyzing their receptions, relations, and ongoing effects. In addition to socio-theoretical discourse, Africana critical theory draws directly from the discourse of dialectics because it seeks to understand and, if necessary, alter society as a whole, not simply some isolated or culturally confined series of phenomena. The emphasis on dialectics also sends a signal to those social theorists and others who are easily intellectually intimidated by efforts to grasp and grapple with the whole of human history, culture, and our current crises, that Africana critical theory is not in any sense a traditional social theory but, unapologetically, a social activist and political praxis promoting theory that seriously seeks the radical/revolutionary redistribution of social wealth and political power. The dialectical dimension of Africana critical theory enables it to make connections between seemingly isolated and unrelated parts of society, demonstrating how, for instance, neutral social terrain, such as the education industries, the entertainment industries, the prison industrial complex, the political electoral process, or the realm of religion are sites and sources of ruling race, gender, and/or class privilege and power. 12. Dialectics, the art of demonstrating the interconnectedness of parts to each other and to the overarching system or framework as a whole, distinguishes Africana critical theory from other theories in Africana studies because it simultaneously searches for progressive and retrogressive aspects of Africana, Eurocentric, and other cultural groups' thought traditions. This means, then, that Africana critical theory offers an external and internal critique, which is also to say that it is unrepentantly a self-reflexive social theory, a social theory that relentlessly re-examines and refines its own philosophical foundations, methods, positions, and presuppositions. Africana critical theory's dialectical dimension also distinguishes it from other traditions and versions of critical theory because the connections it makes between social parts and the social whole are those that directly and profoundly affect Africana life worlds and lived experiences. No other tradition or version of critical theory has historically or currently claims to highlight and accent sites of domination and sources of liberation in the interests of continental and diasporan Africans, as well as humanity as a whole. Struggle always, weapons of theory, thought traditions of praxis, and Africana critical theory's aversion to epistemic exclusiveness and intellectual insularity. In The Weapon of Theory, the Cape Verdean and Guinea-Bissau freedom fighter, Amilcar Cabral, 1979, asserted, "Every practice gives birth to a theory. If it is true, 23. That a revolution can fail, even though it be nurtured on perfectly conceived theories, no one has yet successfully practiced revolution without a revolutionary theory, p. 123. Africana critical theory is a revolutionary theory and a beacon symbolizing the birth of a theoretical revolution in Africana studies and critical social theory. Its basic aims and objectives speak to its radical character and critical qualities. It is unique in that it is theory preoccupied with promoting social activism and political practice geared toward radical/revolutionary social transformation and the development of an ethical and egalitarian anti-imperial society by pointing to what needs to be transformed, what strategies and tactics might be most useful in the transformative efforts, and which agents and agencies could potentially carry out the radical/revolutionary social transformation. Following Cabral, 1972, 1973, 1979, Africana critical theory conceives of theory as a weapon, and the history of Africana thought, and the Black radical thought tradition in particular, as its essential arsenal. As with any arsenal, a weapon is chosen or left behind based on the specifics of the mission, such as the target, terrain, and time sensitivity. The same may be said concerning the weapon of theory. Different theories can be used for different purposes in disparate situations. The usefulness or uselessness of a particular theory depends on the task at hand and whether the theory in question is deemed appropriate for the task. Theory can be extremely useful, but it is indeed a great and grave mistake to believe that there is a grand narrative, supertheory or theoretical God that will provide the interpretive or explanatory keys to the political and intellectual kingdom, or queendom. Instead of arguing for a new supertheory, as so many theories emerging from European modernity and postmodernity seem to, Africana critical theory advocates an ongoing synthesis of the most moral and radical political elements of classical and contemporary, continental, and diasporan African thought traditions with other cultural groups' progressive, i.e., radical/revolutionary, thought and political practices in the interest of critically engaging and ethically altering local and global, national and international, African and human problems in the present age. Contemporary society requires a continuous and increasingly high level of socio-political mapping because of the intensity of recent politico-ideological maneuvers. What the Italian critical theorist, Antonio Gramsci, 2000, pages 222 to 245, identified as wars of position and wars of maneuver and the urgency of present socio-economic transformations. 13. History has unfolded to this in-between epoch of immense and provocative change, and many theories of contemporary society outline and attempt to explain an aspect of this change, and, as a result, are relevant with regard to certain social phenomena. But, no single theory captures the complete constantly changing socio-political picture, though there are plethoras that religiously profess to, and promise to provide their adherents and converts with theoretical salvation in the sin-sick world of theory. It should be stated outright, all theories have blind spots and lens limitations, and all theories, theoretically, make critical conceptual contributions. Consequently, Africana critical theory advocates combining classical and contemporary theory from diverse academic disciplines and intellectual activist traditions, though Africana thought traditions, and the Black radical tradition in specific, it must be made clear, is always and ever Africana critical theory's primary point of departure. My conception of critical social theory keeps in mind that the mappings of each theory potentially provide specific new and novel insights, but, it 24:1 must be admitted, these insights alone are not enough to affect the type of radical/revolutionary social change required. It is with this understanding that Africana critical theory eschews epistemic exclusiveness and intellectual insularity, and instead emphasizes epistemic openness and, on principle, practices antithetical conceptual contraction by generously drawing from the diverse discursive formations and theoretic practices of a wide range of classical and contemporary, continental, and diasporan African thought traditions, such as African, African American, African Caribbean, Afro-Asian, Afro-European, Afro-Latino, Afro-Native American, and Africana philosophy and theory, negritude, revolutionary Pan-Africanism, prophetic pragmatism, womanism, black feminism, black postmodernism, black existentialism, black radicalism, black Marxism, revolutionary black nationalism, black liberation theology, critical race theory, philosophy of race, sociology of race, psychology of race, anthropology of race, history of race, and geography of race, among others. Africana critical theory relentlessly examines its own aims, objectives, positions, and methods, constantly putting them in question in an effort to radically refine and revise them. It is, thus, epistemically open, flexible and non-dogmatic, constantly exhibiting the ability to critically engage opposing theories and appropriate and incorporate progressive strains and reject retrogressive strains from them. It is here that Africana critical theory exhibits its theoretic sophistication and epistemic strength and stamina. Along with the various Africana theoretical perspectives that Africana critical theory employs as its primary points of departure, it also often critically engages many of the other major theoretical discourses of the modern moment, such as Marxism, feminism, pragmatism, historicism, existentialism, phenomenology, hermeneutics, semiotics, Frankfurt School critical theory, critical pedagogy, post-structuralism, postmodernism, and post-colonialism, among others. Africana critical theory engages other, non-Africana discursive formations and theoretic practices because it is aware of the long history of appropriation and re-articulation in Africana thought traditions. This takes us right back to the critical debates raging all around about black people employing white theory to explore and explain black experiences, Asante and Karenga, 2006, Conyers, 2003, 2005, Gordon and Gordon, 2006a, 2006b, Rojas, 2007, Rooks, 2006. Instead of simply sidestepping this important intellectual history, Africana critical theory conscientiously confronts it in an effort to understand and, if need be, alter it in an attempt to actualize black liberation on terms interior to contemporary Africana life worlds and lived experiences. This brings to mind the Caribbean philosopher, Lewis Gordon's, 1997a, contention that theory, any theory, gains its sustenance from that which it offers for and through the lived reality of those who are expected to formulate it. Africana philosophy's history of Christian, Marxist, feminist, pragmatist, analytical, and phenomenological thought has therefore been a matter of what specific dimensions each had to offer the existential realities of theorizing blackness. For Marxism, for instance, it was not so much its notion of science over all other forms of socialist theory, nor its promise of a world to win, that may have struck a resonating chord in the hearts of black Marxists. It was, instead, Marx and Engels' famous encomium of the proletarians having nothing to lose but their chains. Such a call has obvious affinity for a people who have been so strongly identified with chattel slavery. P4, emphasis in original. 25. It is important to understand and critically engage why continental and diasporan Africans have historically and continue currently to embrace Eurocentric theory. Saying simply that blacks who did or who do embrace some aspects of white theory are intellectually insane or have an intellectual inferiority complex logically leads us to yet another discourse on black pathology, all the while we will be, however inadvertently, sidestepping the confrontation and critique of white supremacy as a history-making and culture-shaping global imperialism. Bonilla Silva, 2001, 2003, Bonilla Silva and Doan, 2003, Bonilla Silva and Zuberi, 2008, C.W. Mills, 1999, 2001, 2003b. Persons of African origin and descent have been preoccupied in the modern moment with struggles against various forms and forces of domination, oppression, and exploitation. They, therefore, have been and remain attracted to theories that they understand to promise or provide tools to combat their domination, oppression, and/or exploitation. Though blacks in white supremacist societies are often rendered anonymous and/or are virtually invisible, they do not have a collective mind and have reached no consensus concerning which theories make the best weapons to combat their domination, oppression, and/or exploitation. 14. This means, then, that the way is epistemically open, and that those blacks who embrace or appropriate an aspect of white theory are not theoretically lost but, perhaps, simply employing the theoretical tools they understand to be most applicable and most readily available to them in their neocolonial contexts and their particular emancipatory efforts. Fanon spoke to this issue in a special way in Black Skin, White Masks, where he declared the discoveries of Freud are of no use to us here in the hyper-racialized and hyper-colonized life worlds and lived experiences of black folk, and in the wretched of the earth, where he asserted Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. Everything up to and including the very nature of pre-capitalist society, so well explained by Marx, must here be thought out again. 1967, p. 104, 1968, p. 40. Fanon, 1967, did not find anything of use in Freud for the particular kind of critical theoretical work he was doing in Black Skin, White Masks, and he even went so far to say that there is a dialectical substitution when one goes from the psychology of the white man to that of the black, p. 151. However, he was able to employ some aspects of Marxism for the kind of critical theoretical work he was doing in the wretched of the earth, but and this is the main point, he critically engaged Marxism from his own critical subjective and radical political position as a hyper-racialized and hyper-colonized black man in a white supremacist capitalist and colonial world. In other words, his Africanity, or non-Europeanness, was never left in abeyance or abandoned for the sake of Eurocentric theoretical synthesis. Approaching Marxism from this Africana critical theoretical angle, essentially employing it as a tool and not as a tenet, Fanon was able to extend and expand the critical theoretical and radical political range and reach of Marxism, more than merely Africanizing it, but seminally building on and moving beyond it to critically engage phenomena, life worlds, and lived experiences that Marx and his Eurocentric heirs have shamefully shoved to the intellectual outposts of their quite quarantined, racial and colonial, and patriarchal, world of ideas. It is quite possible, even with the advent and academization of Africana studies from the mid-1960s to the present, that many contemporary intellectuals and activists of African descent are unaware of Africana intellectual history, and especially 26.1. Africana critical thought traditions, which is very different than saying that they are unattracted to or find little or nothing of use in Africana critical thought traditions. Contemporary Africana theorists must take as one of their primary tasks making classical and contemporary black radical and Africana critical thought traditions more accessible and attractive, particularly to blacks but also to non-African anti-imperial others. There simply is no substitute for the kinds of easily intelligible and epistemically open critical theoretical genealogies and contemporary conceptual generations that Africana studies scholars must produce and propound to the Africana intelligentsia, the masses of black folk, well-meaning anti-racist whites, and multicultural, multiracial, and trans-ethnic others if, not simply Africana studies, but the souls of humble and hard-working black folk, are to survive and continue to contribute to human culture and civilization. Africana critical theory engages a wide and diverse range of theory emerging from the insurgent intellectuals of the academy and the activist intellectuals of radical and revolutionary socio-political movements. It understands each theory to offer enigmatic and illuminating insights because the more theory a theorist has at her or his disposal, the more issues and objects they can address, the more tasks they can perform, and the more theoretical targets they can terminate. As stated above, theories are optics or perspectives, and it is with this understanding that Africana critical theory contends that bringing a multiplicity of perspectives to bear on a phenomenon promises a greater grasp and a more thorough engagement and understanding of that phenomenon. For instance, many theories of race and racism arising from the discourse of Africana studies have historically exhibited a serious weakness where sexism, and particularly patriarchy, is concerned. This situation was, to a certain extent, remedied, and these theories were strengthened when Africana women's studies scholars diagnosed these one-dimensional and unigendered theories of race and racism, and coupled them with their own unique anti-racist interpretations of women's domination and discrimination and gender relations. See Butler and Walter, 1991, Guy Sheftel, 1995, Hull, Scott, and Smith, 1982, James and Sharpley Whiting, 2000, Namika, 1998. Indeed, this is an ongoing effort, and clearly there is no consensus in Africana studies as to the importance of critically engaging gender domination and discrimination in continental and diasporan African life worlds and lived experiences. But, whether we have consensus or not, which we probably never will, the key concern to keep in mind is that though it may not be theoretically fashionable to engage certain phenomena, it does not necessarily mean that it is not theoretically and/or practically important to engage that phenomena. As theorists, part of our task is to bring unseen or often overlooked issues to the fore. In order to do this, we may have to develop new concepts and new categories so that others might be able to coherently comprehend these enigmatic issues. In calling for bringing many theories to bear on a phenomenon, Africana critical theory is not eluding the fact that in many instances a single theory may be the best source of insight. For example, Pan-Africanism offers a paradigm for analyzing the history of Africana anti-colonialism and decolonization, where Black Marxism accents the interconnections of racism and capitalism in Black life, while Black feminism often speaks to the intersection of racism and sexism in Black women's life worlds. Africana critical theory chooses to deploy a theory based on its overarching aims and objectives, which are constantly informed by the ongoing quest for human 27. Freedom and Black liberation. It is not interested in an eclectic combination of theories, that is, theoretical eclecticism simply for the sake of theoretical synthesis and contributing to the world of ideas, but its earnest interest lies in radical and revolutionary social transformation in the interest of Africana and other oppressed people. Looking backward to the Black radical tradition, looking forward to the Africana tradition of critical theory, epistemic topographies and chapter summaries. The following chapter will focus on the polymathic and pioneering thought and texts of W.E.B. Du Bois and, specifically, his 4 quintessential contributions to Africana critical theory, contributions, it should be said at the outset, which continue to either elude or intimidate contemporary Africana, among other, intellectual activists. Though he made many critical theoretical breakthroughs and, as we will see, covered and crisscrossed a great deal of uncharted and oft-time treacherous intellectual terrain, many of Du Bois' major positions arise and recur as he addressed issues involving race, gender, and the dual dimensions of capitalist and colonial exploitation and oppression in Africana life worlds and lived experiences. In an effort to accent and highlight what I have identified as Du Bois' seminal and most significant donations to the discourse and development of the Africana tradition of critical theory, I undertake extended analyses of his concepts of race, anti-racism and critical race theory, his critique of sexism, and particularly patriarchy, his anti-colonialism, discourse on decolonization, and post-colonial theory, and, lastly, his concept of a race-centered and racism-conscious critique of capitalism and Marxism. Critically challenging the traditional interpretations of the Trinidadian radical, C.L.R. James, in Chapter 3 I shall argue that James, similar to Du Bois and the other intellectual activist ancestors of the Africana tradition of critical theory explored in this study, was, first, more a critic of Marxism than a Marxist in any orthodox, or dogmatic, or Eurocentric sense. Second, I situate James in the Black radical and Africana critical thought traditions. This is extremely important because it has become commonplace in studies on James to analyze his philosophy and social and political theory, almost exclusively, in light of white Marxist and other Eurocentric schools of thought, as if he had little or no relationship with the black radical tradition. Finally, I articulate what I consider to be James's most substantial contributions to the discourse and development of a critical theory of contemporary society with an emphasis on the most crucial issues confronting modern Africa and its diaspora. 4 begins with an engagement of the multiple meanings of negritude, exploring the supposedly divergent and clearly distinguished versions of the theory as advanced by Aimé Césaire, Léopold Senghor, and Jean-Paul Sartre. Then, an exploration of negritude's connections to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance will be undertaken. Similar to negritude, the Harlem Renaissance, it will be argued, provided both continental and diasporan Africans with fora where the most pressing social and political problems confounding and confronting their respective 28-1 countries and communities could be critically and collectively engaged. In this way, much of negritude, as theory and/or movement, is incomprehensible without exploring its critical connections to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance, among other black radical traditions and movements. And, finally, the chapter concludes with an analysis of negritude's significance for Africana studies, and most especially with an accent on the concept's contributions to the discourse and development of the Africana tradition of critical theory. In Chapter 5, I confront conventional interpretations of Fanon that either seek to turn him and his work into psychoanalytic theory, post-colonial theory, or a derivative of some other form of Eurocentric philosophy or theory by reinterpreting his ideas and actions from the vantage point of the black radical tradition. Employing Africana critical theory as my basic interpretive framework, I carefully and critically sift through Fanon's work, all the while focusing on its often overlooked radical and revolutionary socio-theoretical dimensions. From this angle, Fanon is viewed as a critical social theorist of extraordinary depth and insight, especially with regard to issues involving Europe's supposed white superiority and Africa's alleged black inferiority, racism, sexism, colonialism and neocolonialism, revolutionary self-determination and revolutionary decolonization, the nature of revolutionary nationalism and its interconnections with revolutionary humanism, colonial violence and anti-colonial violence, national consciousness, national culture and national liberation, the psychology of both the colonizer and the colonized, and the prospects and problematics of a truly post-colonial African state. In Chapter 6, I explore and explicate Amilcar Cabral's extremely important, albeit often overlooked, contributions to Africana studies and critical social theory, contributions, I argue, which conceptualize and earnestly attempt to think through the borderlines and boundaries between, and the dialectics at play in, various stages of underdevelopment and development, tradition and modernity, and nationalism and humanism in racial colonial and racist capitalist societies. The chapter will commence with a critical engagement of Cabral's concept, of colonialism and emphasis on the importance of ideology and concrete philosophy. Then, it engages the unique ways in which he synthesized radical theory with revolutionary praxis, or, rather, revolutionary nationalism with guerrilla warfare. Next, analysis is given to his thesis of return to the source and the importance and inextricability of national history and national culture in his distinctive conceptions of national liberation and the dialectical process of revolutionary decolonization and revolutionary re-Africanization. Finally, the chapter concludes with a brief assessment and interpretation of some of the deficiencies of Cabral's contributions to the new critical theory of the 21st century. The concluding chapter engages Africana critical theory as an unfinished project of human liberation and radical/revolutionary social transformation. It points to some of the pitfalls and problematics of previous interpretations and criticisms of black radicalism and strongly stresses the necessity of future studies to examine black radicalism as theory as opposed to ideology. I also make note of many of the remaining tasks for redeveloping critical theory of contemporary society and argue that henceforth it must be much more multiracial, multicultural, transethnic, transgender, transgenerational, sexual orientation sensitive, and have a broader base than classical black radicalism and conventional, i.e., white or Eurocentric, critical theory. 29. Contemporary critical theory, and Africana critical theory in particular, I contend, must initiate the arduous and intricate task of simultaneously and dialectically redeveloping and revising its classical philosophical foundation, move beyond its now inadequate and/or obsolete positions, and constantly synthesize itself with the most critical and cutting-edge social and political theory available. A redefined and revised black radical tradition and, even more, the Africana tradition of critical theory, I end the book asserting, offers an almost ideal source of insight for the radical reconstruction of, not simply Africana studies and critical theory but, more importantly, contemporary culture and society. Let us now begin our journey by taking a critical look at Du Bois' key contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory. Du Bois detected early, along with and presumably independently of his German contemporaries associated with the Frankfurt Institute, the fundamental homology uniting fascism, Bolshevism, and the New Deal. He expressed a need to adjust the orthodox critique of capitalism to account for the rise of a new class of technical engineers and managers and other internal systemic changes in the 20th century, and he demonstrated a sense of the significance of the mass culture apparatus, planned obsolescence and intensified marketing in the contemporary social management synthesis. Adolph L. Reed Jr., W.E.B. Du Bois and American Political Thought, Fabianism and the Color Line, pages 217 to 218. With a politics remarkably progressive for his time, and ours, Du Bois confronted race, class, and gender oppression while maintaining conceptual and political linkages between the struggles to end racism, sexism, and war. In his analysis integrating the various components of African American liberation and world peace, gender and later economic analyses were indispensable. Joy A. James, Transcending the Talented 10th, pages 36 to 37. Du Bois virtually, before anyone else and more than anyone else, demolished the lies about Negroes in their most important and creative periods of history. The truths he revealed are not yet the property of all Americans, but they have been recorded and arm us for our contemporary battles. Dr. Du Bois was not only an intellectual giant exploring the frontiers of knowledge, he was in the first place a teacher. He would have wanted his life to teach us something about our tasks of emancipation. Martin Luther King Jr., Honoring Dr. Du Bois, pages 20, 24. 37. 2. The Soul of a Pan-African Marxist Male Feminist. Introduction, W.E.B. Du Bois. And the Soul of Critical Social Theory. The African Holocaust and Anti-Colonial Struggle, Pan-Africanism and the Peace Movement, Marxism and Male Feminism, the African American Struggle for Human and Civil Rights, Intellectual Adoration of and Admiration for Frederick Douglass and Alexander Crummell, Disputations with Booker T. Washington and Marcus Garvey. An enigmatic and eclectic combination of critical ideas and interests unfolds across the landscape of William Edward Burghardt Du Bois' life and work. For many he represents one of the most critical and contradictory race theorists of the 20th century. Another host argues that he is the father of Pan-Africanism and a pioneering architect of anti-colonial theory and praxis. For others, such as Cedric Robinson, 2000, in Black Marxism, Du Bois was one of the most sophisticated Marxist theorists in American radical history, though his work had origins independent of the impulses of Western liberal and radical thought, p. 186. Still others, such as Joy James, Beverly Guy Sheftel, Cheryl Townsend Gilkes, and Nellie McKay contend that Du Bois' name, along with those of Charles Lennox Remond and Frederick Douglass, belongs on that very short list of men who openly advocated gender equality and spoke out against female domination and discrimination. His work, in many senses similar to that of C.L.R. James and Frantz Fanon, and due no doubt to its highly porous nature, has been critically analyzed and appropriated by scores of academics and political activists who harbor harrowingly different intellectual and ideological agendas. Though his thought took several crucial philosophical and political twists and turns in his 80-year publishing career, from 1883 to 1963, it is Du Bois' concepts of race and anti-racism, Pan-Africanism and anti-colonialism, critique of capitalism and critical Marxism and, most recently, his anti-sexism and male feminism that have come under the greatest scholarly scrutiny and can be said to have ushered in the contemporary Du Bois Renaissance. But, I should bellow from the beginning, rarely if ever have these central themes in Du Bois' oeuvre been juxtaposed and examined for their import to critical theory. To be sure, Du Bois' thought has traveled an almost unfathomable tract of intellectual terrain, receiving commentary and criticism from philosophers, historians, political scientists, economists, literary theorists, feminists, womanists, Pan-Africanists, and Marxists, to name only a few intellectual and political communities. However, on no occasion, my previous work withstanding, has his thought and texts been critically engaged for their contribution to critical theory of contemporary society. This chapter will analyze W.E.B. Du Bois' thought for its contribution to contemporary critical theory in particular, and Africana radical politics and revolutionary social movements more generally. Consequently, it is not my intention to offer a definitive or even exhaustive treatment of his biography or life work, which would seem rather redundant coming so quickly on the heels of David Levering Lewis's Pulitzer Prize-winning volumes, C. D. L. Lewis, 1993, 2000. I am concerned here primarily, and almost exclusively, with Du Bois' theoretical and political legacy, that is, with the ways he constructed, deconstructed, and reconstructed theory and the aims, objectives, and outcomes of his theoretical applications and discursive practices. He consistently appropriated, revised, and rejected disparate concepts, al. 38-2. Ways integrating what he perceived to be the most radical, and later revolutionary, thought into his critical socio-theoretical discourse. His work, in several senses, lends itself to critical social theory because it provides an alternative model and methodology to chart and affect progressive social change. The following sections will focus on Du Bois' 4 key contributions to critical theory, and specifically critical theory in the interest of continental and diasporan Africans, what I have referred to elsewhere as Africana critical theory, Rabaka, 2006a, 2007a, 2008a. Though he made many theoretical breakthroughs and, as we will see, covered and crisscrossed a great deal of uncharted and oft-time treacherous intellectual terrain, many of Du Bois' major positions arise and recur as he addressed issues involving race, gender, and the dual dimensions of capitalist and colonialist exploitation and oppression in Africana life worlds and lived experiences. In an effort to focus exclusively, but not superficially, on what I have identified as Du Bois' seminal and most significant donations to the discourse and development of critical social theory, I undertake extended analyses of his concepts of race, anti-racism and critical race theory, his critique of sexism, and particularly patriarchy, his anti-colonialism and critical post-colonial theory, and his concept of a race-centered and racism-conscious critique of capitalism and Marxism. We begin with his philosophy of race, anti-racism, and contributions to critical race theory. The Souls of Black and White Folk, W.E.B. Du Bois' philosophy of race, anti-racism, and critical race theory. Du Bois' corpus contains an astounding body of literature on, and knowledge of, race and racism. His philosophy of race figures prominently, and has consistently been featured in both classical and contemporary racial discourse. Moreover, race critics have chronicled his concepts of race from a multiplicity of disciplinary and theoretic perspectives, often arguing against and, at other times, agreeing with his critical writings on race and racism, which have been documented to have dominated racial discourse for the first half of the 20th century. Bay, 1998, Bobo, 2000, Bruce, 1995, Chaffee, 1956, Holt, 1990, 1998, Mead, 1987, Mistern, 1996, Rampersad, 1996b, C.M. Taylor, 1981. The history of Du Bois' philosophy of race and anti-racist theory is not an easy tale to tell, but one that must be told. Why? One may ask. Why do we need another, interpretation of Du Bois' concept, of race and critique, of racism? Why should we revisit the discourse of race and racism anyway? Isn't race, and therefore racism, a thing of the past or, at the least, a superstitious social construction that science tells us has never existed or certainly no longer exists? Didn't Anthony Appiah's analytic philosophical assault debunk Du Bois' philosophy of race once and for all, exposing its pseudo-scientific and narrow nationalistic underpinnings? And, after all the smoke has cleared and all the dust settled, isn't Du Bois just another over-engaged race man posthumously positioned as a radical theorist? Throughout this section I will address these questions, and probably problematize and raise many others, by arguing that Du Bois' writings on race are relevant and contribute to contemporary racial discourse for four fundamental reasons. First, his philosophy of race is often interpreted as an ideology of race that is, an 39. Inert, inflexible, fixed and fast, singular notion of what race is, and which groups constitute constituent races. This is not only a gross misinterpretation of Du Bois' constantly evolving philosophy of race, but an example of the type of intellectual disingenuousness and invisibility that plagues Africana intellectuals of every political persuasion and social station. Critically engaging Du Bois' philosophy of race offers objective interpreters and critics of race and racism an opportunity to analyze a theoretically rich and thoroughgoing series of ruminations on race and racism by a pioneer critical race theorist who almost infinitely harbored a hard-nosed skepticism toward the supposed scientific and/or biological basis of race. This skepticism, coupled with his own homegrown pragmatism, often led Du Bois to contradictory conclusions regarding race. Glaude, 2007, West, 1989. However, he repetitiously reminded his readers that he was not searching for a sound, scientific concept of race as much as he was on a quest to either locate or create a vehicle for Africana, as well as other non-whites, cultural development, political empowerment, and social survival. The meaning of race has always moved, as the very idea of race has consistently traveled far and wide since its inception. Du Bois has the distinction of being one of the first persons of African descent to scientifically research and write on race. Der, 2001, B.S. Edwards, 2001, Jukuo, 2001, D.L. Lewis, 1993, 2000, Lott, 1999, 2001. His Africanity, or blackness, is important insofar as Africans, or blacks, have historically and continue currently to be considered one of the most thoroughly racialized groups, though under-theorized from their own historical horizons, cultural conditions, social situations, and political positions in the history of race and racism. Gordon, 1995a, 2006b, Marable, 1983, 1993, 2002, C.W. Mills, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2001, 2003b. From an increasingly Africana history culture and philosophy-informed critical perspective, Du Bois studied the history of race with an intense interest in its origins and originators, and the purpose, of its origination. This alone should distinguish his writings on race as more than mere intellectual artifacts, but there is more, as a matter of fact, much more. His concepts of race harbor an inherent and radical humanism, which is to say a humanism that extends well beyond his beloved black folk, that is often complex and seemingly contradictory, but which nonetheless is part and parcel of his overarching philosophy of race. In specific, Du Bois developed what I will crudely call a gift theory which, in short, elaborated that each race has specific and special gifts to contribute to national and international culture and civilization. In works such as The Souls of Black Folk, The People of Peoples and Their Gifts to Men, and Dark Water, and most especially in later works like The Gift of Black Folk, The Black Man Brings His Gifts, Black Reconstruction of Democracy in America, Black Folk, Then and Now, Dusk of Dawn, an essay toward an autobiography of a race concept and the world and Africa. Du Bois put forward concepts of race that were not biologically based, but predicated on political, social, historical, and cultural common characteristics and experiences shared by continental and diasporan Africans. In Du Bois' gift theory, these characteristics represent Africana peoples' gifts or race-specific, black existential contributions to the forward flow of human history. Second, and falling fast on the heels of the first point, it is important for us to revisit Du Bois' concept, of race because what we now know of his race theory is almost utterly predicated on and relegated to his early writings. For instance, most 42 contemporary critics of Du Bois' theory of race begin and often end with his 1897 address to the American Negro Academy, The Conservation of Races. Some critics go as far as his early career classics, The Study of the American Negro Problem, The Philadelphia Negro, and, of course, The Souls of Black Folk. Further than these texts, however, contemporary race critics do not dare venture, which to my mind seems absurd considering the fact that Du Bois continued to publish for another 60 years. Scant attention has been given to Du Bois' writings on race and racism after The Souls of Black Folk, and, when on rare occasions they are engaged, more is made of his infamously alleged and highly controversial collapsing of race into class in his 1935 classic, Black Reconstruction of Democracy in America. Maybe those who argue that Du Bois, 1982 collapsed race into class and that he uncritically accepted communism have never read his 1936 essay, Social Planning for the Negro, Past and Present, where he roars against the supposed racelessness and political panacea thesis of the white socialists and communists. There is no automatic power in socialism to override and suppress race prejudice. One of the worst things that Negroes could do today would be to join the American Communist Party or any of its many branches, p. 38. Du Bois, then, as I will demonstrate in a subsequent section, was a much more astute interpreter of Marxian philosophy and class theory than many contemporary race theorists may be aware of. Without a thorough understanding of why, and the ways in which he critically engaged, as opposed to openly embraced Marxism, many critics of his concepts of race are doomed to do Du Bois a disservice by misinterpreting his motivations for emphasizing certain aspects of race and racism at specific socio-historic and politico-economic intervals. It may not be too much of an overstatement to say that Du Bois developed a discourse on race in order to critique racism and provide a philosophical foundation for anti-racist struggle. This is the second reason his work has import for contemporary race and racism discourse, because it may offer methods and models for us to further our critiques of race and to combat racism. The third reason Du Bois' writings on race are important for contemporary race and racism discourse is because of the recent emergence of critical white studies and the emphasis on whiteness, white racelessness, or white racial neutrality and universality, and white supremacy. In several pioneering publications in historical sociology and political economy he deftly and defiantly hit at the heart of whiteness, chronicling its rise alongside the concept of race, noting that to be white is to be raceless, to be powerful or, at the least, to have access to power or people in positions of power. In the logic of the white world, race is something that soils the social status of subhumans, it politically pollutes their thinking, thus rendering them powerless, irrational, and in need of clear conceptions concerning themselves and the world. Since whites are the only group that is not plagued by race, they then have been burdened by God with the task of leading the lost, raced natives, barbarians, savages, and subhumans to the higher level or heaven of humanity. Du Bois resented whites' racial myth-making, and directed a significant portion of his writings on race and racism to critiquing whiteness and white supremacy. His writings, such as Race Friction Between Black and White, The Souls of White Folk, Of the Culture of White Folk, White Co-workers, The Superior Race, The White Worker, The White Proletariat in Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, the white world and the white folk have a right to be ashamed, represent. 41. And register as early and sustained efforts that critique whiteness and white supremacy. Du Bois' work in this area, then, can be said to prefigure and provide a paradigm and point of departure for the contemporary discourse and debates of critical white studies, Rabaka, 2006 d. 2007 b. Finally, Du Bois' writings on race are relevant with regard to contemporary race and racism criticism as they contribute significantly to the discourse of critical race theory. No longer considered the exclusive domain of legal studies scholars and radical civil rights lawyers and law professors, critical race theory has blossomed and currently encompasses and includes a wide range of theory and theorists from diverse academic disciplines. In a nutshell, the core concerns of critical race theory include race and racism's centrality to European imperial expansion and modernity, racism's interconnection with sexism and capitalism, white supremacy, white normativity and neutrality, state-sanctioned, or legal, racial domination and discrimination, and liberative race consciousness amongst non-whites or, rather people of color, Bulmer and Salamis, 1999a, 1999b, 2004, Crenshaw, Gotanda, Peller and Thomas, 1995, Delgado, 1995. Delgado and Stefankic 2001, Dixon and Rosso, 2006, Essid and Goldberg, 2001, Goldberg, Mushino and Bauer, 2001, Goldberg and Salamis, 2002, Matsuda, 1993, Parker, Dale and Villenas, 1999, Salamis and Back, 2000, Salamis and Maggi, 2005, Valdez, Culp and Harris, 2002, Wing, 1997, 2000. Du Bois' philosophy of race in many senses foreshadows contemporary critical race theory and, therefore, contributes several paradigms and points of departure. However, as with so many other aspects of his dialectical thought, Du Bois' writings on race and racism have been relegated to the realm, at best, of sociology, especially sociology of race, which downplays and diminishes their transdisciplinarity and significance for the deconstruction and reconstruction of radical politics and contemporary critical social theory. Therefore, his writings on race have been virtually overlooked and or rendered intellectually invisible by critical race theorists, Rabaka, 2006 c. As Joy James, 1997, and Cheryl Townsend Gilkes, 1996, argue, and as I will discuss in greater detail in an ensuing section of this chapter, Du Bois was critically conscious of some of the ways in which race is gendered and gender is raced. Emerging in the 15th century, and coinciding with European imperial expansion around the globe, racial domination threw fuel on the wildfire of gender discrimination. As an astute student of gender relations, Du Bois accented the interconnections and intersections of racism and sexism, specifically white supremacy and patriarchy. This means, then, that at the least some of his anti-racist social theorizing may serve as a model for critical race theory in the sense that it seeks a similar goal, to make visible the long invisible interconnections between racial and gender domination and discrimination, not only in law but in medicine, politics, education, and religion, among other aspects and areas of contemporary society. What is intellectually amazing and seminally significant is that Du Bois developed a gender-sensitive and sexism-critical conception of race and racism almost 100 years prior to the current critical race theory and critical race feminist movements, which is to say that Du Bois' work for all theoretical and practical purposes could, and, I think, should, be considered classical critical race theory. For Du Bois was also an early exponent of the race/class thesis that contended that though class struggle had been a part of human history for several centuries, the 42 modern concept of race and the socio-political practice of racism, coupled with capitalism and colonialism exacerbated class conflicts, amongst both colonizers and the colonized. Though often unacknowledged, similar to C.L.R. James, 1977a, 1980a, 1980C, 1984, 1992, 1994, 1996A, 1999, and Oliver C. Cox, 1948, 1959, 1962, 1964, 1976, 1987, 2000. Du Bois was a pioneer in terms of analyzing the political economy of race and racism, which is to say that he often argued against studying race independent of class. Race and class, as we have seen with race and gender in Du Bois' gender-centered and sexism-critical conception of race and racism, are inextricable and incessantly intersecting and reconfiguring, constantly forming, reforming and deforming, creating a racist dimension in modern class theory and struggle, and a classist or economically exploitive dimension in anti-racist politics and struggle. Race and racism were European modernity's weapons of choice. A person, from the modern white world's frame of reference, was economically exploited based on biology or ethnicity. That is, the degree, to which one was dominated and/or discriminated against was predicated on European-invented racial classifications and ethno-cultural categorizations. L. D. Baker, 1998, Black, 2004, Bonilla Silva, 2001, 2003, Bonilla Silva and Doan, 2003, Goldberg, 1993, 1994, 2001, Gossett, 1953, 1997, Graves, 2001, 2004, Gregory and Sanjek, 1994, Hannaford, 1996, Smedley, 2007. Du Bois' writings on the political economy of race and racism provide another paradigm for contemporary critical race theory to build on and bolster its calls for racial, economic, and gender justice. A large part of the racially ruled anti-racist theory and praxis has been preoccupied with colonialism and the prospects of decolonization, issues which remarkably have yet to resonate or register as central concerns in the discourse of contemporary critical race theory. This is extremely curious considering the fact that many of the earliest expressions of radicalism amongst the racially oppressed were aimed at critiquing various forms and forces of colonial racism and/or racial colonialism. Du Bois was one of the major doyens of this discourse and, by most accounts, is considered to have made his most lasting contributions as a pioneer Pan-Africanist and radical anti-colonialist. As a consequence, the ensuing section will analyze Du Bois' critical theory of the colonial world for its contribution to the discourse and development of a critical theory of contemporary society that is as critical of neo-colonialism as it is of the predatory and nefarious nature of capitalism. The Souls of Colonized Colored Folk, W.E.B. Du Bois' critical theory of the neo-colonial world and contributions to decolonization offers contemporary colonial and post-colonial theorists a critical conception of colonialism and neocolonialism in several ways. First, by analyzing colonialism's fundamental features, which will be outlined below, and, second, by focusing his readers' attention on the world historic fluctuations and mutations of colonialism. Du Bois highlights St. Jumala Olaniyan, 2000, recently noted the varied nature of colonialism, not simply in topographical terms, but also insofar as the particularities of the colonized peoples pre-existing or pre-colonial cultures 43 are concerned. This is an extremely important point to make because many post-colonial theorists have a tendency to gloss over the specificities and the different degrees to which various peoples were historically and currently continue to be colonized, not to mention colonized and racialized. See Barrington, 2006, Chambers and Kurdi, 1996, Chatterjee, 1993, Feathersome, 2005, Goldberg, 2000, Goldberg and Keyson, 1999, Joseph and Wilson, 2006, Krishnaswamy and Hawley, 2008, Lumba, 2005, J. MacLeod, 2007, Moore. Gilbert, 1997, Perry, 2004, Poddar and Johnson, 2005, Puri, 2004, Swartz and Ray, 2000, Syrodinsky, 2007, Venn, 2006. Finally, by linking colonialism with capitalism, and by refusing to isolate economic exploitation from racial domination and gender discrimination, Du Bois' conception of colonialism prefigures and provides a paradigm for and a critique of contemporary critical theoretical and post-colonial discourse. By deliberately using the word colonial in a much broader sense than is usually given it, and by asserting that there are manifestly groups of people, countries, and nations, which while not colonies in the strict sense of the word, yet so approach the colonial system as to merit the designation semi-colonial, Du Bois, 1985a, not only anticipates, but contributes the concept of semi-colonialism to post-colonial discourse, pages 229-236, my emphasis. It is this concept of semi- or quasi-colonialism that distinguishes Du Bois' conception of colonialism from Césaire, 1972, Fanon, 1965, 1967, 1968, 1969, Kruma, 1964, 1965, 1970b, 1973a, Cabral, 1972, 1973, 1979, and a whole host of classical anti-colonial and decolonial theorists. Moreover, it is this same theory of semi-colonialism that enables me to assert that, on the one hand, Africana studies scholars, and Du Bois scholars in specific, may find much of interest in post-colonial theory. We need mince no words in laying bare the fact that both Africana and post-colonial theorists are involved in similar, and, I would aver often identical, projects of radical critique. For Africana theorists, to speak generally, great and grave issues emanate from the socio-historical realities of not simply anti-African racism and racial colonialism, but sexism and capitalism as well. For post-colonial theorists, again generally speaking, criticisms have been leveled against each of the aforementioned and, in specific, the ways in which past and present forms of colonialism exacerbate and perpetuate racism, sexism, and capitalism. Indeed, a burgeoning philosophical framework that brings diverse discourse on colonialism, anti-colonialism, and the coming post-colonial world into dialogue is on the rise. On the other hand, it should be stated outright, Du Bois, an intellectual activist who consistently critiqued colonialism throughout his 80-year publishing career, has been relegated to the periphery of post-colonial discourse. As a result, as I argue throughout this section, post-colonial theorists in many senses undermine and do themselves a disastrous disservice because they ignore and or erase a wealth of critical concepts and categories, such as semi-colonialism, that could very well aid them in their efforts to theorize and bring into being a truly post-colonial world. In arguing that there are partially colonized peoples and countries, Du Bois offers post-colonial theorists a concept that helps to highlight the continuation of colonialism in our modern moment. If a colony, strictly speaking, is a country which belongs to another country, forms part of the mother country's industrial organization, and exercises such powers of government, and such civic and cultural freedom. 44.2. As the dominant country allows, then there exists today, even after independence, in Africa, in the Americas and the Caribbean, in Asia and in Australia, colonies, albeit quasi- or semi-colonies, but colonies nonetheless. Du Bois, 1985a, p. 229. Du Bois' concept of colonialism is predicated on what he understands to be universal or common characteristics, certain characteristics of colonial peoples, which are so common and obvious that we seldom discuss them and often actually forget them. These characteristics, which remain part and parcel of the life worlds and lived experiences of the wretched of the earth, essentially entail the following: 1. Physical and or psychological violence, biological domination and discrimination. 2. Economic exploitation. 3. Poverty. 4. Illiteracy. 5. Lawlessness, stealing and crime. 6. Starvation. 7. Death. 8. disaster, 9, disease, 10, disenfranchisement, 11, the denial of cultural equality, and 12, the denial of participation in political processes, pages 229 to 236. 5. Moving beyond the narrower definition and the strict sense of the word colony, and, I would like to suggest, colonialism. Du Bois' conceptualization of colonialism challenges post-colonial theorists to be cognizant of the fact that the prefix post in post-colonialism, on the one hand, may very well signify a rupture with that which preceded it. But, on the other hand, the post in post-colonialism can also be said to signify a dependence on, a continuity with, and a filial connection to, that which follows it. Which, of course, has led some critics to argue that what is currently being called post-colonial is actually an intensification of the colonial. 6. The noted Nigerian philosopher, Emmanuelis, 1997b, has argued that post should be employed as a prefix insofar as colonialism is concerned, only as far as the lived actuality of the peoples and the lands formerly occupied by European imperial powers can suggest, or confirm, in some meaningful ways, the sense of that word, the post of the, post-colonial, p. 341. Ashcroft and Associates assert that there is a continuity of preoccupations throughout the historical process initiated by European imperial aggression, so much so that all the culture affected by the imperial process from the moment of colonization to the present day must, to paraphrase Fanon, be called into question. Ashcroft, Griffiths, and Tiffin, 1989, p. 2, Fanon, 1968, p. 37. And, the Ghanaian philosopher Anthony Appiah, 1992, avers, to theorize certain central features of contemporary culture as post-anything, is, of course, inevitably to invoke a narrative, and from the Enlightenment on, in Europe and in European-derived and dominated cultures, that after has also meant above and beyond, pages 140 to 141, emphasis in original. 7. Now, the critical questions confronting us are, have we really reached the post, as in, after, colonial period? How can we be in the period after colonialism when most of the fundamental features of colonialism continue to plague 3/4 of the people living in the world today? Is it possible that we have gotten above and beyond colonialism when it is understood that even with political independence the impact and influence of European imperial powers continue to displace pre-colonial philosophical, spiritual, and axiological systems and traditions? Ashcroft, Griffiths, and Tiffin, 1989, pages 1, 8 to 10. 8. Here it will be helpful to compare Du Bois' concept of colonialism with that of other leading Pan-African and radical anti-colonial theorists. According to Amilcar 45. Cabral, 1979, there have historically been two major forms of imperialist domination that have affected Africana people. 1. Direct domination, by means of a political power made up of agents foreign to the dominated people, armed forces, police, administrative agents, and settlers, which is conventionally called classical colonialism or colonialism. 2. Indirect domination, by means of a political power made up mainly or completely of native African agents, which is conventionally called neocolonialism. p. 128. Cabral's concept and categories of colonialism, especially when compared with Du Bois' accents, and enables us to conceive of colonialism not so much as an historical and cultural coordinate of the past, but as one of the present. For Cabral, 1979, colonialism, whether direct or indirect, has the same basic objective and effect, the denial of the historical process of the dominated people, by means of violent usurpation of the freedom of the process of development of the national productive forces, pages 129 to 130. 9. Furthermore, those forces that are most productive to a people struggling for national liberation are the ones that help them create thought and practices that not only confront and contradict the established imperial order, but also bring into being the new humanity and new society that Du Bois, Fanon, Che Guevara, and Herbert Marcuse wrote and spoke so passionately about. 10. Coupling Du Bois' conception of colonialism with Cabral's, we see, then, that it is possible for classical colonialism, as direct domination, to come to an end without neocolonialism and the indirect domination it entails being exhausted and extinguished. In fact, Kwame Nkrumah, 1965, contended that most African nations were nominally independent, that is, independent only in name, not in fact, because even after independence their economic systems and, therefore, their social and political policies were directed by, and dictated from, non-African or foreign forces. p. 9. More credence is given to this line of thinking when it is understood that neocolonialism, like the form, of classical colonialism that preceded it, is predicated upon the paralysis and retardation of the historical process, or historicity of Africana and other colonized peoples. The reality of colonialism, suggests the Eritrean philosopher Tnasserekwa Burhan, 1994, is the violent superimposition of European historicity on African historicity, p. 111. In other words, classical colonialism and neocolonialism, and all the dogma and domination they necessitate, represent and register as the negation of the cultural difference and specificity that constitutes the historicity and thus humanity of the non-European world, p. 58. These conclusions bring us to a discussion of the period between colonialism and post-colonialism. Post-colonial theory, literature, culture, and the like, denotes the intellectual productions of formerly colonized peoples after colonization. Considering the fact that historical epochs do not rise and fall in neat patterns or at precise chronological moments, and considering the fact that the culture of the colonizing country continues to affect the culture of the colonized even after independence, much of the discourse of post-colonialism is extremely misleading. Best and Kellner, 1997, p. 31, Lumba, 1998, pages 10 to 12. Based on Du Bois' conceptualization of colonialism, it 46-2. Seems safe to say that we are not in a post-colonial period, but in a transitional stage/state between a now aging colonial era and an emerging post-colonial era that remains to be adequately conceptualized, charted, and mapped. Transition from one era to the next, we are told, is always protracted, contradictory, and usually painful. Best and Kellner, 1997, p. 31. But, the task for contemporary critical theorists is not to jump on the extremely premature post-colonial bandwagon. Lumba, 1998, p. 7. On the contrary, our task is to attempt to explore this transitional moment, to grasp the connections between classical colonialism and neocolonialism, and to project present and future post-colonial possibilities. Hence, one of the most important tasks of a critical anti-colonial theory of contemporary society is to capture and critique both the continuities and discontinuities of the colonial and neocolonial in order to make sense of our currently quite colonized life and language worlds. Although it is prudent to be skeptical and critical of certain segments of post-colonial discourse, and especially the extreme forms of this discourse which attempt to render the assumptions and assertions of anti-colonialists and decolonialists of the past obsolete. It must be admitted that significant changes have taken, and are taking place, and that many of the classical anti-colonial and decolonial theories and practices no longer adequately describe or explain contemporary, neo-colonialism. Whereas the classical colonial period, as Cabral, 1979, pointed out, was distinguished by direct domination. Since the gaining of independence, African and other colonized people, neo-colonized people, if you will, have experienced indirect domination, which unrepentantly remains, I should add, a form of domination nonetheless. p. 128. Africana critical thought at its best has consistently been anti-colonial, and this is especially evident when we turn to the treasure trove of theoretical and practical insights of the Pan-African tradition. 11. Keeping a keen and critical eye on Du Bois' concept of semi-colonialism, it must be borne in mind that colonial status has consistently been extended and expanded to encompass and include the lived experiences and life worlds of the Africans of the diaspora. 12. Further, following Du Bois' line of thinking, and as asserted above, the nature, processes, and effects of colonization have changed, and colonialism in its new forms, just as Du Bois pointed out with the classical, direct domination forms of colonialism, is not something that can be confined simply to people of color in third world and/or underdeveloped countries. If we dare attempt to fully grasp and grapple with this expanded Du Boisian definition of colonialism, then, one of the most daunting questions besetting and bombarding contemporary Africana and other radical anti-colonial theorists is, if the injustices and other inequities of racial colonial rule have not, in fact, been eradicated, and if colonialism continues, albeit in another indirect and/or covered form, how, then, can we combat colonialism in the modern moment? It is here, I think, that we can come to appreciate several aspects of classical anti-colonial and contemporary post-colonial discourse. Lumumba, 1998, stated, "The grand narrative of decolonization has, for the moment, been adequately told and widely accepted. Smaller narratives are now needed, with attention paid to local topography, so that maps can become fuller." p. 252. Many post-colonial theorists are involved in projects of constructing regional or national narratives and, similar to some postmodernists, are excited by the 47. multiplicity of histories that challenge political and cultural monocentrism, and especially Eurocentrism and other linear conceptions of history. 13. Post-colonial discourse has also often provided neo-colonized, anti-colonial and decolonial theorists with a much-needed network and discursive arena in which to compare, contrast, and create coalitions based on common historical experiences and endurances. However, I would be the first to say that contemporary anti-colonial theorists should be suspicious of extreme or strong post-colonialism, and especially those versions which assert that the post in post-colonialism literally means after, as in after-colonialism. For some post-colonial theorists, the extremists, colonialism is a thing of the past and we have already entered into the post-colonial period. Without understanding the reconfiguring nature of colonialism, some post-colonial theorists have conflated changes in the character of colonialism with the death, demise, and/or destruction of colonialism. This is, again, precisely why I assert that Du Bois' concepts of colonialism and semi-colonialism are so important for contemporary anti-colonial, decolonial, and post-colonial theory and praxis. Lumumba, 1998, claims, colonialism was challenged from a variety of perspectives by people who were not all oppressed in the same way or to the same extent, p. 8. This statement helps to highlight the heterogeneous nature of both classical colonialism and neocolonialism. Colonialism took, and is taking place in the lives and on the lands of various peoples who have had comparably different historical experiences. This means, then, that it is important not to gloss over the pre-colonial, colonial, and possible post-colonial life and language worlds of historically and currently colonized people. In our attempts to engage the colonial problem and put forward post-colonial solutions, we should keep in mind that, opposition to colonial rule was spearheaded by forms of national struggle which cannot offer a blueprint for dealing with inequities of the contemporary world order, p. 14. Why? Because the contemporary world is not the world of classical colonialism, and as Arif Derlich, 1994, 1997, 2007, and Crystal Bartolovish, 2000, have pointed out, the connections and power relations between neocolonialism and global, multinational and corporate, capitalism have intensified and are often obscured by the post-structuralist and/or postmodernist conceptually incarcerating jargon of post-colonial theorists. Du Bois serves as a critic and critique of post-colonialism insofar as his discourse demystifies and destabilizes several of the main tenets of post-colonialism. Where it is argued that post-colonialism represents a specific species of thought that theorizes the world after colonialism, Du Bois puts forward the principal features of colonialism, which in turn helps to highlight the fact that although we are not enduring classical colonialism, we are, as Cabral and Nkrumah asserted, experiencing neocolonialism. Du Bois can also be seen as a critic and critique of post-colonialism when it is understood that he refused to reduce colonialism to direct domination or strictly economic exploitation. For Du Bois, 1985a, capitalism and colonialism, as they emanate from European mother countries and metropolises, represent two of the most destructive forces in human history and are today threatening further human death and disaster, p. 233. We, then, as critical and radical anti-colonial theorists, have a solemn duty to develop theory and praxis that counters and combats not only cap. 48.2. Italism and colonialism, but also any and all forms of imperialism. We must consistently build bridges between classical and contemporary anti-colonial thought and practices. Additionally, as Du Bois' discourse accents, there is a real need to critically engage Pan-African and Africana anti-colonial thought traditions, as these traditions may offer much of interest and much that can be instructive in our current struggle, against the ever-present colonialism in most of our lives. Du Bois, 1971b, reminds us once again that the anti-colonial struggle has consistently had as its aim intellectual understanding and cooperation among all colonized peoples in order to bring about at the earliest possible time industrial and spiritual emancipation, p. 208. Finally, we must not be fooled into believing that either colonialism or capitalism, or racial domination and discrimination are things of the past so long as they determine, define, and deform our present. We must consistently fight for freedom, keeping Cabral's, 1972, caveat in mind. Let us go forward, weapons in hand. Let us prepare ourselves each day, and be vigilant, so as not to allow a new form of colonialism to be established in our countries, so as not to allow in our countries any form of imperialism, so as not to allow neocolonialism, already a cancerous growth in certain parts of Africa and of the world, to reach our own countries. p. 85. Du Bois' engagement of colonialism soon gave way to a more serious critique of capitalism. As a system of oppression, colonialism has historically been primarily predicated on robbing people of color of their resources, land, and labor. In a word, or, in a couple of words, colonialism loots their very lives and livelihood. Capitalism, on the other hand, has never conceded to the conventions of the color line. It economically exploits and underdevelops poor whites as well as blacks and other people of color. However, when and where capitalism connects with colonialism, which is almost everywhere considering the historical fact that the rise of capitalism coincides with European imperial expansion around the globe, it exploits people of color in ways in which it does not white workers, because workers of color under a white supremacist capitalist system not only lose their labor, but their sense of self and their kinship with their history and culture. For Du Bois, colonialism and capitalism are two very different oppressive systems that, especially considering their racial, or racist, character, intersect in the lives of people of color, and twice, or thrice, threaten their humanity and ability to contribute to human culture and civilization. The racial political economic aspects of colonialism and capitalism have historically made them inextricable. Where one was found, the other was always there somewhere, in some way as well. This being the case, Du Bois developed what was conceivably the first critical race theory of capitalism. However, he observed at the outset of this venture that one of the major differences involved in the critique of colonialism and the critique of capitalism was the fact that capitalism's economic exploitation extended well beyond the world of color and workers of color. White workers had long leveled serious criticisms of capitalism, and undeniably during the late 19th and early 20th centuries their best work in this vein was embodied in Marxism. Yet, Du Bois pointed out, white Marxists overlooked the racist character of capitalism and diminished and downplayed the political economy. 49. of race and racism in their discourse when Pan-African Marxists consistently brought these issues to the fore. It was with this in mind that Du Bois developed not only a critical race theory of capitalism, but a critical race theory of the Eurocentrism and white supremacism of Marxism as well. His relationship with Marxian theory, and dogma, was long, varied, and intricate, and often obfuscated by both black and white Marxists wishing to claim him for their respective radical camps. In the next section I discuss Du Bois' critiques of capitalism and Marxism, as well as his development of a conception of critical multicultural and trans-ethnic democratic socialism that sought an alternative egalitarian society free from the machinations of racism, capitalism, and colonialism. The Souls of Black and White Marxists, W.E.B. Du Bois' critical race theory of capitalism and Marxism. As intimated in the previous section, Du Bois' critique of colonialism is inextricable from his critique of capitalism. In some senses it could be averred that as he developed his simultaneously socio-historic and politico-economic analyses, beginning with race and racism and quickly connecting them to colonialism and decolonization, Du Bois eventually added capitalism to his anti-imperialist agenda as a major target of oppression and exploitation to be eliminated. On the one hand, one of many things that distinguish his criticisms of capitalism from colonialism involves the fact that from his optic capitalism and colonialism are two very different albeit intimately interrelated violent, oppressive, and exploitive systems that must be approached in a manner that speaks to their specificities. On the other hand, another contributing defining and distinguishing marker of Du Bois' critique of capitalism is linked to the fact that some whites, that is, some members of the ruling race, also understood capitalism to be a violent, oppressive, and exploitive system and had developed critical theory and praxis traditions that could be loosely drawn from and put to use in the Africana fight for freedom and justice. Though, as Du Bois observed early, most white critics of capitalism focused almost exclusively on capitalism's economic exploitative aspects without so much as mentioning how it intersected with and exacerbated racial violence, physical and psychological violence, and racial oppression. This led Du Bois at the outset of his critique of capitalism to simultaneously critique capitalism and the white critics, and their critiques, of capitalism. The white critics of capitalism were critical of it for very different reasons than those of their colored comrades. And, Du Bois was one of the first radical theorists of color, and, perhaps, without a doubt, the first Africana theorist to register this difference. As several interpreters of Du Bois have observed, he had a critical and dialectical relationship with the white critics of capitalism, especially Marxist socialist and communist thought and practice. According to Adolph Reed, 1997, in W.E.B. Du Bois and American Political Thought, everyone agrees that Du Bois died a socialist, but few agree on when he became one or on what kind of socialist he was, p. 83. In W.E.B. Du Bois, Negro Leader in a Time of Crisis, the brutally polemical Francis Broderick, 1959, explains that Du Bois' thought may be difficult to periodize in 52. The manner that many intellectual historians are accustomed to on account of the fact that H's ideas changed constantly, but the major changes came gradually, with a considerable overlap, p. 124. This is an important point, especially considering the present examination of Du Bois' contributions to the deconstruction and reconstruction of radical politics and critical social theory, because it speaks to the systematic, multidimensional, and transdisciplinary quality and character of his thought. Broderick's, 1959, comments in this regard deserve further quotation. Writing month after month on current events, Du Bois did not, of course, abruptly end one period of intellectual change and begin another. He might drop a hint, then wait 20 years before picking it up for further development. His praise of self-sufficient, segregated Negro communities came at the flood tide of the Niagara movement. He was making advances to socialism in 1907, although in early 1908 he affirmed his attachment to the principles of the Republican Party. Africa had an almost mystical fascination for him even on his 25th birthday, but 30 years elapsed before the fascination produced a program of action. Even as the hope for alliance with workers and colored men dominated his thought in the 1930s, a minor theme, self-sufficiency for the Negro community, was rising in a crescendo which by the early 1930s would make it dominant. Conversely, as new ideas came to prominence after the World War, the old ones did not disappear. The essence of his lecture Race Relations in the United States, for the American Academy of Political and Social Science in 1928 could have been written 25 years before. His ideas changed constantly, but the major changes came gradually, with considerable overlap. Pages 123 to 124, see also Du Bois, 1982b, pages 303 to 308. Du Bois' socialism, to use this term loosely, may have never been as scientific, dogmatic, and/or orthodox Marxist as many intellectual historians have claimed, or would like to claim. As he matured, both personally and professionally, his thought took on a chameleonic character, crisscrossing back and forth between the chasms of race and class. His thought often exhibited internal tensions, sometimes appearing unrepentantly race-centered, intensely Pan-African, and bluntly black nationalist, and at other times seeming overly concerned with class, labor, and economic, justice issues. In addition, the complexity and multidimensionality of his thought gave it a contradictory and often confusing character, which, as we will soon see in the subsequent section, was exacerbated by the fact that sexism, particularly patriarchy and/or male supremacy, was also a major item on his anti-imperial agenda right alongside racism, colonialism, and capitalism. Du Bois' criticisms of capitalism, then, are distinguished from those of the white critics of capitalism, especially the Marxists, because his criticisms harbored an acute sensitivity to, and critical employment of subjugated knowledge regarding the ways in which capitalist oppression overlaps, intersects and interconnects with racial and sexual domination and discrimination. 14 Du Bois, indeed, was a socialist, and he openly admitted as much. But, as many black and white Marxist theorists have pointed out, what it meant to be a Marxist or socialist prior to the Russian Revolution of 1917 was very different than claiming to be one after this historic event. Kolakowski, 1978b, 1978c, Service, 1999, 2007, Wade, 1969, 1984, 2001, 2005. Prior to the Russian Revolution, socialism generally entailed a belief in nonviolent social revolution or, rather, social reform. 51. Trade and industrial unionism, public ownership of utilities and properties, municipal improvement, corporate regulation, and a wide range of other economic and public policies and programs. After the Russian Revolution, socialism became the bane of many social circles in capitalist countries because it was purported to be the transitional state between capitalism and communism, as claimed by Karl Marx and his disciples in their theorizations. The Russian Revolution was not the prim and proper, prudent nonviolent textbook revolution that so many French, English, and white American socialists had hoped for and long dreamed about. Burrell, 1991, Carr, 1966, Fitzpatrick, 2001. In fact, according to Roger Gottlieb, 1992, in Marxism 1844-1990, though the Russian communists took state power in the spirit of the ideas of Marx and Engels, their interpretation and practice of communism had virtually nothing in common with Marx's vision of socialism. p. 77, see also from, 1941, 1947, 1955, 1960b, 1961a, 1961b, 1965, Marcuse, 1958. None of this, of course, stopped the Russian communists' actions and interpretations from staining Marxism and socialism in the American social imagination, as the hysteria of the House Committee on Un-American Activities under the auspices of Senator Joseph McCarthy clearly illustrated. Doherty, 2003, Fried, 1997, T. Morgan, 2003, Schrecker, 1998, 2002, Theo Harris, 2002. In the final analysis, similar to the term race, and the terms of racism, at the turn of and throughout the 20th century, socialism has a mercurial and malleable meaning, or set of meanings. 15. Du Bois critically engaged various versions of socialism, or, more generally, Marxism, for many of the same reasons that the Trinitarian triumvirate of C. L. R. James, Oliver C. Cox, and Eric Williams did, because it offered an array of criticisms of capitalism that cut to its core and made visible its obstinately invisible imperial machinations. However, it must be borne in mind that each of the aforementioned continuously criticized Marxism for its neglect of the racial and racist aspects of capitalist culture and political economy. They were never Marxist in any orthodox or doctrinaire sense because, as Du Bois and James's radical thought regularly reminds us, blacks and other non-whites were often seen as threats to white workers, white trade unions, and white labor movements' strides toward economic justice. White supremacy shaped and shaded the white critics of capitalism's theorizations and politics, especially in the socialist and communist parties. This had the effect of placing Du Bois and the other black critics of capitalism outside of the orthodox Marxist orbit. In a sense, this forced them to develop their own race-centered and racism-conscious critiques of capitalism, something the white Marxists had never even dared dream of doing. It also led the black radicals to a critical and, at times, volatile relationship with the white critics of capitalism, Marxism, and Marxist party politics. 16. Just as he had pioneered as a philosopher of race, sociologist of race, Pan-Africanist and anti-colonial theorist, Du Bois recusantly reinterpreted and critically engaged Marxism from perspectives that previously had not been considered by either Marxist or non-Marxist theorists. That is to say that when he critically questioned Marxian theory from an Africana historical, cultural, social, and political frame of reference, or from the position of colored and colonized people generally, he identified several of its theoretic inadequacies. It is the identification of these inadequacies and his development of a distinct critical race theory of capitalism that makes Du Bois stand out among Africana radical theorists. 52. Whether they agreed or disagreed with him, few could escape Du Bois' enormous and almost unfathomable influence on black radicalism during his day. For instance, take into consideration, perhaps, the most noted of the Trinitarian triumvirate, C. L. R. James, who is by many accounts one of the greatest intellectuals the Caribbean has produced, and the subject of the succeeding chapter. In C. L. R. James and Revolutionary Marxism, Scott McLeamy, 1994, argues that though James was highly critical of Du Bois did, in fact, deeply influence him, p. 225. In an often overlooked 1965 tribute to the then recently deceased Du Bois, James, 1977a, revealingly wrote, "There is no need to subscribe to all that Dr. Du Bois has said and done. Only the future can tell to what degree the historical audacities of Du Bois are viable. Dr. Du Bois has always been put forward as one of the great black men and one of the great leaders of the black people. But, I have said that he is one of the great intellectuals, American intellectuals of the 20th century, and today and in years to come his work will continue to expand in importance while the work of others declines." Pages 202, 211. Du Bois' thought appealed to James and others of his ilk because it was culturally grounded, critical, and dialectical. In his approach to Marxism, Du Bois consistently demonstrated his ability to distinguish between its progressive and retrogressive elements. One of the many areas that Du Bois among many other Africana radical theorists found Marxism wanting was in its neglect to theorize the life worlds and lived experiences of the racially oppressed, blacks as well as other non-whites. As early as his 1907 essay, The Negro and Socialism, Du Bois detected and detailed deficiencies in the Marxist tradition which included, among other things, a silence on or an inattention to, race, racism and anti-racist struggle, colonialism and anti-colonial struggle, and, the ways in which both capitalism and colonialism exacerbate not simply the economic exploitation of non-European peoples, but continues, both physical and psychological, colonization beyond the realm of political economy. Du Bois, therefore, laboring long and critically with Marxian theory and methodology, deconstructed it and developed his own original radical, and later revolutionary, democratic socialist theory that, simultaneously built on his pioneering work as a race theorist and anti-colonialist, called for the radical transformation of U.S. society and the power relations of the world, was deeply concerned about and committed to world peace and demanded disarmament, and advocated the liberation of all colonized, politically oppressed, and economically exploited persons. Du Bois was well aware of the fact that anyone in the citadel of supercapitalism, the United States, who openly embraced socialism or Marxism in any of its manifestations would quickly become a social and political pariah. But, against a barrage of black bourgeois and white conservative criticism, he sought democratic socialism and a methodical and meticulous understanding of Marxism. As discussed in greater detail below, Du Bois did not believe that the Russian communists had a monopoly on Marxism any more than he believed that the Marxists put a patent on the critique of capitalism. Marxism was merely one of many tools in Du Bois' ever-evolving critical socio-theoretical framework, and just as the meaning of socialism and Marxism changed as a result of revolutionary praxis and re-theorization, so too did Du Bois'. 53. Relationship with and critical appreciation and or race-conscious rejection of certain aspects of Marxism change. In his classic study, The Golden Age of Black Nationalism, 1850 to 1925, Wilson Moses, 1978, correctly contends, Du Bois was an anti-capitalist long before he was a socialist, p. 138. In 1903, the year he published his watershed work, The Souls of Black Folk, Du Bois wanted nothing whatsoever to do with what he called the cheap and dangerous socialism, cited in Moses, 1978, p. 138. There has long been a tendency in Du Bois studies, and especially among those working on his racial and radical thought, to either exclusively engage his work prior to and including the souls of black folk, or to disavow his early articulations and emphasize the radicalism of his later years. But, this is intellectually disingenuous and, it would seem to me, a great disservice to Du Bois, who spoke and wrote endlessly of our ethical obligation to constantly search for both scientific and social truth. In addition, this elision creates an arbitrary and artificial dichotomy in Du Bois' over that robs contemporary radicals of a paradigm and an opportunity to chart the political growth and development of a classical radical theorist and critic. Traditionally, when Du Bois' radical thought and relationship to socialism has been engaged, three themes predominate the discourse. First, Du Bois is argued to have rashly turned to radicalism, embracing a brand of socialism based on the articulations of white critics of capitalism. This includes Marxists, anti-Marxists, and non-Marxists. Second, the Russian Revolution is reported to have convinced him once and for all of the sanctity of socialism and Marxism. And, third, and the most common claim, his magisterial black Marxian text, Black Reconstruction of Democracy in America, is asserted to represent the completion of his conversion to Marxism. However, Du Bois' texts tell a different tale, and it is to these neglected narratives that I now intend to turn. I will briefly treat each of the three themes before discussing his distinct and constantly developing conception of democratic socialism. With regard to the first theme, Moses, 1978, maintains, Du Bois is remembered as one of the great socialists of the 20th century, and it is easy to forget the conservatism of his intellectual origins, p. 138. However, we should mince no words and make no mistakes about it. Though Du Bois ultimately arrived at socialism, he only became a socialist by gradual stages, p. 138. His embrace of socialism did not entail the type of religious leap of faith or rituals of religious conversion that have historically been associated with some theorists' turn to Marxism. The careful and critical Du Bois came to socialism only after years of studying its theories and observing its practices, and, even after he came to it, it is difficult to say with any accuracy what type of socialism he initially embraced. 17 Though much has been made of Dubois' 1907 essays, Socialist of the Path and the Negro and Socialism, which, of course, reveal his turn to radical thought and socialism, few have commented on the fact that even after his supposed socialist turn, Dubois continued to carry out one of the most thorough criticisms of Marxian theory in radical intellectual history. Many Dubois scholars have observed his historic 1907 turn to socialism, but they do not provide an intellectual archaeology of the crucial why and how he decided to embrace socialism as a political theory and praxis. Further, most Dubois scholars pass over roughly 30 years of his critical writings on socialism and Marxism to quickly get to the tried and true example of his employment of Marxian methodology and major contribution to what 54-2 is currently called Black Marxism. C.J. Robinson, 2000, 2001. I am, of course, referring to Dubois' 1935 classic Black Reconstruction of Democracy in America. 18 Dubois was a consistent critic of Marxism, and not an uncritical and impetuous demagogue and disciple of the white critics of capitalism and their theories. In 1911 he officially joined the Socialist Party. Ironically, in that same year he delivered an address in New York entitled, "Socialism is Too Narrow for Negroes," before an audience of 1,000 socialists. In his speech he told his comrades, "You come to us, and with all the faith that your idea, the idea of socialism inspires you, and you tell the Negro race to join the socialist movement, which aims at the abolition of all ills and inequalities. You will find, however, that the Negro race will look upon you, upon the socialists, with the same suspicion that it looks upon all white men. It will regard you as enemies just as it has been taught to regard all white men." Dubois, 1982b, p. 40. Why will Dubois' beloved black folk look at the socialists with the same suspicion that they look upon all white men, we are all asking. Because, Dubois decidedly continued, the socialist movement really does not offer such a remedy for the race problem as socialists generally think. The socialist movement, like a great many reform movements in religion, in humanitarian and social relations of men, in the labor movement, have been movements which have concerned themselves with the European civilization, with the white races. So long as the socialist movement can put a ban upon any race because of its color, whether that color be yellow or black, the Negro will not feel at home in it. p. 40. In so many words, Dubois was calling his socialist comrades white supremacists and Eurocentrists because their brand of socialism was racially exclusive, focusing narrowly on the European civilization and the white races, as he put it above. Surely this type of intra-party criticism, again, Dubois was a member of the party at this point, was unprecedented in socialist circles at the time. But, because most Dubois scholars rush to Black Reconstruction, they miss many of his seminal criticisms of Eurocentric socialism that led him to develop the distinct methodology of their most beloved book. Now, one may also be wondering, well, why did Dubois join the Socialist Party if he knew it was racist? He quickly and coolly answered, the Socialists were the only party which openly recognizes Negro manhood. According to Manning Marable, 1986, in W.E.B. Dubois, Black Radical Democrat, Dubois' motivations for joining the Socialist Party also grew out of his associations with several of the white socialists who helped him found the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, and his overriding commitment to racial and economic justice, p. 90. Soon, says Marable, socialism was integrated into his larger struggle against racial inequality, p. 90. 19 Dubois' tenure in the Socialist Party was very brief, only lasting 1 year, from 1911 to 1912. As he revealed in Darkwater, he simply could not stomach the fact that his so-called socialist comrades, and a political organization that he was a member of, openly excluded Negroes and Asiatics. Dubois, 1996a, p. 552. Dubois' prompt departure from the party was precipitated by what he perceived to be 55. Its timidity toward concrete criticisms of, as opposed to radical rhetoric against, racial discrimination and racist exclusions within its own ranks. Soon after joining the party he began a campaign to recruit and elect African American officers. But, the white socialists would not budge. Marable, 1986, correctly contends that though Dubois may have resigned from the Socialist Party, he remained a socialist, p. 90. The second recurring theme that dominates the discourse on Dubois' radical thought involves his impression and interpretation of the Russian Revolution and its impact on his outlook. Clearly the Soviet experiment with communism had a deep and profound impact on Dubois. But, again, his interest in the Russian Revolution has often been interpreted as an unequivocal and unflinching acceptance of everything that revolution entailed. However, and in the fashion of his foray into socialism, and Marxism in general, Dubois continued to critically question Russian communism. In fact, he exhibited such an uncharacteristic reticence regarding the Russian Revolution and its immediate aftermath that he was harshly criticized by the Jamaican poet laureate and black radical, Claude McKay. 20. From McKay's optic, Dubois had written critically of the Russian Revolution and was therefore a traitor to the working classes and black masses because, as McKay fumed, the Negro in politics and social life is ostracized only technically by the distinction of color. In reality the Negro is discriminated against because he is the lowest type of worker, McKay quoted in Dubois, 1995a, p. 531. Now, it is Dubois' rejoinder to McKay that sheds light on his position on the Russian Revolution and possibly lays to rest incredulous claims regarding his early, extremely critical interpretation of it. Dubois' blazing response to McKay was entitled, The Negro and Radical Thought. In the essay he takes Mr. McKay to task for privileging class over race, something several critics of Dubois would argue that he did in his later work, and making the erroneous assumption that he sneered at the Russian Revolution. Dubois, 1995a, declared, "We have one chief cause, the emancipation of the Negro, and to this all else must be subordinated, not because other questions are not important but because to our mind the most important social question today is recognition of the darker races." Turning now to that marvelous set of phenomena known as the Russian Revolution, Mr. McKay is wrong in thinking that we have ever intentionally sneered at it. On the contrary, time may prove, as he believes, that the Russian Revolution is the greatest event of the 19th and 20th centuries, and its leaders the most unselfish prophets. At the same time the crisis does not know this to be true. Russia is incredibly vast, and the happenings there in the last 5 years have been intricate to a degree that must make any student pause. We sit, therefore, with waiting hands and listening ears, seeing some splendid results from Russia, and hearing other things which frighten us. p. 532. At first issue is Dubois' unapologetic display of black nationalism. In his words, we have one chief cause: the emancipation of the Negro. In addition, and this should be underscored, it must be borne in mind that he made this statement well nigh 15 years after his supposed socialist turn in 1907. Again, I refute the claim that he was a Marxist socialist in any orthodox or doctrinaire sense. In fact, what we see here is Dubois being highly critical of a radical of African descent, the fact that he was a Negro poet of distinction notwithstanding who had accepted. 56-2. The orthodox Marxist obsession with economics and overemphasis on class struggle, p. 531. And finally, Dubois' comments on the Russian Revolution reveal that 5 years after that marvelous set of phenomena he was still not convinced or committed to the Russian version of communism. However, and in characteristic fashion, he did remind his radical Negro readers that the immediate work for the American Negro lies in America and not in Russia, pages 532 to 533. He also counseled black radicals to continue to question socialism and communism, all the while he was extending and expanding his critique, or, rather, his critical race theory of Marxism. Dubois rhetorically questioned and answered. What is today the right program of socialism? The editor of The Crisis considers himself a socialist, but he does not believe that German state socialism or the dictatorship of the proletariat are perfect panaceas. He believes with most thinking men that the present method of creating, controlling, and distributing wealth is desperately wrong, that there must come and is coming a social control of wealth, but he does not know just what form that control is going to take, and he is not prepared to dogmatize with Marx or Lenin. Further than that, and more fundamental to the duty and outlook of The Crisis, is this question: how far can the colored people of the world, and particularly the Negroes of the United States, trust the working classes? Many honest thinking Negroes assume, and Mr. McKay seems to be one of these, that we have only to embrace the working class program to have the working class embrace ours, that we have only to join trade unionism and socialism or even communism, as they are today expounded, to have union labor and socialists and communists believe and act on the equality of mankind and the abolition of the color line. The Crisis wishes that this were true, but it is forced to the conclusion that it is not. P. 533. 15 years after his supposed socialist turn, and 5 years after the Russian Revolution, Du Bois considered himself a socialist but was not prepared to dogmatize with Marx or Lenin. This may seem curious to many contemporary readers, but, again, Du Bois did not think that the Marxists had a monopoly on socialism. In 1921 he continued to carry out his critique of Marxism, calling into question its usefulness to the racially oppressed, and particularly people of African origin and descent. It was racial discrimination and racist exclusionism, not only by white capitalists but also by white workers, that distinguished the plight of the black worker. Black workers were black before they were ever even considered workers, which in many white supremacist capitalists, unionists, labor organizers, and workers' minds precluded blacks from ever being workers in either a Marxian or non-Marxian sense. This is to say that black workers were never thought of in the raceless terms in which white workers were thought of when white Marxists, economists, labor scholars, political scientists, and sociologists, among many others, theorized the working class. R.D.G. Kelly, 1994, 1997a. Black workers were always and ever raced first, to shamelessly appropriate Marcus Garvey's famous phrase for my own critical theoretical purposes. The bottom line, and the main point Du Bois wanted to make in the passage above, was that white workers undeniably suffer severely within a capitalist system. But, he emphatically emphasized, being a white worker within a white supremacist capitalist system is not nearly as tragic and traumatic as being black and a worker in a white supremacist capitalist system. Marable, 1983, 1993, 1995, 1996, 1997, 2002. 57. 15 years after the Negro and Radical Thought, Du Bois produced what many critics have long hailed as his definitive statement on the differences between the white worker and the black worker, his 1935 masterpiece Black Reconstruction of Democracy in America. This, of course, brings us to the third and final theme that dominates the discourse on Du Bois' radicalism and distinct democratic socialism. With the publication of Black Reconstruction, a book C.L.R. James, 1977a, p. 211, said is and is likely to continue to be one of the finest history books ever written, Du Bois is purported to have finally shown his hand and crossed over completely to Marxism. Critics have taken great pleasure in pointing out this or that Marxian element or influence in his later radical writings, especially in Black Reconstruction. But, the truth of the matter is, one-dimensional, narrow-minded, and Eurocentric interpretations of Du Bois do his Africana intellectual history-making legacy a great disservice and robs contemporary critical theorists of an opportunity to explore the richness and wide range and reach of his dialectical thought. Indeed, Black Reconstruction is one of many watershed works in Du Bois' corpus, and my critical remarks here should not be confused with criticisms of the book, which, incidentally, will not be directly engaged in this instance, but more criticisms of the book's reception. Black Reconstruction's reception, and we could say, Contemporary reception of classical reception of this text is important here in terms of developing Africana critical theory, because if this important work in black radicalism is interpreted as a work wholly within the Marxian tradition, then, Du Bois quickly and logically, from a mainstream Marxist and Eurocentrist frame of reference, which are virtual one and the same, becomes a disciple or, worst, an ideologue in a tradition in which he actually innovated, created, and contributed new critical concepts and categories of analysis and praxis. My efforts here are primarily geared toward exposing the fact that even after he wrote Black Reconstruction, Du Bois did not uncritically accept Marxism, but continued to draw from those aspects of the theory which he understood to offer the greatest contribution to his one chief cause, the emancipation of the Negro. Moreover, let us bear in mind that for Du Bois all else must be subordinated to the one chief cause, not because other questions are not important, but because to our mind the most important social question today is recognition of the darker races. I utterly agree with the two-time Pulitzer Prize-winning Du Bois biographer, David Levering Lewis, in W.E.B. Du Bois, The Fight for Equality and the American Century, 1919–1963, when he noted, "The book Black Reconstruction represented one of those genuine paradigm shifts periodically experienced in a field of knowledge, one that sunders regnant interpretations into the before and after of its sudden, disorienting emergence." Had he ventured to paraphrase Marx, who both inspires and deforms the book, Du Bois might well have observed that he had set Reconstruction historiography upright after finding it standing on its head. D. L. Lewis, 2000, p. 367. Black Reconstruction represents and registers as a genuine paradigm shift because it recasts both Reconstruction historiography and Marxian historical materialism from the black point of view, a cool-penned Lewis quipped regarding the methodological orientation of Du Bois' Reconstruction research from his 1910 bombshell Reconstruction and its Benefits through to Black Reconstruction, p. 351. 58-2. Du Bois maintained a critical relationship with Marxism from the time of his supposed socialist turn in 1907 and up to and even after the publication of Black Reconstruction in 1935. In 1936, ironically a year after Black Reconstruction had a ripple effect on Reconstruction historiography and supposedly made him the black Marxist par excellence, Du Bois continued to carry out his criticism of socialism and communism in an obscure and often overlooked Journal of Negro Education essay entitled, Social Planning for the Negro, Past and Present. The essay is essentially a history of African American social and political thought and movements, from enslavement to his epoch, then 1936. After accenting the rebellions of Denmark Vesey and Nat Turner, noting Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad, highlighting Paul Cuffe's emigration plan, praising John Brown and Frederick Douglass for their revolutionary abolitionism, and, writing almost objectively of Booker T. Washington and his accommodationist program, the essay gives way to its concluding section, which Du Bois dubbed the present dilemma. Emphasis should be placed on the last section of Du Bois' essay because it represents one of the first times he discussed African Americans and their then current conditions after the publication of Black Reconstruction. Black Reconstruction was a critical look at African Americans' past from the black point of view, a la Lewis, where Social Planning for the Negro, Past and Present, as the title suggests, was an examination of African Americans' classical and contemporary conditions from the black point of view. In addition, the final section of Du Bois' essay is a clarion example of his continued critical relationship with Marxism after the publication of Black Reconstruction. Du Bois, 1982 c., begins the section, The Present Dilemma, by putting forward his long-held contention that the problem of race discrimination always cuts across and hinders the settlement of other problems, p. 36. The problem he is hinting at here has to do with both race and class, actually racial oppression and economic exploitation in the forms of racism and capitalism. Faced with the reality of the economic depression in the U.S. at that time, Du Bois argued that African Americans had three options available to them: 1. Toward invoking the protection of restored capitalism, 2. A movement toward alliance with organized labor, and 3. A movement toward socialism, p. 36. With regard to the first and second options, Dubois succinctly stated, "There is only one haven of refuge for the American Negro. He must recognize that his attempt to enter the ranks of capital as an exploiter came too late, if it were ever a worthy ideal for a group of workers. He is now forever excluded by the extraordinary monopoly which white capital and credit have upon the machines and materials of the world. Moreover, that solution after all was possible only for the few. The great mass of Negroes belong to the laboring class." Pages 37 to 38. African Americans simply could not join with the capitalists and bourgeois bureaucrats because they had no capital, and even if and when they did produce or procure capital, racism still reared its ugly head and horns. Besides, Dubois questioned, is it a worthy ideal, economically exploiting others? And, considering African Americans' historical experiences at the hands, and under the boots, of white supremacist capitalists, aren't blacks almost inherently anti-capitalist or 59? Rather, shouldn't, based on their historical experiences and endurances, blacks be almost inherently anti-capitalist? Keep in mind, Dubois declared, the great mass of Negroes belong to the laboring class and historically have been ever since Africans first came to the Americas in shackles and chains at the dawn of the 16th century. The first option was, therefore, quickly dispelled. As far as the second option of African Americans joining the unions, racism again proved a decisive factor. The Unionists, as Dubois discussed in the American Federation of Labor and the Negro, were white supremacists who saw blacks as job stealers and would not allow them to join the unions. There went the second option, dismissed with Dubois' characteristic quick wit and uncomplicated brevity. This left, then, the third and final option, socialism. Dubois, 1982 c. demurely mused. Suppose, now, that the Negro turns to the promise of socialism whither I have long looked for salvation. I was once a member of the celebrated Local No. 1 in New York. I am convinced of the essential truth of the Marxian philosophy and believe that eventually land, machines, and materials must belong to the state, that private profit must be abolished, that the system of exploiting labor must disappear, that people who work must have essentially equal income, and that in their hands the political rulership of the state must eventually rest. Notwithstanding the fact that I believe this is the truth and that this truth is being gradually exemplified by the Russian experiment, I must nevertheless ask myself seriously, how far can American Negroes forward this eventual end? What part can they expect to have in a socialistic state and what can they do now to bring about this realization? And my answer to this has long been clear. There is no automatic power in socialism to override and suppress race prejudice. This has been proven in America, it was true in Germany before Hitler, and the analogy of the Jews in Russia is for our case entirely false and misleading. One of the worst things that Negroes could do today would be to join the American Communist Party or any of its many branches. The Communists of America have become dogmatic exponents of the inspired word of Karl Marx as they read it. They believe, apparently, in immediate, violent, and bloody revolution, and they are willing to try any and all means of raising hell anywhere and under any circumstances. This is a silly program even for white men. For American colored men, it is suicide. In the first place, its logical basis is by no means sound. The great and fundamental change in the organization of industry which Karl Marx with his splendid mind and untiring sacrifice visualized must, to be sure, be brought about by revolution, but whether in all times and places and under all circumstances that revolution is going to involve war and bloodshed, is a question which every sincere follower of Marx has a right to doubt. p. 38. Dubois began on a sincere and somber note, revealing his belief in the promise of socialism and the essential truth of the Marxian philosophy. Next, he outlines socialism and solemnly sings some of its praises, laying bare its emphasis on utilizing natural, technological, and human resources in the best interest of the most needy among the masses, the laboring classes, and future generations. Socialism had a certain long-standing appeal for Dubois, 1986 c., not simply because he believed that it was the end to economic reform, pages 49 to 53. But, it also appealed to him because it was a system of social organization that resembled ancient African communalism, where crops are divided, not necessarily according to the amount of 62 work that the man does or the efficiency of it, but according to the needs of the members of the tribe. Dubois, 1971 c. p. 165. This last point is one that often goes overlooked by students of Dubois' radical writings, even those working in Africana studies, but it is extremely important nevertheless. 21 Now, back to the previous passage, we come to the crux of Dubois' criticisms of Marxist socialism and communism. There is no automatic power in socialism or communism to override and suppress race prejudice. Dubois had read those well-worn famous first few pages of the Communist Manifesto, where Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote with great glee of the global triumph of the white bourgeoisie over the colonized colored world's cultural and historical formations. In an almost knee-jerk reaction, which has since become an unspoken rite of passage among black radicals, Dubois critically queried, what happens when socialists or communists are white supremacists and Eurocentrists? This is a question that Karl Marx and many of his communist comrades never considered, because very frequently they suffered from white supremacism and Eurocentrism, and looked on European imperial expansion as a necessary evil that opened up fresh ground for the rising bourgeoisie that would ultimately forge weapons that bring death to itself. Marx and Engels, 1978, pages 474, 478, see also Marx, 1972, C.W. Mills, 2003a, Rabaka, 2008a, C.J. Robinson, 2000, 2001, Serekwaberhan, 1990, 1994. Dubois pleaded with African Americans and other colored men not to join the Communist or Socialist Party, as he had done, but to organize among themselves, study socialism and communism from their own independent frames of reference, and develop race-centered and racism-conscious critiques of capitalism, as well as Marxism. 22 It was not simply the racism and Eurocentrism of the white socialists and communists that Dubois took issue with. He also felt that their emphasis on immediate, violent, and bloody revolution was not feasible for African Americans who at the time constituted less than 10% of the U.S. population. White communists and socialists could advocate immediate, violent, and bloody revolution to the white working class because they were the majority of the U.S. population and, thus, stood a greater chance of destabilizing the imperial economic order. However, for black folk to take this position, from Dubois' optic, was not only untenable but quite simply suicide. In an extremely unorthodox and heretic manner, Dubois, 1982 c., was searching for an alternative to violent social revolution, but he never ruled out self-defensive violence as a last resort, stating, "We abhor violence and bloodshed, we will join no movement that advocates a program of violence, except as the last defense against aggression." p. 39. 23 Dubois was acutely aware of blacks' social status and political position in the white supremacist world. By this time, circa 1936, he had undertaken several studies of lynching and mob violence and, as a result, was painfully cognizant of the fact that white supremacists had no regard whatsoever for black life. 24 His criticisms of Marxism here were groundbreaking in the sense that he exposed the nexus between white conservatives, white liberals, and white radicals, their whiteness and, conscious and or unconscious, adherence to white supremacy. Dubois may have been duped when he joined the Socialist Party in 1911, but now he knew that the white socialists and communists could be just as white supremacist as the white capitalists. The white communists and socialists had volumes of radical rhetoric regarding the brotherhood of mankind and the equality and inherent rights of all workers. 61. When in all actuality they meant white workers and even more, as we will see in the next section, they meant white male workers. Each time Dubois criticized the white socialists or communists, it forced him to dig deeper and develop his own independent version of democratic socialism, one distinctly race-centered and racism-conscious. It was premature to spend too much time theorizing communism since, along orthodox Marxist lines, Dubois believed that socialism must precede communism. As he asserted in The Negro and Socialism, the salvation of persons of color, and people of African descent in particular, lies in socialism. Dubois, 2000a, p. 418. However, he was extremely adamant in stating that continental and diasporan Africans should not graft Eurocentric, Marxist-Leninist, and/or Asiacentric, Maoist, communism or socialism onto Africana life worlds, but that they should study socialism, its rise in Europe and Asia, and its peculiar suitability for the emancipation of Africa and its diaspora, p. 416. Dubois maintained that the question of the method by which the socialist state can be achieved must be worked out by experiment and reason and not by dogma. Whether or not methods which were right and clear in Russia and China fit our circumstances is for our intelligence to decide, p. 418. In its broadest sense, socialism, according to Dubois in Socialism and the American Negro, means the ownership of capital by the state, the regulation of all industry in the interests of citizens and not for private profit of the few, and the building of a welfare state where all men work according to ability and share income according to need. 1985a, p. 295. However, he is quick to point out that the complete socialism called communism has been reached by no nation, and he included the politico-economic experiments of the Soviet Union, Russia, and China in his analysis, p. 295. In attempting to understand Dubois' connections and contributions to the deconstruction and reconstruction of radical politics and critical social theory, it is important to point out, as Cedric Robinson, 2000, has in Black Marxism, that Dubois was one of the first American theorists to sympathetically confront Marxist thought in critical and independent terms, p. 207. Because of the brevity of his tenure in the Socialist Party, which he felt betrayed African Americans on account of its internal racial hierarchy, which replicated U.S. society and the European imperial impulse, and the socialists' non-existent, or, at the least, half-hearted, external critique and confrontation of racism, and considering his long-standing distrust of the Communist Party, the party which drove him to unflinchingly state, American Negroes do not propose to be the shock troops of the Communist Revolution, driven out in front to death, cruelty and humiliation in order to win victories for whites workers. It is not hard to understand how or why I, following Robinson, read Dubois as more of a critic of Marxism than a Marxist in any dogmatic, orthodox, or Eurocentric sense. Dubois, 1995a, p. 591, C. J. Robinson, 2000, p. 228. Dubois is easily understood to be a contributor to the deconstruction and reconstruction of radical politics and critical social theory when and where the critique of both capitalism and Marxism are acknowledged as basic characteristics of radical politics and critical social theory. Aguirre, 1992a, 1992b, 2006, Kellner, 1989, 1990b, 1990c, 1993, 1995, Wilkerson and Paris, 2001. And, when his critiques of capitalism and Marxism are coupled with his pioneering work as an anti-racist and anti-colonial theorist, Dubois immediately emerges as an innovator in the critical 62-2 theory tradition, Africana or otherwise. An innovator who broadened critical theory's base by using Africana liberation thought and revolutionary practices as his foundation and grounding point of departure. It was not simply capitalism and class struggle that impeded socialism from Dubois' increasingly radical point of view, but equally racial domination and discrimination weighed in. Where he began his adventure in socialism toying with its most conservative, reformist, and gradualist strains, historical happenings on the world scene and the acute and increasing economic exploitation of blacks in white supremacist capitalist societies led him to couple his critical race and anti-colonial theory with critical class theory. As a consequence, Du Bois developed some of the first race/class theory and criticisms of Marxism from an Africana frame of reference. However, race and class were not the only issues Du Bois believed were deterring a democratic socialist society. There was also the problem of gender domination and discrimination, something the Prophet of Problems wrote extensively about, but an issue that Du Bois scholars and critics have buried beneath a barrage of criticism regarding his race manhood, black radicalness, and/or lack of skills as a literateur. The concluding section of this chapter, then, will be devoted to the often overlooked anti-sexist dimension, of Du Bois' dialectical thought and critical socio-theoretical discourse. The Souls of Black Female Folk, W.E.B. Du Bois' anti-sexist critical theory of contemporary society. Du Bois' contributions to critical theory, and Africana critical theory in specific, are perhaps ultimately most distinguished by his passionate pro-women politics, or, what Michael Awkward, 2000, dubs, Du Bois' male feminism, which amazingly integrates each of the aforementioned areas of critical inquiry, anti-racism, anti-colonialism, and anti-capitalism into a full-fledged critical socio-theoretical framework. Du Bois claimed in his classic essay, The Study of Negro Problems, 1898, that the omission of persons of African descent from the realm of social scientific study, and their relegation and reduction to paradigms par excellence of pathology when they are studied, robs all true lovers of humanity who hold higher the pure ideals of science of the rigorous and robust practice of a truly human science, p. 23. In this same vein, he also argued that there could be no authentic human science unless and until the contradictions and conundrums of women's sociality, that is, women's socio-political lived experiences and lived endurances, their social life realities in this man-ruled world, and their relations among themselves and to men were critically reflected in social scientific and other humanistic studies of the social world. Du Bois, 1995a, p. 297. 25. Though many read him as an archetypal race man, according to Joy James, 1997, in Transcending the Talented Tenth, Du Bois actually practiced a politics remarkably progressive for his time and ours, p. 36. 26. James notes, Du Bois confronted race, class, and gender oppression while maintaining conceptual and political linkages between the struggles to end racism, sexism, and war, pages 36 to 37. His socio-theoretical framework was dynamic and constantly integrated diverse components of African American liberation theory, Pan-Africanism and anti-colonial. 63. Theory, women's liberation theory, peace and international political theory, and Marxist and non-Marxist class theory, among others. In The Souls of Black Women Folk, in the writings of W.E.B. Du Bois, the greatly esteemed African American feminist and literary theorist Nellie McKay, 1990, contends, at a time when black male writers concentrated their efforts on the social, economic, and educational advancement of black men as the leaders of the race, Du Bois is something of an anomaly in his recognition that black women were equal partners in the struggle to claim the human dignity all black people were seeking, p. 236. Moreover, in Daughters of Sorrow, Attitudes Toward Black Women, 1880 to 1920, the lionized African American literary and feminist theorist Beverly Guy Sheftel, 1990, maintains that Du Bois was not only one of the most passionate defenders of black women, but also one of the most outspoken male-feminists in African American history and, more generally, American history, p. 13. In fact, in Guy Sheftel's opinion, Du Bois devoted his life's work to the emancipation of blacks and women, p. 161, emphasis in original. 27. In W.E.B. Du Bois, Black Radical Democrat, celebrated African American historian, political scientist, and social theorist Manning Marable, 1986, echoes Guy Sheftel's observations, declaring, like Douglas, Du Bois was probably the most advanced male leader of his era on the question of gender inequality and women's suffrage, though he was deeply troubled by the racism within the white women's movement, p. 85. Particularly perplexing for Du Bois was the white women's movement's inattention to and perpetuation of racism. For instance, Du Bois was bothered by the racial politics of the National American Woman Suffrage Association, whose president, Carrie Chapman Catt, asserted that democratic rights had been granted to African American men with possibly ill-advised haste, producing perilous conditions in U.S. society as it introduced into the body politic vast numbers of irresponsible citizens. Belle Carney, the Mississippi suffragist leader, practiced an even more overtly anti-black racist politics by advocating that white women's enfranchisement would guarantee, among other things, an immediate and more durable white supremacy, cited in Marable, 1986, p. 85, see also Blee, 1991, 2002, Caraway, 1991, Ferber, 2004, Newman, 1999, Roth, 2003, Twine and Blee, 2001, Ware, 1992. Du Bois, 1995a, in characteristic fashion, shot back. Every argument for Negro suffrage is an argument for woman's suffrage, every argument for woman's suffrage is an argument for Negro suffrage, both are great movements in democracy, p. 298. In terms of developing Africana critical theory of contemporary society, what I am most interested in here is how Du Bois maintained, as James put it above, conceptual and political linkages between various anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-colonial, and anti-capitalist thought traditions and socio-political movements. Unlike most of the critics in the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory, Du Bois did not downplay gender domination and discrimination. Anne Fraser, 1991, Heberly, 2006, Meehan, 1995. On the contrary, he placed the critique of sexism and racism right alongside the critique of capitalism, class analysis, and class conflict theory. In tune with the thinking of many Marxist feminists and socialist feminists, Du Bois was critical of both capitalism and patriarchy. Gilman and Weinbaum, 2007, A. E. Weinbaum, 2001, see also M.J. Burrell, 1981, Eisenstein, 1979, Holmstrom, 2002, Sargent, 1981, B. Weinbaum, 1978. He understood women, in general, to have 64 great potential as agents of social transformation because of their simultaneous experience of capitalist exploitation and sexist oppression. However, similar to contemporary Africana anti-sexist social theorists, both black feminists and womanists, Du Bois understood women of African origin and descent, in particular, to have even greater potential as agents of radical social change on account of their simultaneous experience of racism, sexism, and economic exploitation, whether under capitalism or colonialism. Guy Sheftel, 1995, Hooks, 1981, 1984, 1995, Hudson Weems, 1995, 1997, 2004, James and Sharpley Whiting, 2000, Namika. 1998. Du Bois' socio-theoretical framework, therefore, has immense import for the discussion at hand so far as it provides Africana critical theory with a paradigm and point of departure for developing a multi-perspectival social theory that is simultaneously critical of racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism. Du Bois developed theory that was simultaneously critical of racism, colonialism, capitalism, and traditional Marxism. In the remainder of this chapter I will bring this thought into dialogue with his contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation. Similar to the iconic African American intellectual activist ancestor Frederick Douglass, 1992, Du Bois demanded that women's human and civil rights be respected and protected. But, beyond Douglass, Du Bois thoroughly theorized and strategized woman suffrage and female equality, argues Gary Lemons, 2001, and Nellie McKay, 1985, 1990, from a standpoint grounded in the lived experiences, literature, and critical thought of black women, Lemons, 2001, p. 74. Bringing his critique of capitalism and careful study of modern political economy to bear on this man-ruled world and its absurd sex conditions, Du Bois again, faithfully following Frederick Douglass, advocated that women have equal pay for equal work, stating, "We cannot abolish the new economic freedom of women. We cannot imprison women again in a home or require them all on pain of death to be nurses and housekeepers." Du Bois, 1995a, pages 289, 297, 309, see also Douglass, 1992, pages 63 to 65. 28. Many Du Bois scholars have pointed out that Du Bois prophesied that the problem of the 20th century would be the problem of the color line, see Anderson and Zuberi, 2000, Andrews, 1985, Bell, Groschals, and Stewart, 1996, Clark, Jackson, Kaiser, and Odell, 1970, Fontenot, 2001, Fontenot and Keller, 2007. However, what many of these scholars have often failed to mention is the fact that Du Bois made the statement in 1900, in To the Nations of the World, and that he augmented and revised this thesis several times within the remaining 63 years of his life, see Du Bois, 1995a, pages 639 to 641, see also Rabaka, 2007a. In fact, by the time he published Darkwater in 1920, Du Bois, 1995a, stressed not only the sex conditions, sex equality and sex freedom of women, but he also asserted that women are passing through, not only a moral, but an economic revolution, pages 308, 311. Further, 43 years before his death, Du Bois, seemingly unbeknownst to the great majority of past and present Du Bois scholars and critics, stated, "The uplift of women is, next to the problem of the color line and the peace movement, our greatest modern cause," p. 309, see also Gilman and Weinbaum, 2007. 29. Du Bois developed a critical sociology, according to the noted black feminist sociologist Cheryl Townsend Gilkes, 1996, which emphasized that gender, race, and class intersected in the lives of black women to foster an important critical perspective. 65. Or Standpoint, pages 117, 112, see also Lookal, 1996. Standpoint is a term currently employed in black feminist discourse, and feminist discourse in general, to denote, as another noted black feminist sociologist, Patricia Hill Collins, 1996, points out, the fact that, first, black women's political and economic status provides them with a distinctive set of experiences that offers a different view of material reality than that available to other groups. The unpaid and paid work that black women perform, the types of communities in which they live, and the kinds of relationships they have with others suggest that African American women, as a group, experience a different world than those who are not black and female. Second, these experiences stimulate a distinctive black feminist consciousness concerning that material reality. In brief, a subordinate group not only experiences a different reality than a group that rules, but a subordinate group may interpret that reality differently than a dominant group. p. 223, 30. Du Bois believed that women, and women of African descent in particular, were, within white and male supremacist societies, a subordinate group who by dint of hard labor and harsh living conditions had developed a distinct gender, racial and class consciousness. 31. With the virtues of her sex utterly ignored, the primal black all-mother of men, the African mother endured, on Du Bois' 1995a account, the crushing weight of slavery only to be resubjugated in a world that claimed to worship both virgins and mothers, but in the end despises motherhood and despoils virgins, pages 304, 300, 301, 300. African American women, in the period after de jure American slavery, were flung into a world where they were dominated and discriminated against simultaneously on account of their race and gender. Their subordination, then, was inherent though implicit on many accounts in the evolving social ontology and social ecology of white and male supremacist U.S. society. 32. The chronic experience and effects of the interlocking, intersecting, and overlapping nature of race, gender, class and, as of late, sexuality have led many Africana women's liberation theorists to posit that women of African descent experience a reality that is distinctly different from the lived experiences and life struggles of those persons who are not black and female. Theories of double, triple, and multiple jeopardy abound but, curiously, rarely if ever has Du Bois' contributions to women's decolonization and women's liberation figured prominently in this discourse. 33. Du Bois spent the great bulk of his life and intellectual energy wrestling with different forms of domination and discrimination, and though he often missed the mark in his personal life, I am tempted to say, in his personal affairs, with women, specifically his wife and daughter, there remains much that can, and should, be salvaged from his anti-sexist social thought. To leave Du Bois to the traditional race-man line is, to my logic, to throw the baby out with the bath water. The more radical and critical thing to do is to search for and salvage what we can from Du Bois' life work that will aid us in our endeavors to develop an Africana critical theory of contemporary society, which includes a definite and distinctive anti-sexist dimension alongside its anti-racism, anti-colonialism, and anti-capitalism. This, then, is an effort to build on and go beyond Du Bois. It is aimed at bringing his anti-sexist social thought into dialogue with past and present Africana women's liberation theorists. 66-2. As with any thought system or philosophical method, there are things that are positive and others that are negative in Du Bois' discourse, which, of course, brings us to the question of dialectics. Rabaka, 2008a. A dialectical approach to Du Bois enables us to simultaneously acknowledge the sexism he practiced at specific intervals in his private life, while focusing on his production and promotion of anti-sexist positions and policies in his public life. This approach, also, opens objective interpreters of Du Bois to the fact that he, as is common with many men struggling against their sexist socialization and the madness of male supremacy, may very well have concomitantly and contradictorily had instances of sexist thought and behavior in both his public and private life worlds. However, were we to highlight Du Bois' sexism without accenting his anti-sexism, or, vice versa, we would be producing and practicing the very type of one-dimensional interpretation and thought that critical theory purports to be combating and offering ethical and radical alternatives. Because he has long been cast in the race-man cloak, it is difficult for many Du Bois scholars and critics to look at his life and work from multidimensional theoretical optics. What I wish to accent here, above all else, are those aspects of Du Bois' life work that contribute to the development of Africana critical theory, which means that I am primarily concerned with those aspects of his discourse that critique domination and provide the promise of liberation. The Du Bois that I am interested in, then, indeed did sometimes harbor subtle sexist sentiments, but, by the same token, the Du Bois that I am engaging here also did not shy away from the forms of domination and discrimination that women, and particularly women of African descent, experienced as a result of white and male supremacy. Surely his essays such as, The Work of Negro Women in Society, The Black Mother, Hail Columbia, Woman Suffrage, The Damnation of Women, and Sex and Racism, to name only a few, are sincere testimonies and solemn testaments that affirm his heartfelt assertion in the last paragraph of The Damnation of Women, I honor the women of my race. Du Bois, 1995a, p. 311. 34. Divulging the fact that women of African descent have struggled with the multiple realities of gender, racial, and economic or caste oppression, Joy James, similar to Cheryl Townsend Gilkes, contends that Africana women have created space for a more viable democracy. James and Sharpley Whiting, 2000, p. 1, see also Gilkes, 1996, pages 114, 116 to 117. Democracy, one of the most prevalent and pervasive themes in Du Bois' discourse, has not and will never exist so long as any human group, no matter how small or so-called minority, is excluded from the civic decision-making processes of their respective national communities and the international community. Du Bois included women when he spoke of peasants, laborers, and socially damned persons who must always be considered if the United States, or any nation for that matter, is to achieve anything remotely close to democracy. For instance, in Darkwater, in the chapter ironically entitled Of the Ruling of Men, Du Bois, 1969a, asserted, "Today we are gradually coming to realize that government by temporary coalition of small and diverse groups may easily become the most efficient method of expressing the will of man and of setting the human soul free. No nation, race, or sex, has a monopoly on ability or ideas. No human group is so small as to deserve to be ignored." 67. As a part, and as an integral and respected part, of the mass of men. Above all, no group of 12 million black folk, even though they are at the physical mercy of 100 million white majority, can be deprived of a voice in government and of the right to self-development without a blow at the very foundations of all democracy and all human uplift. No modern nation can shut the gates of opportunity in the face of its women, its peasants, its laborers, or its socially damned. How astounded the future world citizen will be to know that as late as 1918 great and civilized nations were making desperate endeavor to confine the development of ability and individuality to one sex, that is, to one half of the nation, and he will probably learn that a similar effort to confine humanity to one race lasted 100 years longer. Pages 153 to 154. Du Bois directed his intellectual attention to the plight of black women, and they were, so far as he was concerned, an integral and respected part of his beloved black folk. In fact, the woman of African descent, the primal black all-mother of men, could not and would not be held in check, neither by white nor male supremacy. Why? Because she was leading both a moral and an economic revolution. Du Bois, 1995a, pages 300, 308. Gilkes, 1996, contends that for Du Bois, black women represent a unique force for progressive change in the United States because of the degree, to which they experience and endure various forms of racial and gender oppression and economic exploitation, p. 113. Where most of the male social theorists of his age placed a greater emphasis on class theory, class formation, class consciousness, and the impact of political economy on culture and society, Du Bois engaged the intersections of class, race, and gender, utilizing Africana lived experiences and liberation thought and practices as a model for his theories of social change and concept of an ever-expanding, all-inclusive trans-ethnic, transgender, and transgenerational democracy. Gilkes goes on to say, Du Bois' vision pointed to a society that could confront, respect, and embrace the gifts of all, p. 133. His was a critical sociological imagination and prophetic radical democratic vision that neither limited itself to the issues of the white male bourgeoisie nor the white male proletariat, as was the dominant sociological trend of his day, but Du Bois decidedly and solemnly sought to develop a broad theory of history that concerned itself with an even broader and bolder conception and development of democracy and of American culture, p. 114. Going against the socio-theoretical grain of his times, as Gilkes observes, Du Bois staunchly opposed the subordination of the problems of gender and race in the development of sociological theory, p. 117. Hence, here again, Du Bois' critical socio-theoretical framework is distinguished from that of classical European, white American, and Frankfurt School social theorists, who by most accounts relegated race and gender and, more specifically, racism and sexism not merely to the margins, but to intellectual and actual oblivion. See J.C. Alexander, 2001, Alexander, Budin, and Cherkawy, 1997, Budin, Cherkawy, and Alexander, 1997, Calhoun, 2002, Ferrarati, 2003, Giddens, 1971, Hughes, Sherrock. and Martin, 2003, Ray, 1999, Roche de Coppens, 1976, K.H. Tucker, 2002, B.S. Turner, 1999. When race and gender do register in classical and contemporary Eurocentric critical and social theory, they are usually seen as social negatives that somehow fell from the sky, as though Europeans, or whites, were not the architects of modern, and postmodern, conceptions and social constructions of race and racism, and as though men were not the masterminds behind, and continue to be the major perpetuators and poor. 68-2. Petrators of gender domination and discrimination against women and other gender justice-seeking men who embrace and endorse what Bell Hooks calls alternative masculinities. Hooks, 1991, see also Bennett, 2006, Bulmer and Salamis, 1999a, 1999b, 2004, Essed and Goldberg, 2001, Essed, Goldberg and Kobayashi, 2005, Goldberg, 1990, 1993, Goldberg and Salamis, 2002, L. Harris, 1999b, Jane, 2005, P. Miller, 1998, Schloesser, 2002, Salamis, 1988, 1995, 1996, Salamis and Back, 2000, Salamis and Murgy, 2005, Salamis and Jenkins, 1987, Walby, 1990. It was precisely the problems of gender and race which Karl Marx, Emile Durkheim, and Max Weber, the three names that rank above all others, according to the esteemed British sociologist Anthony Giddens, 1971, downplayed in their development of sociological theory. P7, see also Bollock, 1990, Bonilla Silva, 2001, 2003, Bonilla Silva and Doan, 2003, Bonilla Silva and Zuberi, 2008, Di Stefano, 1991, 2008, Lehman, 1994, McKee, 1993. Dubois' socio-theoretical framework is distinguished by the fact that it sought solutions to the problems of racism, sexism, and colonialism, while keeping a keen and critical eye on the ways that capitalism defines, deforms, and destroys an ever-expanding, all-inclusive trans-ethnic, transgender, and transgenerational democracy. On the prevalence of the problem of class in early modern social theory, Gilkes, 1996, observes: although issues of class, race, and gender ought to be addressed, most early social theory only focused on class and not on gender or race. In spite of its prominence in American society, the problem of race relations was not accorded the same theoretical importance as were issues centered on class, change, and social structure. Critical theories that assumed the primacy of human action and enterprise in the process of social change often dismissed the issues of race and gender as subordinate to or derived from the problem of class. The result has been a neglect of gender and of racial ethnic oppressions. P. 113. Because of the socio-historical fact of their suffering, what black feminist sociologist Deborah King, 1995, calls the multiple jeopardy of being black, female, poor, and perpetually hypersexualized, which, in other words, is to say that black women to varying degrees simultaneously experience and endure racism, sexism, and the ravaging effects of economic exploitation, whether under capitalism or colonialism. Among other existential issues, Dubois understood women of African descent to be the almost ideal agents of radical social change. In Africana women and their lived experiences, in their lived actualities and life struggles, Dubois found radical subjects for social change and the spreading of authentic democratic thought and practice. Though rarely referred to, Dubois' perspectives on African American women, asserts Gilkes, 1996, anticipated and influenced concepts and ideas we currently use to examine the intersection of gender, race, and class with reference to African American women. p. 132. She continues, his work is the earliest self-consciously sociological interpretation of the role of African American women as agents of social change and, therefore, offers modern radical theorists and activists a multi-perspectival model on which to build an anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-colonial, and anti-capitalist critical theory of contemporary society, p. 134. Gilkes reminds us that African American women were an integral part of all three of the great revolutions Du Bois prophesied in Darkwater, which must take place if America, and the wider world, was to truly achieve democracy, the revolution. 69. Against racism or the color line, the revolution against sexism, and specifically the subordination of women, and the revolution against economic exploitation, which included both capitalism and colonialism. Here we see most clearly how Du Bois went about confronting and contesting the major and most daunting existential issues of his epoch, and ours: racism, sexism, capitalism, and colonialism. Of the great revolutions, first, there was the revolt of the masses of colored peoples against colonialism and the color line. This, of course, translated itself in Du Bois' discourse into his anti-colonial and anti-racist writings in The Moon, Horizon, The Crisis, Philon, and The National Guardian, amongst other publications, public intellectualism, and radical political activism. Women of African descent were cast in a messianic or prophetic role in the revolution against racial domination and discrimination, because Du Bois believed their sufferings provided them with a legitimate voice of challenge. Gilkes, 1996, p. 120. Who knew then, and who would know now, perhaps more so than any other class of citizens, the deficiencies of U.S. democracy than those persons experiencing and enduring both white and male supremacy, as well as capitalist colonialist economic exploitation. Prefiguring Patricia Hill Collins's notion of subjugated knowledge, Du Bois attempted to accent and highlight the hidden and or suppressed knowledge produced by black women as they confronted, combated, and often contradicted both white and male supremacy. C.P.H. Collins, 1990, pages 3-40, 201-238, 1998, pages 95-123, 2000, pages 51-90. The second great revolution that Africana women were to participate in, according to Du Bois, 1995a, was the revolution of womanhood. He contended that it was the new revolutionary ideals of women, and especially black women, which must in time have vast influence on the thought and action of this land, i.e., the United States of America, p. 311. Here he is clearly drawing from the social theory of several Africana women's liberation theorists of his era: Anna Julia Cooper, Ida B. Wells, Josephine St. Pierre Ruffin, Frances Ellen Watkins Harper, and Maria Stewart, among them. Ever the serious student of African American socio-political thought and culture in its totality, Du Bois was keenly conscious of African American women's liberation thought traditions, from the anti-sexist abolitionism of Maria Stewart, Sojourner Truth, and Frances Harper, to the Black Women's Club and civil rights activism of Anna Julia Cooper, Ida B. Wells, Mary Church Terrell, and Mary McLeod Bethune. Frances Harper in particular was distinguished and deserved recognition, according to Du Bois, 1911, on account of her incessant efforts to forward literature among colored people, p. 20. Harper, Du Bois epitaphically intoned, was a worthy member of that dynasty, beginning with the dark Phyllis Wheatley in 1773 and coming on down to Dunbar, Chestnut, and Braithwaite of our day, p. 21. It is highly plausible that Harper's women's liberation theory, and especially her classic 1893 essay, Woman's Political Future, had an impact on the development of Du Bois' women's rights consciousness when we consider the fact that Harper was a major force in both the Black Women's Club movement and the then burgeoning black literary tradition. See Harper, 1988, 1990, 1994, 2007. 35. It is hard to overlook the similarities in Harper and Du Bois' women's liberation theory, both of which highlight and hinge upon women's character and their distinct moral mission, nationally and internationally. Take the following passage from Harper's, 1995, essay, Woman's Political Future, as an initial example. 72. Today there are red-handed men in our republic, who walk unwhipped of justice, who richly deserve to exchange the ballot of the freeman for the wristlets of the felon, brutal and cowardly men, who torture, burn, and lynch their fellow men, men whose defenselessness should be their best defense and their weakness an ensign of protection. More than the changing of institutions, we need the development of a national conscience, and the upbuilding of national character. Men may boast of the aristocracy of blood, may glory in the aristocracy of talent, and be proud of the aristocracy of wealth, but there is one aristocracy which must ever outrank them all, and that is the aristocracy of character, and it is the women of a country who help to mold its character, and to influence if not determine its destiny, and in the political future of our nation woman will not have done what she could if she does not endeavor to have our republic stand foremost among the nations of the earth, wearing sobriety as a crown and righteousness as a garment and a girdle. In coming into her political estate, woman will find a mass of illiteracy to be dispelled. If knowledge is power, ignorance is also power. The power that educates wickedness may manipulate and dash against the pillars of any state when they are undermined and honeycombed by injustice. p. 41. Harper's words help to drive home the point that women, and women of African descent in particular, were believed by many, again, Du Bois among them, to be destined to make great contributions to the deconstruction and radical reconstruction of American democracy. Similar to Maria Stuart, who in 1832 queried, "How long shall the fair daughters of Africa be compelled to bury their minds and talents beneath a load of iron pots and kettles?" M. W. Stewart, 1987, p. 38. Harper held fast to the notion that though women were relegated to the home and housework, there would come a time, in a not too distant future, when the ruling race/gender/class would have to come to terms with women's growing socio-political power. That power, unlike men's power, would not rest on the might makes right theses of the Western European social contract tradition, example Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Discourse on the Origins and Foundations of Inequality, Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan, John Locke, Two Treatises of Government, and Immanuel Kant, The Metaphysics of Morals, but would revolve around women's contributions to the development of a national conscience, and the upbuilding of national character. 36. Harper, 1995, continues in this vein. Political life in our country has plowed in muddy channels, and needs the infusion of clearer and cleaner waters. I am not sure that women are naturally so much better than men that they will clear the stream by the virtue of their womanhood. It is not through sex but through character that the best influence of women upon the life of the nation must be exerted. O women of America! Into your hands God has pressed one of the sublimest opportunities that ever came into the hands of the women of any race or people. It is yours to create a healthy public sentiment, to demand justice, simple justice, as the right of every race, to brand with everlasting infamy the lawless and brutal cowardice that lynches, burns, and tortures your own countrymen. p. 42. Also a dominant theme in Du Bois' women's decolonization discourse, as we shall soon see, character was the cornerstone of Harper's conception of womanhood, and it laid at the heart of her women's liberation theory as well. Women would mold the country's character, help to determine its destiny, and create a 71. Healthy public sentiment, not by mimicking the ruling race/gender/class who socio-historically have been simultaneously racist, sexist, and classist, but by demanding justice, simple justice, as the right of every race. In A Voice from the South, by a black woman of the South, published in 1892, the noted Africana women's liberation theorist, Anna Julia Cooper, 1998, echoes Harper's contentions of black women's social, political, and cultural contributions through their special character by asserting that, the colored woman of today occupies, one may say, a unique position in this country, p. 112. She continues, in a period of itself transitional and unsettled, her status seems one of the least ascertainable and definitive of all the forces which make for our civilization. where white men in mobs, as Harper alluded to above, had historically lynched, burned, and tortured their black fellow countrymen, and where white women and black men had long been vying with one another in light of the white and male supremacy of the U.S. government for the right to vote, Cooper maintained that each of the aforementioned, all of the forces which make for our civilization, could learn many lessons from black women's lived experiences and liberation thought and practices. Why, we feel compelled to query. Because the black woman is confronted by both a woman question and a race problem, and is as yet an unknown or unacknowledged factor in both, pages 112 to 113. 37 Harper charged women in general with the task of demanding justice, simple justice, as the right of every race. Cooper, however, took this claim a step further and focused in no uncertain terms on the black woman, her plight and socio-political position, p. 63. For Cooper, what distinguished the black, or colored, woman's standpoint from that of white men, white women, and even that of black men, was the socio-historical fact that she is confronted by both a woman question and a race problem. In critically engaging racism and sexism, the black woman, the unknown and unacknowledged factor in both, had developed a unique position, a peculiar coigning advantage, which enabled her to weigh and judge and advise, p. 114. So, where Harper charged women in general with the task of demanding justice, simple justice, as the right of every race, Cooper, we could say, charged black women with the task of demanding justice, simple justice, as the right of every race and both sexes. On the unique vocation of black women, Cooper wrote, "What a responsibility then to have the sole management of the primal lights and shadows. Such is the colored woman's office. She must stamp weal or woe on the coming history of this people. May she see her opportunity and vindicate her high prerogative." p. 117. The majority of black women had long been thoughtful spectators, standing aloof from the heated scramble, above the turmoil and din of corruption and selfishness. This helped to foster their unique position, their peculiar coigning advantage, which enabled them to critically look at and carefully listen for the teachings of eternal truth and righteousness rising out of the furious fight for the soul, not simply of America, but the soul of humanity. Cooper continues, "One needs occasionally to stand aside from the hum and rush of human interests and passions to hear the voices of God. And it not unfrequently happens that the all 72 loving gives a great push to certain souls to thrust them out, as it were, from the distracting current for a while to promote their discipline and growth, or to enrich them by communion and reflection. And similarly it may be woman's privilege from her peculiar coigning advantage as a quiet observer, to whisper just the needed suggestion or the almost forgotten truth. The colored woman, then, should not be ignored because her bark is resting in the silent waters of the sheltered cove. She is watching the movements of the contestants nonetheless and is all the better qualified, perhaps, to weigh and judge and advise because not herself in the excitement of the race. Her voice, too, has always been heard in clear, unfaltering tones, ringing the changes on those deeper interests which make for permanent good. She is always sound and orthodox on questions affecting the well-being of her race." p. 114. For Cooper, it was not simply black women's character, but also their unique socio-historical position that fostered their moral mission and enabled them to speak their special moral message. This is a point that was not lost on Du Bois, who put his own special spin on this thesis in his classic essay, The Damnation of Women. Du Bois, as the lionized literary theorist Eric Sundquist, 1993, observed, appears to have absorbed a good deal from others without leaving the fullest accounts of his tutelage, p. 552. Surely this was the case when it came to Africana women's liberation theory, and Cooper's contributions in specific. For instance, both Joy James, 1997, and Charles Lemert, 1998, have noted that Cooper and Du Bois met at and participated in the 1900 Pan-African Congress in London and over the years, had corresponded over several notable race matters, Lemert, 1998, p. 12, see also A. J. Cooper, 1998, p. 336. Cooper's woman-centered sociopolitical concepts increasingly crept their way into Du Bois' discourse as he continued to develop his critical theory of contemporary society. In his most sustained offering to Africana women's liberation theory, The Damnation of Women, Du Bois quoted Cooper's famous "When and Where I Enter" sentence, but unforgivably failed to mention Cooper by name or to cite the source of the sentence. Du Bois, 1995a, wrote, "As one of our women writes, only the black women can say when and where I enter, in the quiet, undisputed dignity of my womanhood, without violence and without suing or special patronage, then and there the whole Negro race enters with me." Pages 304 to 305. The unnamed woman writer, and the unacknowledged source of the sentence, in a sense, allows Cooper to disappear as her words appear. Joy James, 1997, convincingly argues, pages 42 to 46. This, in turn, renders Cooper anonymous and robs Du Bois' readers of an opportunity not simply to engage Cooper's woman-centered cultural criticism, but also to compare Cooper and Du Bois' women's rights work and social theories, respectively. Cooper's anonymity enables Du Bois and his Africana women's liberation theory to appear as an androgynous or transgender representative for the entire vilified and oppressed race. James Jabbs, p. 45. This, to put it plainly, is not only problematic, but helps to demonstrate an instance where Du Bois was intellectually dishonest and, in a way, embraced his race-man intellectual reputation. He should have given Cooper credit for her ideas and acknowledged her work as his point of departure for this section of his essay. Instead, he did the intellectually, and ethically, inexcusable, he rendered Cooper anonymous and 73. Placed himself in the traditional race-man position of omniscient intellectual leader and protector and provider of black women, those dark damsels in distress, if you will. Indeed, Du Bois did, as Sundquist asserted above, gather a good deal from others without leaving the fullest accounts of his tutelage. This scenario may actually be even more pronounced when his women's rights work is further critically approached and thoroughly analyzed. Recall earlier I observed that Du Bois stated, "Women of Negro descent are passing through, not only a moral, but an economic revolution." Here Du Bois is, perhaps, following Frances Harper and, surely, Anna Julia Cooper with his emphasis on black women's special moral message and ethical obligation to black liberation. For Du Bois, as it was for Harper and Cooper, it was character that rested at the heart of the moral revolution that women of African descent were bringing into being. Character was one of the many great contributions Africana women were counted on to make to the development and dissemination of democracy in the modern moment. In Darkwater, which was written almost a quarter of a century after Harper delivered Woman's Political Future and Cooper published A Voice from the South, Du Bois, 1995a, commented on the character of black women, austerely stating, "So some few women are born free, and some amid insult and scarlet letters achieve freedom, but our women in black had freedom thrust contemptuously upon them. With that freedom they are buying an untrammeled independence, and dear as is the price they pay for it, it will in the end be worth every taunt and groan. Today the dreams of the mothers are coming true. We still have our poverty and degradation, our lewdness and our cruel toil, but we have, too, a vast group of women of Negro blood who for strength of character, cleanness of soul, and unselfish devotion of purpose, is today easily the peer of any group of women in the civilized world." p. 311. Here Du Bois defies white and male supremacist notions of womanhood, and constructs what could be termed a part Pan-African, part black nationalist feminist/womanist version of womanhood. He encouraged our women in black to struggle for liberation in both the public and private spheres, pages 309 to 311. Moreover, Du Bois, in the fashion of Cooper's woman-centered socio-cultural criticism, thought it important to point out that women of African descent were attempting to grasp and grapple with distinctly different social and political issues than their white counterparts, though both groups of women were discriminated against on account of their gender. Race, racism, and anti-racist struggle made and continues to make distinct differences in the lived experiences, life worlds, and liberation theory and praxis of women of African descent, and this is especially true when coupled with their simultaneous struggles for gender justice and an end to economic exploitation. To put it another way, gender and racial domination and discrimination, and the theory and praxis developed to combat these oppressions, have and continue to serve as central determining factors in Africana women's lived experiences and life worlds, and it is this stubborn socio-historical fact, combined with the contradictions of capitalism and/or colonialism, that have routinely put many Africana women's liberation theorists at loggerheads with the inexcusable racial lethargy and lacunae of ruling race/class feminists and feminism. See, example Alcoff, 1998, Allen, 1995, Bambara, 1970, Caraway, 1991, B. Christian, 1985, 1989, 1994, P.H. Collins. 74-2. 1993, 1995, 1998, 2000, A.Y. Davis, 1981, 1989, 1998 A. Dill, 1979, 1983, Dove, 1998 A. Floyd Thomas, 2006 A. 2006 B. Guy Sheftel, 1995, Harley and Terberg Penn, 1978, Books, 1981, 1984, 1989, 1990, 1991, Houston and Idris, 2002, Hudson Weems, 1997, 1998 A, 1998 B, 2004, Hull, Scott and Smith, 1982, James and Sharpley Whiting, 2000, Lord, 1984, 1988, 1996, 2004, Marsh Lockett, 1997, Namika, 1998, L. Phillips, 2006, B. Smith, 1983, 1998, V. Smith, 1998, Steady, 1981, Terberg Penn, Harley and Rushing, 1987, and Thiam, 1978. Du Bois seems to have possessed the ability to synthesize disparate discourses into his own somewhat sophisticated critical social theory. For instance, it is interesting to point out that though he initially drew from elite black women's work that cast bourgeoisie black women in leadership roles, work such as that of Anna Julia Cooper and some of the members of the Black Women's Club movement, he continued to deepen and develop his concept, of class-ism, and the political economy of race-ism, and sex-ism, Blair, 1980, Cash, 1986, 2001, Dixon, 1982, Hendricks, 1998, E.B. Higginbotham, 1993, Knupfer, 1996, K.O.T. Miller, 2001, Perkins, 1981, 1997, S.J. Shaw, 1991, Terberg Penn, 1998, Waters and Conaway, 2007, C.H. Wesley, 1984, D.G. White, 1999. Ultimately, Du Bois developed a critical socio-theoretical framework that transcended and transgressed, if you will, the gender, male, and class, bourgeoisie, elitism of his younger years. Critically comparing Cooper and Du Bois' social theory, Joy James, 1997, helps to corroborate my contentions. Cooper's gender politics revolved around poor black women's struggles and elite black women's agency. But Du Bois' evolving class politics allowed him to, theoretically, attribute greater agency to poor black women workers and laborers. Du Bois' later writings surpass Cooper's 1892 work in democratizing agency. Cooper repudiates masculine elites, or privileged black male intellectuals. However, her repudiations do not extend to feminine elites, or privileged black female intellectuals. Cooper countered the dominance of male elites with that of female elites and remains somewhat oblivious of the limitations of her caste and class-based ideology. Cooper's 1892 book A Voice from the South failed to argue that the intellectual and leadership abilities of black women laborers equaled those of black women college graduates, whereas Du Bois' later revisions of the talented tenth included none like black women and men. In this respect, we see that Du Bois' maturing politics were less hampered by the cultural conservatism of bourgeois notions of respectability for black women. p. 45, emphasis in original, see also May, 2007, Rabaka, 2008a. It is not my intention here to re-interpret and re-inscribe Du Bois as some sort of super anti-sexist social theorist, which he, if the truth be told, and simply said, was not. I am well aware of the ways that an anti-sexist male perspective in a male supremacist society is not as suspect as an anti-sexist female perspective, though I would concede that an anti-sexist male perspective is suspect to a certain degree, and that gender-progressive males are marginalized and ostracized in such a social world, though they have never been marginalized and ostracized to the extent to which, anti-sexist, women have historically been in the said social world. However, and in all intellectual honesty, an anti-sexist male, with the most minute amount of academic credentials and or institutional affiliation, can quickly become, in the minds of the ruling race gender class and their media machines in a male supremacist social world, an authoritative anti-sexist voice of reason. This, of course, 75. Is similar in many senses to the ways that white race traitors and white anti-racists are exalted as the definitive voices of anti-racist reason and radical anti-racist political practice in white supremacist society. Du Bois' discourse destabilizes and resists efforts to position him purely, and, disingenuously I believe, as race man, or male feminist male womanist, or Marxist, or Pan-Africanist, or black nationalist, or even integrationist, because as I stated above he continuously deepened and developed the basic concepts and categories of his socio-theoretical framework and synthesized disparate discourses into his own original critical theory of contemporary society. To read The Conservation of Races, The Souls of Black Folk, Dark Water and Dusk of Dawn is to read not merely studies in race, but also studies in class and caste. To read Black Reconstruction, Color and Democracy and the World and Africa is not simply to read studies in race, caste and class, but also studies in Pan-Africanism and anti-colonialism. And, finally, When the Damnation of Women, the work of Negro women in society, The Black Mother, Suffering Suffragettes, Hail Columbia, The Burden of Black Women and Sex and Racism are read, what one is reading are not just studies in race and class theory, but also critical analyses of gender domination and discrimination, and especially as these overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting systems of violence, oppression, and exploitation affect the life worlds and lived experiences of black women. It is the multidimensionality of Du Bois' discourse that makes it difficult for opportunistic interpreters to appropriate and articulate his thought and texts in a monodimensional manner. Moreover, it is the same multidimensionality in Du Bois' discourse that provides paradigmatic examples of some of the ways male anti-sexist social theorists can simultaneously avoid being appropriated as the authoritative and most rational voices of gender justice, and connect critiques of sexism with those of racism and classism. If male anti-sexist social theorists openly and honestly dialogue with, document and disseminate the community and campus work of female anti-sexist social theorists, then, it will be very hard for male supremacist media machines to project the gender-progressive male voice as the definitive voice of gender justice. Critically engaging women's liberation theory and practice by actively participating in the said theory and practice, male anti-sexist social theorists can and should expand the range and use of women's liberation theory and other anti-sexist social theory to include the work of both women and men who sought and are actively seeking gender justice. Male anti-sexist social theorists must simultaneously claim and construct male anti-sexist, gender justice, and women's liberation theory and praxis traditions, and share the knowledge they discover and create with gender justice-seeking women and men. In fact, one of the special tasks of anti-sexist men is to encourage our brother friends to critically examine ways that they embrace patriarchy and perpetuate and exacerbate sexism and female domination and discrimination. Male anti-sexist social theorists and activists are long overdue in articulating to sexist men the violent psychological and physical consequences of male supremacist thought and behavior, and how, as quiet as it is kept, this thought and behavior not only robs women of their human and civil rights, but also often causes serious life-threatening conflicts and contradictions among men. What I am calling for here is for anti-sexist men to unflinchingly encourage sexist men to self-consciously confront and correct their sexist socialization and sexist 76.2 thought and behavior. Anti-sexist men must embrace the revolutionary responsibility of providing new paradigms for modern masculinity. We must show the world, and especially women, our sister friends, that patriarchal, phallocentric, militaristic and misogynistic masculinity are not definitive practices or modes of masculinity but deformations and destructions of masculinity. Masculinity, henceforth and forevermore, must be predicated on moral practice. What it means to be a man must begin to be bound up with males' embrace of the ethical obligation to end female domination and discrimination and their promotion of women's decolonization, women's liberation, and radical anti-sexist social reorganization. Africana male anti-sexist social theorists and activists must be bold enough and brave enough to take our cue from our anti-sexist forefathers, men, dare I say, father figures, like Charles Lennox Remond, Frederick Douglass, and W.E.B. Du Bois, among others, who as I have earnestly endeavored to illustrate above possessed problematic but nonetheless progressive stances on gender justice and, specifically, Africana women's decolonization and liberation. However, and even more than turning to the anti-sexist thought and practice traditions of our forefathers, anti-sexist men of African descent must humbly learn the many lessons our freedom-fighting foremothers' legacies of liberation thought and practice have to teach. This impulse to learn radical life-saving and life-enhancing lessons from our foremothers must also extend to the thought, texts, and practices of anti-sexist Africana women in our present age. A common characteristic of both black feminist and womanist discourse is the notion that theory and practice must simultaneously speak to the special needs of women of African descent and the emancipatory aspirations of African people, which includes black men, nationally and internationally. This means, then, that most modern black feminists and womanists do not adhere to the constraints of European and European American constructions of gender and/or sex roles. The only role we, women and men of African descent, have is that of resilient black revolutionaries, radical anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist rebels and renegades. Was certainly a radical, though his work is probably weakest when and where we come to the problems of patriarchy and sexist sentiment among black men, especially black male radicals. He was a pioneering Pan-African Marxist who innovatively deepened and developed many of the themes found in Du Bois' discourse. Again, Du Bois' contributions to women's decolonization and liberation theory withstanding. James is correctly considered one of the major, most underrated and most sophisticated Marxist social theorists of the 20th century, but curiously his work has had, at best, a lukewarm and generally lethargic reception, ironically, especially amongst Africana studies scholars and students. Part of the problem has to do with the sprawling nature of his oeuvre, and the maverick manner in which he researched, wrote, raised critical consciousness, and participated in radical politics. The following chapter critically engages James's contributions to the Africana tradition of critical theory by examining his unique synthesis of Pan-Africanism and Marxism during his initial intellectual history-making decade-long sojourn in the United States, from 1938 to 1948. It was during this period that James made his most lasting early contributions to, not simply Pan-Africanism and Marxism, but also to the African American struggle for human and civil rights, as well as black radical politics in the United States. Let us now, therefore, 77. Leave the discourse on W.E.B. Du Bois and begin what promises to be a beguiling journey into the radical politics and polymathy of C.L.R. James. 3. Pan-African Marxism beyond all boundaries. Potential of black nationalism. James was convinced of the necessity of black nationalism as an essential element of the black freedom struggle. R.D.G. Kelly, The World the Diaspora Made, and the Politics of History, pages 104, 115 to 116. Introduction, C.L.R. James N. Revolutionary Pan-African Marxism. Cricket and Calypso, Toussaint L'Ouverture and the Haitian Revolution, The History of Pan-African Revolt, Marxist-Leninism and World Revolution, The African-American Struggle for Human and Civil Rights, William Shakespeare, W.E.B. Du Bois, Herman Melville, and Richard Wright. An enigmatic and eclectic combination of ideas and interests unfolds across the landscape of Cyril Lionel Robert James's life and work. He has been, of no doubt due to the highly porous nature of his writings, read and reread from a multiplicity of academic and non-academic angles. P. Burrell, 1986a, Cha-J-U-A, 1998, Cudjoe and Kane, 1995, Fard, 1996, Henry and Burrell, 1992. Initially in James' studies it was mostly Marxists, of various persuasions, who mined James's mind for the precious dialectical diamonds interned there. In time, and due undoubtedly to the fact that James began to teach in university and other academic settings, his thought and texts procured praise and criticism far exceeding any other purported black Marxist or Marxist of African descent. Du Bois' dialectics, of course, withstanding, Bogues, 2003, P. Henry, 2000, C. J. Robinson, 2000, West, 1991. James was born in 1901 on the Caribbean island of Trinidad, which was a British colony at the time. Early in life he developed an anti-authoritarian approach and, though his family was firmly middle class, he harbored an intense interest in working-class culture and politics. Refusing to be a good colonized intellectual, though he was exceptionally gifted and intellectually advanced, much to his parents' chagrin the young James opted to pursue a career as a writer and political radical. He migrated to England in 1932 to bring his literary ambitions to fruition, but once there he became intensely involved in Marxist, anti-colonial, and Pan-African politics. He quickly became one of the leading lights of the international Marxist movement in Europe, publishing a history of Marxist-Leninism and the Russian Revolution in 1936, World Revolution, 1917 to 1936, C.L.R. James, 1993 c. James also had a lifelong love affair with cricket and became a leading cricket correspondent for the Manchester Guardian, Renton, 2007, Worcester, 1985. During this period he published a novel and wrote several plays, one of which starred the acclaimed African-American actor and orator Paul Robeson, as well. From England James migrated to America, then back to England, then to the Caribbean, then again back to England, and along the way he developed his own unique Pan-African Marxist perspective in a number of jaw-dropping and genre-exploding works, The Black Jacobins, A History of Pan-African Revolt, Notes on Dialectics, State Capitalism and World Revolution, American Civilization, Mariners, Renegades, and Castaways, Modern Politics, Beyond a Boundary, and Nkrumah and the Ghana Revolution, among others. 93. Throughout much of his life his work was marginalized and overlooked by both Pan-Africanists and Marxists, though in his own eyes he humbly saw himself as a faithful disciple of both traditions. Similar to Du Bois, what James did not realize, at least not until much later in his life, was how uncommon and intimidating combining Pan-Africanism and Marxism was for both Pan-Africanists and Marxists and both capitalist and colonialist governments. He was, in a word, a political pariah because his social and political vision encompassed and integrated aspects of both African and European radical thought traditions, intellectual and popular culture, and academic and folk philosophy. During the last quarter of his life the intellectual eclipse ended, although his radical politics remained suspect, and he received praise and honor in certain circles. In the 1970s, Radical America devoted an entire issue to James's life and work, an unprecedented occurrence in that publication's history. The 1980s witnessed not only a special issue of Urgent Tasks dedicated exclusively to James' studies, but also the publication of 4 volumes of his selected writings, Cricket, At the Rendezvous of Victory, The Future in the Present, and Spheres of Existence. In 1988, a year before James's death, acclaimed European-American Marxist, Paul Burrell, 1988, published the first full-length James biography, C.L.R. James, The Artist as Revolutionary. By the 1990s several collections of James's writings and scholarly criticisms of his work appeared in print, and at the turn of the 21st century and well into its first decade James' studies has only continued to deepen and develop, with scores of scholars identifying or taking issue with this or that aspect of James's innovative and intellectual history-making oeuvre. Of particular interest with regard to the present study is the wide range and reach of Jamesian theory, that is to say, the beyond interdisciplinary and, more accurately, transdisciplinary import of James's ideas and interests and their relevance for contemporary radical politics and the reconstruction of critical social theory. Similar to Du Bois, James sought to construct a systematic and comprehensive social theory in the interest of solving the key social, political and cultural problems of his day. Hence, and in line with the other theorists excavated and appropriated for the Africana critical theory intellectual archaeology project, James offers contemporary critical theorists radical, interpretations of various forms of imperialism. In remarking on his strengths as a revolutionary thinker, Paul L. E. Blanc, 1994, perceptively points to James's great intellectual breadth, which is evidenced in the quality of his Marxism, reflecting a serious concern with philosophy, history, economics, culture, and practical political work. There is also his capacity to see things that aren't quite there yet, but that are in the process of coming into being. Related to this are his capacity to identify fruitful connections between seemingly disparate phenomena and his consequent ability to take what is peripheral and show that it is, in fact, central to an adequate understanding of politics and society. p. 26. Corroborating Robin Kelly's aforementioned assertion that James radically revised African and diasporic history by placing it firmly in the history of the West and by focusing on the masses, L. E. Blanc helps to highlight the fact that James, in viewing the Africana experience as integral to any understanding of Western culture and civilization, adhered to an inchoate Africana critical theoretical and black radical political approach to seemingly disparate phenomena. By placing that which is purported to be peripheral at the center of his analyses, James's radicalism dovetails with Du Bois' more Marxist-oriented work. Both theorists exposed the Eurocentrism of Marxism and offer anti-racist critical theorists, and critical race theorists in particular, creative paradigms with which to construct a new critical theory of contemporary society that intensely explores the political economy of race and racism and the Eurocentric pitfalls of the original Marxian paradigm, which after all, from Marx through to Marcuse, has consistently prided itself on being a world historical and global theory of revolution. Aronson, 1995, D'Amato, 2006, Gottlieb, 1992, J., 1984, Kellner, 1989, Kulikovsky, 1978a, 1978b, 1978c. However, this is not to say that Du Bois and James did not internalize some of the Eurocentrism of Marxism even as they were at pains to point it out. It is often these kinds of creative tensions that place Africana and other non-European/non-white critical theorists on distinctly different theoretical terrain, making much of their social and political theory heresy in orthodox Marxist and Pan-Africanist circles. When compared with Du Bois' Marxist writings, James may have developed a more nuanced relationship with, and understanding of Marxism, but at the same time his work frequently displays some of the same Eurocentric pitfalls that Marxism so often does. On the one hand, it must be conceded that James can and should, at specific instances in his oeuvre, be read as a Marxist, and particularly as a Marxist innovator for his critically acclaimed contributions of several Marxist concepts and categories. P. Burrell, 1986 b. Geld-Aaron, 1994, Hamilton, 1992, P. Henry, 1992 b. L. E. Blanc, 1994, McClendon, 2005, McLeamy, 1994, 1996. On the other hand, it should be emphasized that there are a multiplicity of deficiencies that arise when employing Marxist methods to engage James, because he was not merely a Marxist, but also a revolutionary Pan-Africanist. One, for example, and with regard to James's innovations in the Marxist tradition, Bogues, 1997, Kelly, 1996, and C.J. Robinson, 2000. 92-3. Have each observed that James, alongside Du Bois, should be considered one of the preeminent pioneers in Marxian theory because of his emphasis on the ways in which race is exacerbated and interlocks and intersects with class in capitalist societies. Also, Bogues, 1997, and McLeamy, 1994, have both noted that James, having recognized the limitations of the Trotskyist movement, attempted the massive project of reconstructing Marxism for the immediate post-World War II period. Bogues, 1997, p. 1. In undertaking such an endeavor, James's aim is reported to have been similar in some respects to that of the Italian Marxist thinker Antonio Gramsci, p. 1. Like Gramsci, James's social theory and political discourse extended a tradition in Marxism that focused on culture and critical consciousness. However, unlike Gramsci, Marx or Lenin, James's subtext and subjects were not Europe and Europeans, but Africa and Africans, continental and diasporan, as well as other non-whites. James revealed and remarked upon his Africana historical materialism when he wrote in the preface of the 1980 edition of the Black Jacobins, the book was written not with the Caribbean but with Africa in mind, p. 6. Upon his arrival in the United States in October 1938, C.L.R. James observed, "In America the situation is different," quoted in Bogues, 1997, p. 86. By this he wished to convey to his comrades that they were faced with a new situation, one that neither Marx nor Lenin, or any of the other members of the Marxist pantheon, had dared approach. A new situation, a new interlocking form of domination and discrimination demanded new critical liberation theory that not only critiqued capitalism, but also colonialism, racism, sexism, and, perhaps most importantly for the young James, Marxism. It is the James who after his arrival in America and experience of American apartheid never wearied of noting the deficiencies of Marxist thought, and especially with regard to persons of African descent, that Africana critical theory draws from and seeks to illuminate, that James, 1994, who exclaimed, "The classics of Marxism are European in origin and content," p. 223, that James, 1996a, who thundered with utterly unchecked passion, "The Negro people," on the basis of their own experiences, approach the conclusions of Marxism, p. 140, that James, 1996a, who stated without an ounce of hyperbole, "The persons of African descent may not formulate their beliefs in Marxist terms, but their experience drives them to reject this shibboleth of bourgeois democracy," p. 140. It is that same James that Africana critical theory comprehends to offer alternatives to Eurocentric radical politics and critical social theory. In contrast to conventional interpretations of C.L.R. James, I shall argue in this chapter that James, similar to Du Bois, Césaire, Senghor, Fanon, and Cabral, was first, more a critic of Marxism than a Marxist in any orthodox or dogmatic sense. 2. Second, I situate James in continental and diasporan African intellectual and political traditions. This is extremely important because it has become commonplace in James studies to analyze James's philosophy and social and political theory in light of Western European schools of thought, example P. Burrell, 1986 c. 1988, 1994, Castoriadis, 1995, Gelderin, 1994, Glaberman, 1966, 1995, 1999, L. E. Blanc, 1994, M. C. Clendon, 2005, Roderick, 1995, L. Turner, 1995. However, to acknowledge that he was influenced and inspired by Western European thought without acknowledging all the Africana intellectual and political influences on him, in my mind, is to do James, and James studies, a great and grave disservice. Employing the Africana critical theoretical framework, I read James, not as an appendage of, or black bastard within Western European/white radical thought traditions, but as a Pan-African Marxist revolutionary theorist whose contentious and frequently contradictory corpus provides contemporary critical theorists with much more than previously noted. Finally, I articulate what I consider to be James's most substantial contributions to the discourse and development of a critical theory of contemporary society with an emphasis on the most crucial issues plaguing post-colonial and postmodern Africa and its diaspora. Transformation through Revolution, C.L.R. James, Pan-African Marxism and Africana Intellectual History. In order to interpret James, one must not only be in full command of past and present Marxist discourse, and eminently attentive to the divergent discourses of multiracial and multicultural Marxists, but also, and as I shall argue especially, classical and contemporary Pan-African discourse. Moreover, it would seem to me an utter impossibility to understand the plausibility of my assertions of James as a critic of Marxism as opposed to a mere Marxist critic unless one had a thorough knowledge of Africana intellectual history. In this section I intend, in brief, to explicate and illustrate James in relation to Africana radical thought and traditions, and particularly Pan-Africanism. Early in his intellectual life James exhibited the kind of critical Pan-African approach to continental and diasporan history and culture that would come to characterize most of his corpus: Blackburn, 1995, Dupuy, 1995, Hamilton, 1992, Lai, 1992, Lazarus, 1992, Moit, 1995, Pine Timothy, 1995, Rabbit, 1995, Richards, 1995, Singham, 1970. Several James scholars have noted that he studied Marxism and joined and participated in Marxist party politics during his residence in Europe between 1932 and 1938, Bogues, 1997, P. Burrell, 1988, R. A. Hill, 1986, Worcester, 1984. However, what most of these scholars fail to effectively highlight and accent in their studies is the fact that James composed not one, but two classic texts in Pan-Africanist thought, both in 1938, just before he set sail for America. The Black Jacobins and A History of Pan-African Revolt stand today as testaments to James's early commitment to Pan-African revolt, and monuments to his legacy as a revolutionary Pan-Africanist par excellence. Although there is no nice and neat definition of Pan-Africanism, for discursive purposes I would like to offer a sort of working definition for the sake of clarity and accessibility. According to several Pan-African scholars, Dubois, 1958, Esadebi, 1994, Langley, 1979, Legum, 1962, Afwadi Kudjo, 1986, V.B. Thompson, 1969, Walters, 1993, the principal aims and objectives of 20th-century Pan-Africanism revolved around several combinations of the following component ideas. 1. Africa as the homeland of both continental and diasporan Africans. 2. Unity with all persons of African origin and descent. 3. Belief in a distinct African personality. 4. Firm belief in the rehabilitation of past and present Africa, which includes struggles to rescue and rehabilitate Africa. 94.3. 5. Pride in African history and culture. 6. Africa for Africans in church and state, i.e., in both the sacred and secular spheres of existence. 7. Faith in and hope for a united and glorious future for Africa and its diaspora. Based upon the above and with some simplification, we can say that Pan-Africanism is a social, political, and cultural theory and praxis which regards continental and diasporan Africa and Africans as a collective unit and force for national and international transformation in the best interest of persons of African origin and descent. Though James may not have ever adhered to all of these ideas, he did at several intervals in his intellectual adventure subscribe to and seek to wed many of them with his homegrown and simultaneously cosmopolitan critical Marxism. James's early predilection for Pan-Africanism can be ascertained by his consistent raising of anti-colonial issues whilst a member of the British Marxist movement, Bogues, 1997, Worcester, 1984. For instance, the Italian invasion of Ethiopia in 1935 in particular made James aware of the fact that not only were the Marxists Eurocentric, because they did not see the invasion of Ethiopia as a crucial rallying point for Africans and other oppressed, Third World, people worldwide, but also because many of them refused to condemn the Soviet Union when it was discovered that Stalin was selling arms to Italy. This betrayal, perhaps more than any other in his long coquetry with Marxism, made James well aware of the fact that Marxism, as a school of purported radical thought, was deficient and had neither fully nor adequately dealt with the questions of race, racism, especially white supremacist anti-black racism, and colonialism, especially racial colonialism. Remarking on James's insider-outsider relationship with respect to white Marxism's anti-black racism, Bogues, 1997, writes, "Black colonial intellectuals are a distinct social group in the mother country. Equipped with the intellectual tools learned from the colonial power, and although having absorbed the language, norms, and values of the colonial power, they remain outsiders. A key factor here is race." It would have been unusual for James not to have been aware of this, and indeed his first sustained piece of political writing was anti-colonial and his first practical political activity in England was as a popular anti-colonial speaker where he would have had to confront the question of race. The problem of synthesizing different political currents would arise as he moved to embrace Marxism. But as a West Indian intellectual, James was particularly well suited to this task. p. 38. This brings us to the question of what Marxism may have meant to James. As Bogues relates, James's Marxist commitment meant fighting imperialism internationally, p. 39. James's corpus is shot through with indicting comments on, criticisms of, and corrections for Marxism's utter inadequacy in grasping and grappling with the various forms of imperialism that affect and influence the contemporary world, especially the non-European/non-white world. However, if Marxism meant fighting imperialism internationally for James, and it meant not criticizing its own perpetuation of imperialism, i.e., Marxist Party's anti-black racist policies and paternalistic attitude toward non-whites in general and the Soviets selling arms to fascist Italy, amongst other acts of imperialism, then James quickly disqualified himself as a Marxist. It is precisely this conundrum that Bogues has in mind when 95. He contends above, the problem of synthesizing different political currents would arise as James moved to embrace Marxism. Bogues perceptibly poses the tension in James's oeuvre with regard to Marxism and Pan-Africanism as a problem, which sheds light on why I characterized James's corpus as contentious and contradictory above. James, however, may be read as contradicting not so much himself as Marxism, and particularly the types of Marxism adhered to by many of the major Western European and European American political theorists and activists. For instance, James's 1995, pioneering studies on Pan-African revolutionary history were undertaken to smash racist myths and reveal that the Negro was no docile animal. He revolted continuously, p. 57. Long before Fanon wrote The Wretched of the Earth in 1961, James, 1994, understood that change will take place by violence and by reason combined, p. 85. James was also perceptive when he wrote, long before Karl Marx wrote Workers of the World, Unite, the revolution was international, p. 81. In highlighting Pan-African revolutionary history, James, according to Robin Kelly, 1995, excoriated imperialism and placed black laborers at the center of world events when the leading historians of his day believed Africans were savages, colonialism was a civilizing mission, and slavery was a somewhat benevolent institution, p. 2. It is his placing of Africa and Africans at the center of world events that makes James, in my mind, an ideal intellectual activist ancestor for those of us interested in developing theories critical of the multifarious forms and forces of imperialism confronting contemporary continental and diasporan African culture, and civilization, When and where James chronicles the radical and revolutionary thought and practices of continental and diasporan Africans in their quest for freedom, when and where he sees things that aren't quite there yet, but that are in the process of coming into being, L. E. Blanc, 1994, p. 26, when and where he takes what is peripheral and shows that it is, in fact, central to an adequate understanding of politics and society, p. 26, and, finally, when and where he places persons of African descent at the center of world events is precisely when and where he steps onto the terrain and enters into the insurgent intellectual orbit of the Africana tradition of critical theory, Kelly, 1995, p. 2. The Black Jacobins provides an excellent example of James's relationship with the Africana tradition of critical theory and is considered by many to be a high point in both Pan-African and Marxist discourse, because it is a narrative about the energies and capacities of persons, once enslaved, who transformed themselves and their society through revolution. This is a point that should be emphasized, because it is this issue, with all of its existential and ontological baggage, that I shall argue is the leitmotif, or the major recurring theme in the Jamesian journey, a journey which incessantly emphasized transformation through revolution. Was attracted to Pan-Africanism and Marxism because each in their own way offered transformation through revolution. By transformation I wish to imply here not merely social transformation, but equally self-transformation, a type of change that alters both the public and private spheres of existence. When he discovered that Marxism had not and could not provide emancipatory answers to the race and colonial questions, James developed a theory of revolution that accented Africana agency and the creative capacities of other oppressed peoples independent. 96.3. Of many of the major tenets and variables of Marxism, Bogues, 1997, pages 153 to 169, also see McLeamy, 1994, 1996, Worcester, 1995, 1996. It is in this light that I intend to engage the Black Jacobins. The Black Jacobins stands in James's oeuvre as a major work of literature, an unparalleled piece of radical historiography, and an inaugural text integral to any understanding of James as a critical Marxist and critic of Marxism. At one level, the book can be read as the story of the Haitian revolutionary Toussaint L'Ouverture. The narrative, in distinctly Jamesian fashion, details not merely L'Ouverture's acumen as a leader, but also the fact that the slave trade and slavery were the economic basis of the French Revolution and that it was the French Revolution, with Africa and Africans at its heart, that inspired and influenced the Haitian Revolution, C.L.R. James, 1963, p. 47. As James, 1994, saw it, the Haitian Revolution had a profound effect on the struggle for the cessation of the slave trade, and it was this historical event, this act of Africana agency, that he utilized as his point of departure, p. 81. At the level of social and political theory, four distinct issues emerge from the Black Jacobins. First, the nature of diasporan African, and particularly Caribbean, societies. Second, the role of African enslavement and colonization in the development of the modern capitalist world. Third, the relationship between a dominant personality, a leader, and society, the masses, and, fourth, a theory of social change. James exploded Marxian concepts and categories by emphasizing the role of the enslaved, the racially oppressed and economically exploited, in the process of revolutionary social transformation. For example, James challenged Leninistic notions of vanguardism, a vanguard party leading the oppressed on the path through revolution to liberation. For James, 1963, it was not Elovicha who made the revolution, but the revolution had made him, p. 249. In fact, James relates, it is impossible to say where the social forces end and the impress of personality begins, p. 240. However, James did not like all that history had to tell of Elovich's leadership style and revolutionary politics. He candidly contended, criticism is not enough. What should Toussaint have done? 150 years of history and the scientific study of revolution begun by Marx and Engels, and amplified by Lenin and Trotsky, justify us in pointing to an alternative course, p. 282. Not only is the Black Jacobins a critique of Marxism-Leninism, it is also a critique of Pan-Africanism and, more particularly, Pan-African leaders. Certainly there have been those who have quickly quipped that James practiced paternalism by utilizing Marxist-Leninism to critique Pan-Africanism, and black nationalism, but that read is theoretically thin because it negates the fact that James, first, as Bogues, 1997, correctly argued above, saw Marxism more as a means to fight imperialism internationally, p. 39. And, second, it negates the fact that James understood the Marxist tradition to be, among other things, 150 years of history and scientific study of revolution. This, of course, leads us to an exploration of Lenin's place in the Jamesian journey. For James, Lenin more than any other Marxist had taken Marxism, as a revolutionary theory, and applied it, that is to say that Lenin, in James's mind, had moved Marxism from the level of a revolutionary theory to that of a revolutionary praxis. However, James was no naive Marxist in blackface. One of the things that he admired most about Lenin and the Russian Revolution was that Lenin, as leader of the Bolsheviks, had augmented Marxism and made it speak to the specific conditions of the Russian people and their epical and enigmatic issues, CCLR James, 1992, pages 327 to 346, see also McClendon, 2005. In employing Marxist-Leninism to critique Pan-Africanism, James did not do so because he was an erstwhile Europhile, but because he understood Marxism to be a method, in the social scientific sense, that offered possibilities of transformation through revolution. Marxism was not any more radical or revolutionary than Pan-Africanism in James's intellectual universe. However, Marxism was much better documented and developed than Pan-Africanism, then and now, and as a philosopher, historian, political scientist, and social theorist of revolution, James attempted to provide examples and alternatives of and for radical change utilizing what he perceived to be the lingua franca of modern revolution. This is something, or so it seems, that has escaped both James's Pan-African and Marxist critics. James himself said that Marxism represented 150 years of history and scientific study of revolution. But, it must be borne in mind that this quote is ironically culled from a book on the first successful African diasporan revolution, which predates not merely Marxism, but the birth of Karl Marx. 5. In fact, from the Africana critical theoretical perspective, both the Black Jacobins and A History of Pan-African Revolt can in many senses be read as direct and unequivocal critiques of Marxists' purported monopoly on revolutionary theory and praxis. So, in a sense Kelly, 1996, is correct when he asserts above that James radically revised African and diasporic history by placing it firmly in the history of the West and by focusing on the masses, p. 104. However, Kelly, as radical historian himself, does not go far enough in explicating just how, why, and the ways in which James radically revised revolutionary history and theory in the Marxist tradition. As I read him, James, and especially through the Black Jacobins and a history of Pan-African revolt, offered alternatives to the stalemate situation Stalinism had produced in the Marxist world. But, the inverse is also true. Just as James felt the Pan-African tradition had much to offer the Marxists, so, too, did he believe the Marxist tradition had much to offer the Pan-Africanists, as well as the black nationalist, if truth be told. CCLR James, 1996a. Here we have stumbled upon yet another dialectic in the Jamesian journey. Contracting Lenin as a critique of Elovicha, James, 1963, revealingly wrote, "It was in method, and not in principle, that Toussaint failed. The race question is subsidiary to the class question in politics, and to think of imperialism in terms of race is disastrous. But to neglect the racial factor as merely incidental is an error only less grave than to make it fundamental." But whereas Lenin kept the party and masses thoroughly aware of every step, and explained carefully the exact position of the bourgeois servants of the workers' state, Toussaint explained nothing, and allowed the masses to think that their old enemies were being favored at their expense. In allowing himself to be looked upon as taking the side of the whites against the blacks, Toussaint committed the unpardonable crime in the eyes of a community where the whites stood for so much evil. That they should get back their property was bad enough. That they should be privileged was intolerable. And to shoot Maize, the black, for the sake of the whites was more than an error, it was a crime. It was almost as if Lenin had had Trotsky shot for taking the side of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. Pages 283 to 284. James simultaneously and dialectically critiqued the Marxists and Pan-Africanists by first emphasizing the racial factor, the very factor which he felt the Marxists had 98.3. Never adequately dealt. In good Marxist fashion he subordinated race to class, but even in doing this he still challenged the Marxian method by stating, to neglect the racial factor as merely incidental is an error only less grave than to make it fundamental. This statement in and of itself was heresy in the orthodox Marxist camp. So, even though he was still caught in the quagmires of Marxist economic determinism, James, 1996a, understood that though persons of African descent may not formulate their beliefs in Marxist terms, their experience drives them to reject the shibboleths of bourgeois democracy, p. 140. In critiquing Elovich's perceived acquiescence to the whites whom we are told, stood for so much evil, James uses Lenin as an example not so much because he was European or, rather, Russian to be more precise, or a Marxist even, but because Lenin represented an archetypal good leader for James. What made Lenin an ideal leader in James's thinking was the fact that he, Lenin, sought to create strong connections between the vanguard party, the proletariat, and the peasants, and he contributed a global perspective that comprehended capitalism to be a world system of imperialism rather than a series of isolated capitalist nations. For James, both Elovicha and Lenin were good leaders, however this was not enough. History, time, and circumstance demanded much more of leaders. It demanded that leaders cease to be leaders, meaning that in the ideal Jamesian society people collectively lead themselves. Rosengarten, 2008. In Notes on Dialectics, James, 1980, thundered, "Now if the party is the knowing of the proletariat, then the coming of age of the proletariat means the abolition of the party. That is our new universal, p. 175, see also McClendon, 2005. In stating this, James was not only going against both Lenin and Trotsky's notions of the vanguard party, but he was also offering a caveat to the emerging African independence movement and its leaders. In response to the Italian invasion of Ethiopia, CLR James, George Padmar, Amy Ashwood Garvey, RAS Makanan, and Jomo Kenyatta formed the International African Service Bureau, IASB, in 1936, an historical fact often overlooked by the more Marxist-oriented James scholars. According to Bogues, 1997, THIASB was a non-party organization which represented the democratic demands of Africans. It was an organization which supported democratic rights and liberties and self-determination, p40. The IASB's organizational paper was the International African Opinion, in which they agitated and published anti-colonial material, all of which served as one of the bases for the modern black anti-colonial movement, p40. Here, Bogues places my thesis in bold relief. James was never merely a Marxist, but from the beginning acknowledged an affinity with Pan-African radical politics. Further, not only did James have an affinity to Pan-Africanism, he also, according Bogues, was a progenitor in this discourse by emphasizing the political economy and inextricability of racism, colonialism, and capitalism. From his first sustained piece of political writing and his first practical political activity in England, James stressed the need for Marxists to rethink revolution in terms of racism, colonialism, and capitalism. In Revolution and the Negro he wrote, "What we as Marxists have to see is the tremendous role played by Negroes in the transformation of Western civilization from feudalism to capitalism. It is only from this vantage ground that we shall be able to appreciate, and prepare for, the still greater role they must of necessity play in the transformation from capitalism to socialism." C.L.R. James, 1994, p. 77. Again, accenting Africans as critical actors and radical agents in the unfolding high drama of human history, James assigns them a 99 central position in the major movements of the modern world, but James does not do so simply because he is a person of African descent, or because he wishes other Africans to feel good about themselves, their history and their culture. Quite the contrary, James documented the radical ideas and revolutionary deeds of continental and diasporan Africans, because he, as it was with Du Bois, believed that the Pan-African tradition of radicalism could provide alternatives and answers to the most pressing existential issues of his epoch. James, the consummate intellectual and political cosmopolitan, has an extremely contradictory place in Africana intellectual history, but he, indeed, does have a place in this history. From the foregoing it may be concluded that James is neither a pure Pan-Africanist nor a Marxist in any orthodox sense, but more a Pan-African Marxist whose life and intellectual legacy offers theorists and activists in both the Pan-African and Marxist schools of thought a rich reservoir for radical theory and revolutionary praxis. Let us now, then, take a long overdue look at James's Pan-African criticisms of Marxism. C.L.R. James's revolutionary answer to the race problem, exploring and exploding white Marxist concepts and categories, extending and expanding the Pan-African Marxist tradition. In Preliminary Notes on the Negro Question, published in 1939, C.L.R. James, 1996a, stated, "The Communist and Socialist Party members and sympathizers must be educated to the significance of the Negro question, p4. Without understanding the role persons of African descent had played and must of necessity continue to play in the production and construction of radical theory and the application and implementation of revolutionary praxis," James argued that no significant global, and certainly not critical, social theory could be developed. 6 critical theories of societies with Africana populations that did not take into consideration the myriad ways in which Africana intellectuals and activists contributed to the radical transformation of those societies were deemed deficient from James's point of view. After the publication of the Black Jacobins, James's Marxism grew increasingly critical of Eurocentric Marxists' neglect of the political economy of race and racism in capitalist and colonial societies. The proletariat must lead the struggles of all oppressed and all those who are persecuted by capitalism, quipped James, p. 139, my emphasis. The moment white Marxists attempted to develop theories of world revolution without including black and other racially oppressed people is precisely the moment, in Jamesian Marxism, that white Marxism practiced a form of subtle white supremacism or, at the very least, liberal racism. That Marxism could be a form of liberal racism, or an extremely racist paternalism, in James's thinking, can be easily ascertained from the essays compiled in C.L.R. James on the Negro Question, 1996a. In his preliminary notes he maintained: 1. The Negro represents potentially the most revolutionary section of the population. 2. He is ready to respond to militant leadership. 103. 3. He will respond to political situations abroad which concern him. 4. He is today more militant than ever. p. 4. James, 1994, there were no two ways about it. Marxists needed to thoroughly comprehend the tremendous role played by Negroes in the transformation of Western civilization from feudalism to capitalism. It is only from this vantage ground that they would be able to appreciate, and prepare for, the still greater role Negroes must of necessity play in the transformation from capitalism to socialism. p. 77. His first point above, as was his wont on numerous occasions, was to accent and emphasize, first and foremost, blacks as agents of historical and social change. James argued this point over and over again, whether in the Black Jacobins and a History of Pan-African Revolt, or in American Civilization or Beyond a Boundary. He essentially reiterated, deepened, and radically developed this theme throughout his corpus. The Negro represents potentially the most revolutionary section of the population, my emphasis. Now, the question we must ask ourselves is, why would one of the most astute and sophisticated Marxists of the modern era place such emphasis on the revolutionary potential of Africana people, a people historians have consistently referred to as docile and servile? This query may quickly be answered by James, 1996a, in the following manner: the Negro question, as an integral part of the American Revolution, can no longer be neglected. The Negro helped materially to win the Civil War, and he can make the difference between success and failure in any given revolutionary situation, because economic exploitation and the crudest forms of racial discrimination make radicalization inevitable. Pages 3, 4, emphasis in original. Though I disagree with the Marxist principle of inevitability, C.L.R. James, 1992, p. 159, because I understand it to rob human beings of freedom of choice and agency, and it often falls hard on the heels of fatalism, I do agree with James when and where he observes and emphasizes Africana folk as historical actors and revolutionary agents. What we need to understand is, first, why James felt it was necessary to consistently accent and acknowledge Africana people as historical actors and revolutionary agents. And, second, how his placing emphasis on Africana people as soldiers of social change critiqued and collapsed Marxist concepts and categories, as well as simultaneously and dialectically extended and expanded Marxist discourse. In this section I intend to briefly touch on these most important matters. James employed the second point above, that Africana people are ready to respond to militant leadership, as an opportunity to critique Marxist paternalism towards persons of African origin and descent. He stated explicitly, "This question of the Negro organization is one that deserves the closest study. As far as I can see, no white leader or organization is going to build a mass organization among the Negroes, either in Africa or in America. The party will base itself in the everyday needs of the Negro. It must aim at being a mass organization or it will be useless and mischievous. The white proletariat will have to demonstrate concretely its value to the Negro not once, but many times, before it wins the Negro's confidence." 1996a, pages 7, 9, emphasis in original. Even the most minor interpretation of James's comments above must concede that he is, on the one hand, exposing the official Marxist parties, both the Communist 101 and Socialist parties, as essentially white working class parties that in most instances cater to, of course, the white working classes. Which is, of course, why he maintains, as far I can see, no white leader or organization is going to build a mass organization among the Negroes, either in Africa or in America, my emphasis. Thus, the Communist and Socialist parties, being essentially white workers' parties, have historically relegated Africana and other racially oppressed people, and their anti-racist and anti-colonial socio-political demands and desires, to marginal or peripheral positions in their Marxist revolutionary theories and praxis. On the other hand, James's 1971b comments also shed light on the fact that he firmly believed that black people have the right to struggle against oppression. They don't have to be stimulated by the Communist Party, they needn't be socialist, they needn't be subject to any of these doctrines, but to struggle against oppression is their absolute right, it is their duty. p. 8, My emphasis. James reveals his primary interest in radical political discourse and critical social theory, whether Marxist or Pan-Africanist, and that is revolution. This is the trope that McLeamy, 1994, forcefully argues connects James's British years with his American sojourn, p. 218. To James it mattered little whether one was a communist or a socialist, a black nationalist or a Pan-Africanist, or any combination of the aforementioned. What mattered most was that one was struggling against oppression, that the party and the proletariat were struggling in the best interest of all oppressed and all those who are persecuted by capitalism. When he realized, whilst on his American sojourn, that the Communist and Socialist parties were excluding African Americans, a group he regarded as potentially the most revolutionary section of the U.S. population, see James, 1996a, pages 463-89, just as he had noted the deficiencies of Pan-Africanism, James critiqued and offered correctives to American Marxism. 7. Where in 1939 he wrong-headedly stated, the Negro, fortunately for socialism, does not want self-determination, by 1948 James would confidently quip, the Negro people, on the basis of their own experiences, approach the conclusions of Marxism. They may not formulate their beliefs in Marxist terms, but their experience drives them to reject the shibboleth of bourgeois democracy, pages 8-140. The James of the 1939 preliminary notes on the Negro question was a very different intellectual activist from the one who composed the hard-hitting, Marxist mind-blowing 1948 essay, The Revolutionary Answer to the Negro Problem in the United States. In the preliminary notes James stated, self-determination for the American Negroes is, 1. Economically reactionary and, 2. Politically false because no Negroes, except CP Communist Party stooges, want it, p. 8. As misguided a Marxist as ever existed, James seemed to initially lack confidence in the self-activity and self-organization of African Americans, though he ironically advocated the organization of a Negro movement, p. 8. He looked upon the NAACP, the National Urban League, the Garvey movement, and Father Divine with disdain, going so far as to call Divine merely a super preacher and demagogue combined, pages 7, 13, 15. James's abhorrence for autonomous African American social and political activity was in keeping with the mainstream Marxist view of Africana and other racially oppressed groups' social and political struggles as merely episodic in value to the struggle. 102.3. That is, the struggle of the proletariat, the white, mostly male, working class, against capitalism. Though he had labored in both the Pan-African liberation and British Marxist movements in England from 1932 onward, by the time he had arrived in America in the fall of 1938 James was, in many senses, still snared in the Marxist method, often privileging it over, as opposed to synthesizing it with, the Pan-African radical political paradigm. In his preliminary notes on the Negro question, he contended, our great weapon at the present is Marxism, by which we illuminate every grave social and political problem of the day. The party's first task, therefore, is to do what no organization, white or Negro, can do completely unless it is based on the principles of Marxism, study the Negro question in relation to the national and international situation, p. 12. At this point, 1939, James was still very wedded to the idea that Marxism was superior to all other methods of socio-political analysis because it was purported to be a science. 8. However, he soon realized that the African American struggle for liberation had a vitality and a validity of its own, p. 139. That is to say that James, by 1948, understood the African American struggle for human and civil rights, independent of Marxism, to be an absolute right, one that needn't be subject to any Marxist doctrines. C. L. R. James, 1971b, p. 8. Almost a decade of social theorizing and political praxis in the U.S. would pass before James would come to the conclusions of his infamous The Revolutionary Answer to the Negro Problem in the United States. In the interim he vacillated between advocating, an independent Negro movement, in which he asserted that the party's attitude towards such a movement should be one of frank, sincere, and unwavering support, and b. a cell of communist/socialist Negroes within their respective ideological parties charged with the task of assisting the Negro movement in every way, and, while pointing out the political differences and showing that revolutionary socialism is the ultimate road, working side by side to influence this movement by criticism and activity. p. 9. The foregoing reveals that James did not come to his revolutionary and/or independent Marxism overnight. C. L. E. Blanc, 1994, pages 1-40, Bogues, 1997, pages 153-169. Quite the contrary, James remained caught in the quandary of conventional Marxist interpretations of the African American experience from 1938 to 1948, and much of this time he oscillated between advocating autonomous African American social and political activity, with the support of the Marxists, and a type of Marxist paternalism that was then very much in vogue in Marxist and other white leftist circles. According to the James, 1996a, of the preliminary notes on the Negro question, Marxism could illuminate every grave social and political problem of the day, and do what no organization, white or Negro, can do completely unless it is based on the principles of Marxism. Study the Negro question in relation to the national and international situation. p. 12. Perhaps James here is having a moment of historical amnesia, because the Pan-African movement, and especially under W. E. B. Du Bois' auspices, had been up and running since 1900, a fact James certainly should have been conscious of, and especially considering the fact that he, James, co-founded the International African Service Bureau with prominent Pan-African personalities, such as Amy Ashwood Garvey, George Padmar, and Jomo Kenyatta, in the wake of the Italian invasion of Ethiopia in 1935. Bogues, 1997, p. 40, Worcester, 1996, pages 32-33. Pan-Africanism studied the Negro question in relation to 103. The national and international situation, but it did not do so based on the principles of Marxism, which we are to presume is why James made no mention of it. However, by omitting Pan-Africanism as an alternative revolutionary path, Krumah, 1973a, to not only capitalism but also colonialism, James misses an ideal opportunity to link the African American struggle, a national struggle, with the Pan-African liberation movement, an international struggle. At this point in his thinking James was so incarcerated in Marxist ideology that he believed, a. that revolutionary socialism was the ultimate road, and b. that Marxism could illuminate every grave social and political problem of the day. Certainly socialism has proven to be compatible with Pan-Africanism as the work of Du Bois, Césaire, Senghor, Krumah, Touré, Nyerere, Fanon, and Cabral attests, but, by not engaging Pan-Africanism, and to a certain extent erasing it from his discourse when addressing the Communist and Socialist parties of the USA, James foregoes an excellent opportunity to explicate, first, the inextricable nature of capitalism from colonialism, and vice versa. And, second, by temporarily abandoning his Pan-African politics, James falls prey to the very Marxist paternalism that he would soon critique so mercilessly in The Revolutionary Answer. In advocating that a cadre of communist/socialist Negroes assist and influence African Americans in their struggle for human and civil rights, pointing out the political differences and showing that revolutionary socialism is the ultimate road, James exhibits his own unique brand of Marxist Eurocentrism. Without critically engaging, first and foremost, the historical and contemporary solutions African Americans had put forward with regard to the Negro problem in the United States, and, second, the ways in which Marxism may have on many occasions marred Africana agency. James treats the African American struggle as a subordinate struggle to the struggle, i.e., the struggle of the proletarian, the white, mostly male, working class, against capitalism. James, 1996a, stated, "Negro persecution will fall only with the fall of capitalism," p. 136. But, African Americans were not then, and are not now, white workers in blackface, and just as white workers have needs and desires that are particular to their life histories and lived experiences, so, too, do African American and other economically exploited non-white workers possess needs and desires that are particular to their life histories and lived experiences. What is more, at this point in his intellectual activist journey, James seems to lack a critical comprehension of the simple fact that often when white Marxists speak of revolution or revolutionary socialism, their theories of revolution rarely include a radical anti-racist rejection of white supremacy. Their revolution is unerringly against capitalism, not what Cedric Robinson, in Black Marxism, has eloquently illustrated is racial capitalism, the racist character of capitalism, and their revolution is not against what Charles Mills, in his groundbreaking essay White Supremacy, has recently referred to as a multidimensional system of domination, encompassing not merely the formally political that is limited to the juridico-political realm of the official governing bodies and laws, but extending to white domination in economic, cultural, cognitive, moral, somatic, and in a sense even metaphysical spheres. C. J. Robinson, 2000, p. 3, C. W. Mills, 2003b, p. 274. James traveled an immense amount of terrain, social, political, philosophical, and physical, in the 10 years that passed between his 1938 arrival and experience of American apartheid in New Orleans. See McLeamy, 1996, pages XXI, XXII, and the 104-3. 1948 publication of The Revolutionary Answer to the Negro Problem in the United States. After a decade of activity and writing on the African American struggle for human and civil rights, The Revolutionary Answer represented the climatic culmination of James' critical theorizing on the Negro question. On the American terrain, C.L.R. James, the black British Marxist and Pan-African radical, blossomed into the political leader, social theorist, philosopher, cultural critic, and radical historian. Amongst watershed works, such as Negro Liberation Through Revolutionary Socialism, Revolution and the Negro, Imperialism in Africa, The Destiny of the Negro, An Historical Overview, The Historical Development of the Negroes in American Society, and Dialectical Materialism and the Fate of Humanity, James's Revolutionary Answer stands out. After a brief introduction where he acknowledged that Richard Wright's native son had helped to popularize the Negro question, James, 1996a, going against Marxism, Leninism, Trotskyism, and Stalinism, stated, "We can compare what we have to say that is new by comparing it to previous positions on the Negro question in the socialist movement. The proletariat, as we know, must lead the struggle of all the oppressed and all those who are persecuted by capitalism. But this has been interpreted in the past and by some very good socialists too in the following sense: the independent struggles of the Negro people have not got much more than an episodic value and, as a matter of fact, can constitute a great danger not only to the Negroes themselves, but to the organized labor movement. The real leadership of the Negro struggle must rest in the hands of organized labor and of the Marxist Party. Without that, the Negro struggle is not only weak, but is likely to cause difficulties for the Negroes and dangers to organized labor. This, as I say, is the position held by many socialists in the past. Some great socialists in the United States have been associated with this attitude. We, on the other hand, say something entirely different." p. 139. As far back as his 1939 preliminary notes on the Negro question, James asserted that, the constant domination of whites, whether by the bourgeoisie or in workers' movements, more and more irks the Negro, p. 9. He knew from harsh, bitter experience that in such situations African American issues and black social and political concerns were placed on the periphery, always subordinate to the white, mostly male, working class struggle, against capitalism. But, African Americans did not, and do not now suffer the consequences of capitalism alone. In other words, it was not and is not on account of economic exploitation, in and of itself, that African Americans have been, and to a certain extent remain, one of the most dominated, denuded, degraded, and disenfranchised groups in the history of the United States of America. In 10 years' time, during his first decade in the USA, James had come to experience and know firsthand that racial discrimination often proved to be more penetrating and pernicious in the life worlds of African Americans than economic exploitation. However, James, in good Marxist fashion, understood economic exploitation to be an integral and interfacing aspect of African Americans' particular and peculiar oppression. And, it is precisely on these grounds that he challenged Marxist paternalism toward African Americans. Again utilizing his distinct dialectics, James inferred that the Communist and Socialist parties of the USA had much to offer African Americans in their struggle for freedom. But, by the same token, James 105 also averred that African Americans struggles for human and civil rights, African Americans fight for recognition as human beings and as U.S. citizens, could teach communists and socialists, in the U.S. and abroad, much about the overlapping, interlocking, and intersecting nature of capitalism and racism and colonialism in the modern world. To be sure, James indicted himself in his criticisms of the previous positions on the Negro question in the socialist movement. However, he knew this was no time to be politically timid, too many people were suffering, and too many supposed radicals and revolutionaries were talking about, but not doing anything practical with regard to the suffering. Where he himself had once harbored the very Marxist paternalistic positions he now criticized, the revolutionary answer not only symbolizes James as critic of Marxism, but also James as critic of James. He knew good and well, as I am certain many of his comrades did too, that he had advocated that leadership of the African American struggle be placed in the hands of the Eurocentric American Marxist parties. But, the revolutionary answer revealed a new even more radical James, a James just as critical of Marxism as he was of capitalism, racism, and colonialism. The new James thundered. We say, number 1, that the Negro struggle, the independent Negro struggle, has a vitality and a validity of its own, that it has deep historic roots in the past of America and in present struggles, it has an organic political perspective, along which it is traveling, to one degree or another, and everything shows that at the present time it is traveling with great speed and vigor. p. 139. Long gone is the James who once looked upon autonomous African American social and political activity, that is, social and political activity unguided by white Marxists and labor leaders, with disdain. This new James claimed that the African American struggle for freedom had a vitality and validity of its own. It was not necessary for an African American freedom fighter to be communist or socialist, or any other brand of Marxist. What mattered most to James at this point was that those who struggled, produced radical political theory, and plotted revolution worked in the best interest of all the oppressed and all those who are persecuted by capitalism. Delivering an incredible and unheard-of insider-outsider critique of the American Marxist movement, James employed his simultaneous identities and political positions as Caribbean immigrant in exile, intellectual activist of African descent, radical Pan-Africanist, and critical Marxist to forge yet another political position, dialectical critic of Marxism. In the revolutionary answer, James is unequivocal: African American and other racially oppressed people have never and should not now begin to bow to the Eurocentric Marxist ideology of revolution, that ideology which vaingloriously speaks of revolution for all the oppressed and all those persecuted by capitalism, and yet has thoroughly maintained a racist and sexist hierarchy and chauvinism which excludes and erases the radicalism of persons non-white and non-male from its political discourse, pages 9, 11. As Pan-African critic of Marxism, James asserted that African Americans have made and will continue to make significant contributions to the progressive trans. 106.3. Formation of American society, thus highlighting the recurring theme in his corpus, transformation through revolution. However, at this point James no longer advocates that African Americans rely on Marxism and/or Marxists for their political direction and political education. James, the dialectical critic of Marxism, as opposed to James the critical Marxist, now promulgates and promotes African Americans working in concert and coalition with the communists and socialists, but maintaining a critical distance and independence so as not to allow their, African Americans, distinct social and political demands and desires for justice, racial, gender, economic, and social justice, to be co-opted and confused with those of the white working classes. James was explicit. We say, number 2, that this independent Negro movement is able to intervene with terrific force upon the general social and political life of the nation, despite the fact that it is waged under the banner of democratic rights, and is not led necessarily either by the organized labor movement or the Marxist Party. We say, number 3, and this is the most important, that it is able to exercise a powerful influence upon the revolutionary proletariat, that it has got a great contribution to make to the development of the proletariat in the United States, and that it is in itself a constituent part of the struggle for socialism. In this way we challenge directly any attempt to subordinate or to push to the rear the social and political significance of the independent Negro struggle for democratic rights. That is our position. p. 139. It was the independent Negro movement that James now understood to be the most viable social and political position and platform from which to advocate and agitate for African American human and civil rights. Too often when working with communists and socialists, African American issues and concerns were subordinate or push to the rear. From his new radical political perspective, James understood, a. that independent of Marxism, African Americans, as a social and political force, had a long history and had produced a heritage of resistance, radicalism, and revolution that could, if engaged critically and appreciatively, which is to say, dialectically, contribute to contemporary anti-capitalist and anti-racist social transformation, and b. that Marxism, as with any and all other purported radical and/or revolutionary social and political theory, was in need of constant critique and correction, that is, continuous deconstruction and reconstruction. In emphasizing the influence African Americans have had, and the role, they have played, in every major American revolution, he lists the American Revolution of 1776, the Civil War, and both European World Wars, i.e., World War I and World War II. The James of the revolutionary answer comes full circle and connects with the James of the 1939 Revolution and the Negro when he wrote, "What we as Marxists have to see is the tremendous role played by Negroes in the transformation of Western civilization from feudalism to capitalism. It is only from this vantage ground that we shall be able to appreciate, and prepare for, the still greater role they must of necessity play in the transition from capitalism to socialism." 1994, p. 77. This statement may be read, and has been read here, as the trope that binds James's disparate words and deeds of this period, 1938 to 1948, together. 107. C.L.R. James N. Africana. Critical Theory of Contemporary Society. James's ideas and actions represent and register as a rupture, a schism in Marxism. He demonstrated, in word and deed, not merely that Marxism was deficient with regard to enhancing the quality of continental and diasporan African life worlds and lived experiences, but, going much further, James illustrates some of the ways in which Marxism mars human existence and experience, as it purports at almost every instance to be a rational attempt to reconstruct it. 9. In disentangling him from some of the almost inherent Eurocentrism of Marxist discourse, I have sought to illuminate those aspects of the Jamesian journey which provide contemporary critical theorists with an alternative revolutionary path. Krumah, 1973a, and paradigm that, on the one hand, is critical of what continental and diasporan Africans have done, and are doing, to liberate themselves, and, on the other hand, is critical of Western European and European American radical/revolutionary social and political theory and movements, Marxist or otherwise, which do not seriously consider the political economy of race and racism in white supremacist capitalist and colonial societies. Similar in many senses to the contributions of Du Bois, James's work as a radical historian, political theorist, and social activist helped to concretize the connections between the revolutionary traditions of the Africana Atlantic world, i.e., Africa, the Americas, the Caribbean, and Europe. During his American years in the 1940s, James developed a critical theory grounded in Marxism and Pan-Africanism, and black nationalism, that linked the enslavement and colonization of persons of African origin and descent with the rise of racism, colonialism, and capitalism. Before the watershed works of Eric Williams, Capitalism and Slavery, and Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, both of whom were students of James, he asserted that the greatest progressive revolution that mankind had so far experienced, the transition from feudalism to capitalism, had simultaneously symbolized the period of the greatest death and destruction in the histories, cultures, and civilizations of Africa, the Americas, and the Caribbean. Rodney, 1972, E. E. Williams, 1966. See also O. C. Cox, 1948, 1959, 1962, 1964, 1976, 1987, 2000. The conundrums of capitalism, and all of the conflicts and contradictions it spawned, constantly rearranged not only the economies and cultural architecture of Africa, the Americas, the Caribbean, and Europe, but rendered racism and colonialism, and sexism, universal and socially, politically, legally, and religiously acceptable if one could, or wickedly wanted to capitalize or profit by perpetuating it. With the fall of feudalism, capitalism, and a new racial colonialism rose in its wake, and the modern world witnessed the intense racialization of the human species. On James's account, white Marxists had done a fairly good job of critiquing and offering alternatives to capitalism, but much of their analysis sorely lacked an anti-racist and anti-colonial dimension that seriously considered the racist character of capitalism, what Cedric Robinson referred to as racial capitalism. Therefore, James's work as a radical historian, political theorist, and social activist was preoccupied with recollecting the politics and social relevance of the history, and the dialectic, of domination and liberation, so that contemporary radical politics and social movements could, emerge with greater revolutionary fervor and perspicuity. 108.3. It is James's conscious contradictions of, and contributions to Marxism that distinguish his work and offers an alternative paradigm for critical theorists seeking to move beyond Marxism's Eurocentrism. Traditionally, critical theory has taken as its primary preoccupation the vicissitudes of capitalism, and particularly as it impacts and affects Europe and North America. Moreover, critical theory has historically employed Marxism as its weapon of choice in its war against capitalist exploitation. But, if Marxism has long overlooked racism and the racist character of capitalism, then the Marxist tradition of critical theory more than likely will have/has many of the same limitations that mainstream Marxism does when it comes to engaging the myriad inextricable connections between capitalism, colonialism, and racism. James's Pan-African Marxism not only critiques and offers correctives to classical Marxism, but it contributes a much-needed anti-racist and anti-colonial dimension to the discourse and development of a new critical theory, that is, a critical theory of really existing or actually existing contemporary society. Aronson, 1995, Benner, 1995, Nove, 1986, Wilkerson and Paris, 2001. Read against the backdrop of Africana intellectual history, James, to be sure, in many instances exhibits an extreme Eurocentrism. However, and as I have argued above, James traveled an immense amount of terrain, social, political, philosophical, and physical, in the 10 years that passed between his 1938 arrival and experience of American apartheid and the 1948 publication of The Revolutionary Answer to the Negro Problem in the United States. Over and against attempts to label James a mere Marxist, it has been my intention to illustrate that though he may have embraced certain elements of Marxist thought throughout his intellectual journey, he was by no means a Marxist in any orthodox sense. As argued above, James's affinity to Pan-African liberation struggles and movements, past and present, often left him at loggerheads with mainstream Marxist party politics and movements. He was in this sense an outsider amongst the outsiders, an exile even among the exiles. James's thought and texts reveal their relevance to the Africana critical theory intellectual archaeology project insofar as it is understood that, 1. He was not simply a critical Marxist but more an anti-racist and anti-colonialist critic of Marxism. 2. It was his Pan-African inclinations that complicated, conflicted with, and often contradicted his purported Marxism, and 3. He alerts us to the fact that even the most radical/revolutionary thought traditions stand in need of constant critique and correction, that is, continuous deconstruction and reconstruction. In many respects C.L.R. James and W.E.B. Du Bois represent the pillars and pinnacle of early Pan-African Marxism and classical Africana contributions to critical theory. Their intellectual and political legacies directly and indirectly influenced countless social theorists and political activists, one group being the African and Caribbean theorists of negritude, particularly Aimé Césaire and Léopold Senghor, whose poems, plays, and radical politics synthesized Pan-Africanism, Marxism, and Surrealism, among other theories. The negritude theorists exerted an enormous influence on the future of Pan-African Marxism and anti-colonial struggles, and their writings and radical politics represent an often overlooked and greatly misunderstood contribution to contemporary critical theory. The following chapter, therefore, will explore negritude's connections and contributions to the discourse and development of critical theory of contemporary society. Negritude is what one race brings to the common rendezvous where all will strive for the new world of the poet's vision. C.L.R. James, cited in Julio Finn, Voices of Negritude, p. 11. The revolutionary black is a negation because he wishes to be in complete nudity. In order to build his truth, he must first destroy the truth of others. Negritude, to use Heidegger's language, is the black's being in the world. Jean-Paul Sartre, Black Orpheus, pages 124, 129. It is the white man who creates the Negro. But it is the Negro who creates negritude. Frantz Fanon, Black Skin, White Masks, p. 47. The poets of negritude confess that they owe the sweep of their arguments and the force of their self-awareness to the rediscovery of African philosophy. Jan Heinz John, Muntu, African Culture and the Western World, p. 118. Black Being in the World, Sartrine Negritude, Black Militant Marxist Surrealists, Anti-Racist Racism and Critical Social Theory. With the Great Depression of the 1930s in the U.S. came the decline and eventual end of the Harlem Renaissance. However, as AKO, 1982, Bamakunal, 1982, and Fabre, 1993, among others, have eruditiously observed, it was not the end of the Africana Renaissance in arts and letters but, perhaps, a new beginning. As the economic and cultural scene changed because of the fluctuations of the U.S. capitalist economy, continental and diasporan Africans began to congregate in Paris and develop a critical concept that, as the Nigerian literary theorist Abiola Irel, 1986, has 111. 4. Aimé Césaire and Léopold Senghor, Revolutionary Negritude and Radical New Negroes. Asserted, remains one of the most comprehensive and coherent efforts of reflection upon the African situation, p. 393. Irel is, of course, referring to negritude. 1. Negritude holds a prominent place in Africana intellectual history because it was able to synthesize a wide range of black and white radical perspectives, as well as leave a controversial legacy for future anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and anti-capitalist radicalism. The theorists of negritude were guerrilla intellectuals in the sense that they used everything and anything they could get their hands on in their struggle against racism, colonialism, and capitalism, from W.E.B. Du Bois and C.L.R. James's Pan-African Marxism, to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance, from Jean-Paul Sartre's existentialism, to André Breton's surrealism. Negritude is unique in that it was one of the first modern black aesthetic movements whose central credo was the spiritual and cultural redemption of continental and diasporan Africans. In the aftermath of the African Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, and segregation, negritude redefined and radically politicized the black aesthetic, making it more modern by bringing black art into dialogue with Pan-Africanism, black nationalism, and African socialism, as well as, and equally important, Marxism, existentialism, and surrealism. As a theory and movement of continental and diasporan African cultural continuum, negritude was expressed most eloquently by Aimé Césaire and Léopold Sédar Senghor in their prose, poetry, and radical politics. 2. However, as noted by James Clifford, 1988, the negritude of Léopold Senghor and that of Césaire are clearly distinguished, p. 177. Clifford observes that from those first faithful days of the concept's conception, circa 1931, there was a Césairian negritude and a Senghorian negritude. An extremely important, though often overlooked, third stream of negritude was also controversially conceptualized by the acclaimed French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, who undoubtedly introduced and helped to popularize the theory amongst white Marxists, leftists, and academics. Ben Etta, 2007. Sartrean negritude, if you will, has had a life both dependent on and independent of Césairian and Senghorian negritude, partly because of Sartre's popularity within white Marxist and leftist circles, especially from the mid-1950s until his death in 1980, and also because Sartre's articulation of negritude was intentionally geared toward explaining negritude to whites and emphasized its alleged temporality and transient nature. Thus, Sartre was and remains negritude's preeminent proponent and interlocutor of European descent. To his credit, he and his philosophy are distinguished from a host of well-meaning and would-be anti-racist philosophers of European descent in the sense that he entered into critical dialogue with Césaire and Senghor, and later Fanon, on not only the class question, but also the colonial question and the race question. Sartre, 1948, 1965, 1995, 1997. Consequently, Sartre's work provides a missing link and extremely important point of departure in any effort geared toward understanding and thoroughly assessing the significance of negritude for the development of an anti-racist, anti-capitalist, and anti-colonial critical theory of contemporary society. This chapter, therefore, will begin by engaging the multiple meanings of negritude, exploring the supposed divergent and clearly distinguished versions of the theory as put forward by Césaire, Senghor, and Sartre. Then, an exploration of negritude's connections to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance will be undertaken. 112.4. Similar to negritude, the Harlem Renaissance provided both continental and diasporan Africans with fora where the most pressing social and political problems confounding and confronting their respective countries and communities could be critically and collectively engaged. In this way, much of negritude, as theory and/or movement, is incomprehensible without exploring its critical connections to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance, among other black radical movements. And, finally, the chapter concludes with an analysis of negritude's significance for Africana studies, especially with an emphasis on the concept's contributions to the discourse and development of Africana critical theory of contemporary society. Ironically, according to the Kenyan philosopher Dismas Masalo, 1994, Jean-Paul Sartre contributed the first systematic definition of negritude in his 1948 essay Orphe Noir, or Black Orpheus, p. 29. 3. Since Sartre's articulation of the theory will be engaged below only insofar as it relates to Senghor and or Césaire's negritude and the Africana tradition of critical theory, and considering the conceptual importance of Sartrine negritude, a brief explication, and interrogation, may prove beneficial at the outset. As distinct from both Césarian and Senghorian negritude, Sartrine negritude understands the black's effective attitude towards the world, that is, his or her negritude, to be a necessary negativity, an anti-racist racism that is the only way by which to abolish racial differences. Sartre, 2001, pages 129, 118. Neither Césaire nor Senghor advocated, as Sartre, 1948, P. Sly, did, a society without race as the end result of negritude, but because, both Africana and European, scholars in the Francophone and Anglophone academic worlds have given greater attention and critical acclaim to Sartre's writings on negritude, he has, in a sense, become the go-to guy for knowledge on negritude and, by default, the philosopher of negritude. However, Irene Genzier, 1973, has stated that Sartre was, indeed, sympathetic of negritude, but may have been uncertain as to precisely what the movement was about, pages 37 to 38. Sartre's supposed uncertainty, the resultant conceptual ambiguity, and his refusal to revise and or revisit his articulation of negritude, as Césaire and Senghor did, has to many contemporary workers in black radical thought rendered his negritude, at best, lethargic. C. Gordon, 1995b, pages 30 to 35, Maysalo, 1994, pages 30 to 37, C. Kyoto, 1996, pages 16 to 17. Sartre makes a distinction between Césaire's subjective negritude and Senghor's objective negritude. Senghorian negritude seeks to rescue and reclaim ancient African civilizations, customs, myths, values, and so on, where Césarian negritude endeavors to return to the source, a la Amilcar Cabral, only insofar as the past pertains to, or can be shown to have a meaningful impact on, eradicating racial oppression and colonial exploitation in the present, and the longed-for liberated future. Despite making this distinction, Sartre, much to the dismay of negritudists of both persuasions, argued that Césarian and Senghorian negritude ultimately yield the same result, which contradicts his assertion that Césaire's subjective negritude is revolutionary because it asserts its solidarity with the oppressed of every color and pursues the liberation of all. Sartre, 2001, pages 136 to 137. Sartre did not challenge Senghor's black soul negritude as much as he assimilated it, and translated it into what he termed the being in the world of the black. Ironically, even after embracing certain aspects of Senghor's backward-looking or, rather, nostalgic negritude, Sartre goes on to claim that the only road that can lead to the abolition of differences of race is a subjective one remarkably similar to the 113 road traveled by the synoptic Césaire, and very soon, as will be subsequently seen, Fanon and Cabral, among others. The journey down the subjective road is very brief. It is only a moment of separation or negativity, as Sartre is quick to racially essentialize blacks and whites, putting forward an almost ontological division or, as Dubois might have said, a color line between Africans and Europeans, p. 118. From Sartre's point of view, what is objective for the black is not necessarily the lived experience and lived endurance of racism and colonialism, but, and here he is foolishly following Senghor, black soul, black nature, and the essence of blackness, p. 119. In Black Orpheus, then, Sartre exhibits a tendency to associate blacks with peasants, agriculture, sex, erotic mysticism, phallic erection and the earth, and, in a sense, he puts forward a negritude of black naturalness that unwittingly places his existential phenomenological Eurocentrism, Marxist/white leftist racism, and, let it be said, liberal white supremacist humanism into bold relief. See Champigny, 1972, Sartre, 1973, 2007. Sartre, 2001, proudly proclaimed. Techniques have contaminated the white peasant, but the black peasant remains the great male of the earth, the sperm of the world. His existence is the great vegetal patience, his work is the repetition from year to year of the sacred coitus. Creating and nourished because he creates. To till, to plant, to eat, is to make love with nature. It is in this that they join the dances and the phallic rites of the black Africans. p. 131. It would be difficult to deny Sartre's digestion of and preoccupation with Senghor's negritude of black naturalness, replete with racist and sexist references. Bartok, 2003, Ben-Etta, 2007, Gordon, 1995a, 1995c, 2002, Hadur, 2005, Howell, 1992, Mann, 2004, Marcano, 2003, Maysalo, 1998, J.S. Murphy, 1999, 2002. Sartrine negritude refashions colonial anthropology and unwittingly contributes to ethnophilosophy with its emphasis on the dances and the phallic rites of the black Africans, African primitiveness, and ancient African rituals and customs, as well as its preoccupation with the sexual potency of primordial or primitive African men, the great male S of the earth, the sperm of the world, as he put it. For Sartre, negritude celebrates black creation, black sexuality, black spirituality, black bodies, black firm phalluses, black workers, and black consciousness. It is based upon a black soul, he asserted, drawing from Senghor, and on a certain quality common to the thoughts and to the behavior of blacks. Observe the abstractness and ambiguity in Sartre's discourse on negritude. Part of the problem has to do with the pronouncements of the objective negritudists and, most especially, their nostalgic claims of a single black essence, despite countless historical and cultural records and artifacts that point to black folks' very varied, multicultural, transethnic and transgenerational lived experiences and lived endurances of Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, segregation, and assimilation, not only in the diaspora but, truth be told, on the African continent as well. In contrast to Senghor's objective negritude, Sartre identifies Césaire's subjective negritude, a negritude that moves beyond a mere chronicling of the great African past, a negritude with one foot on the continental past and the other on the diasporan present, and, finally, a negritude that pulls no punches and exhibits an extreme passion for liberty, said Sartre. Césaire's negritude, we are told, is revolutionary negritude because it is focused on black being and becoming in the 114.4. Present and future, not ancient rituals, the mysterious bubbling of black blood, or African polyrhythms. Sartre, 2001, p. 138. It is not a negritude of universality, but one of specificity and, as Sartre observed, it is based on a sense of revolt and love of liberty. He continues, what Césaire destroys is not all culture but rather white culture, what he brings to light is not desire for everything but rather the revolutionary aspirations of the oppressed black, what he touches in his very depths is not the spirit but a certain specific, concrete form of humanity. p. 127, all emphasis in original. Césaire snatches surrealism, that European poetic movement, away from the Europeans who created it and, to use Sartre's term, defrenchifies it, and Africanizes it to speak to the special needs of the continental and diasporan African world, pages 128, 123. Césaire's poetry, then, signals the construction of surrealism and the reconstruction of negritude, or Africanity, as Senghor would soon suggest. Even after his intense analysis of Senghorian and Césairian negritude, which is to say, though he devoted the bulk of his essay to a critical treatment of objective and subjective negritude, or the divergent degrees of negritude, Sartre took an odd turn and ended the piece emphasizing the temporality of black existence, unequivocally announcing that negritude is for destroying itself, it is the root of its own destruction, pages 133, 136 to 173, see also Fanon, 1967, p. 133. This is the more serious matter that the prophets of negritude bring to the fore, a matter of intellectual, political, and racial life and death. The following passage from Sartre's Black Orpheus, which was made famous by Frantz Fanon in Black Skin, White Masks, perhaps captures the conundrum best and, consequently, should be quoted at length. But there is something more important. The black, as we have said, creates an anti-racist racism for himself. In no sense does he wish to rule the world, he seeks the abolition of all ethnic privileges, wherever they come from, he asserts his solidarity with the oppressed of all colors. At once the subjective, existential, ethnic idea of negritude passes, as Hegel puts it, into the objective, positive, exact idea of the proletariat. For Césaire, Senghor says, the white man is the symbol of capital as the Negro is the labor. Beyond the black-skinned men of his race it is the battle of the world proletariat that is his song. That is easy to say, but less easy to think out. And undoubtedly it is no coincidence that the most ardent poets of negritude are at the same time militant Marxists. But that does not prevent the idea of race from mingling with that of class. The first is concrete and particular, the second is universal and abstract, the one stems from what Jasper calls understanding and the other from intellection. The first is the result of a psychobiological syncretism and the second is a methodical construction based on experience. In fact, negritude appears as the minor term of a dialectical progression. The theoretical and practical assertion of the supremacy of the white man is the thesis, the position of negritude as an antithetical value is the moment of negativity. But this negative moment is insufficient by itself, and the blacks who employ it know this very well. They know that it is intended to prepare the synthesis or realization of the human in a society without races. Thus negritude is the root of its own destruction, it is a transition and not a conclusion, a means and not an ultimate end. Sartre, 2001, p. 137, all emphasis in original, see also Fanon, 1967, pages 132 to 133. For Sartre, negritude was merely a negative moment, which was ultimately insufficient by itself. What negritude lacked, from the Sartrean point of view, was 115. Precisely what blacks lacked, an openness to assimilation, which actually meant an openness to Europeanization parading under the guise of modernization, and a more in-depth understanding of Hegel and, especially, Marx, who, perhaps not unbeknownst to Sartre, were both sometimes subtle and sometimes not so subtle white supremacists or, at the least, extreme Eurocentrists. As with so many white Marxists or white leftists before him, Sartre understood racism and colonialism to be important factors impacting the modern world, but and here's the real rub: racism and colonialism were particular to blacks being in the world and the life worlds and lived experiences of other colored and colonized people, whereas capitalism and class struggle represented the ultimate universal revolution, a struggle that would not only liberate colored and colonized folk, but also the proletariat, by which Sartre means white workers, p. 128. It must be honestly admitted that Sartre did not exaggerate when he wrote, undoubtedly it is no coincidence that the most ardent poets of negritude are at the same time militant Marxists. However, what Sartre's analysis circumvents is the crucial fact that non-white radicals are usually initially attracted to Marxism because of its wide-ranging historical and political perspective, its critical theoretical preoccupation with exploitation, alienation, oppression, and domination, and its emphasis on social transformation and the promise of liberation. But, as soon as non-white radicals realize that when white Marxists speak of exploitation or oppression rarely is racism critically considered, and colonialism almost always takes a secondary position to the evils of capitalism, they immediately find Marxism to be a false doctrine, its historical vision horribly Eurocentric and surreptitiously white supremacist, and its supposedly all-encompassing conceptual categories to be so narrowly focused on class and obsessed with capitalist corruption, that Marxism, for all radical political purposes in the interest of anti-racism, anti-colonialism, and anti-capitalism, often inhibits much more than it inspires revolutionary anti-imperialist movements. B. Camara, 2008. Sartre quickly collapses negritude, and, in some senses, Pan-Africanism and black nationalism, into Marxism before he has a good understanding of what negritude is, why it was created, and what it was created to do. As soon as black radicalism outdistances white radicalism, which, of course, has long been embodied in Marxism, Sartre counsels blacks to take a hard turn toward revolutionary humanism and transcend their newly discovered radical blackness or racial particularity. By Sartre's own admission, the revolutionary negritudists had surely put the white surrealists to shame, making a mockery of the emptiness, the verbal impotence, and the silent densities of the white surrealists' poetry, p. 122. But, even in winning, blacks still lose. Sartre was dead serious when he wrote of the moment of separation or negativity that negritude represents. A moment is a very brief period of time, and that is precisely how long Sartre envisioned blacks' dire need to speak their special truths to each other, whites, and the wider world about their collective experiences and collective endurances in a white supremacist world. In so many words, Sartre was saying that blacks were justified in their deep desire to separate from and/or critique white supremacy and European global imperialism, but just as soon as he admits this he, as opposed to the really and truly wretched of the earth, sets a time limit on how long blacks should journey down the road of racial justice. 116.4. Negritude, indeed, is an anti-racist racism from the Sartrean perspective, but this anti-racist racism is the only road that will lead to the abolition of racial differences, p. 118. Even as they embrace race in a revolutionary anti-racist manner, in the interest of a revolutionary anti-racist movement, the racially ruled are simultaneously told by the progeny of the inventors of race, the modern racial rulers, to transcend race, to erase race, to deal it the final death blow. From Sartre's point of view, then, negritude is temporary and, like a child throwing a temper tantrum, it should be tolerated for the time being, but it cannot and will not last long. In his own existential phenomenological paternalistic words, negritude is not a state, it is a simple surpassing of itself, it is love. It is when negritude renounces itself that it finds itself, it is when it accepts losing that it has won, the colored man, and he alone can be asked to renounce the pride of his color. He is the one who is walking on this ridge between past particularism which he has just climbed and future universalism, which will be the twilight of his negritude. He is the one who looks to the end of particularism in order to find the dawn of the universal. Undoubtedly, the white worker also becomes conscious of his class in order to deny it, since he wants the advent of a classless society, but once again, the definition of class is objective, it sums up only the conditions of the white worker's alienation, whereas it is in the bottom of his heart that the black finds race, and he must tear out his heart. p. 138. In negritude, continental and diasporan Africans are simultaneously issued a long overdue special invitation to rescue, reclaim and, perhaps, modernize African culture and, also, almost immediately admonished to transcend their newfound, or newly created, culture for the greater good, not of humanity, as Sartre would slyly have us believe, but for white workers. Note that blacks find race, not in the white supremacist world they are mercilessly and maliciously flung into, but in the bottom of their hearts, and they, therefore, must tear out their hearts. Why? Because the most pressing social and political problems are capitalism and class struggle, the very problems that white Marxists have long been perplexingly preoccupied with. Sartre tells us that white workers want a classless society. However, he does not extend his analysis to black and other colored and colonized workers who want not only a classless society, but an anti-racist, dare I say, post-white supremacist society, and world, as well. If, indeed, race is in blacks' hearts, as Sartre suggests, then how did it get there? What is the relationship between racism and capitalism? Racism and colonialism? And, furthermore, colonialism and capitalism? Is it a coincidence that the rise of race and racism parallels the historical and cultural development of capitalism? Who invented racial categories? When, where, and why were racial categories invented and disparaging racial distinctions made? Caesarean and Sengherian negritude offers answers to similar answers, but answers nonetheless to these questions. Sartrean negritude sidesteps answering these crucial questions and makes a mad dash to desultorily dissolve negritude into Marxism. Sartre, however, is correct to suggest that negritude contains the seeds of revolutionary humanism. One need only turn to Fanon's 4 volumes to see the fruits of negritude's revolutionary humanism pushed to their pinnacle, but Sartre is wrong, retrogressively wrong, to euphemize the importance of Pan-Africanism and black nationalism for black radical politics and black revolutionary social movements. He is on point when and where he states that the black revolutionary 117 asserts his solidarity with the oppressed of every color, and because he has suffered from capitalistic exploitation more than all others, he, the black revolutionary, has acquired a sense of revolt and a love of liberty more than all others. And because he is the most oppressed, he necessarily pursues the liberation of all, when he works for his own deliverance, pages 126, 136 to 137, emphasis in original. However, Sartre fails to see how and why the black liberation struggle, of which negritude is an important though often overlooked part, fuels the fires of black revolutionary humanism. Girard, 1962, 1964. If black revolutionaries are pursuing the liberation of all, even as they embrace their blackness, then the problem is not with blackness, but more perhaps with the way that blackness is misrepresented and devalued in a white supremacist world. Sartre, perhaps, should be admonishing whites, especially white Marxists, to renounce their race, or sense of racelessness or racial neutrality or racial universality, since historically when whites embrace their race it has usually translated into racism, white supremacy in particular, and the physical and cultural decimation and or colonization of non-whites. Sartre is in very bad faith, to borrow one of his favorite existential phenomenological phrases, when he suggests that black revolutionaries transcend race in their efforts to abolish racism without so much as mentioning that whites, especially white workers and white Marxists, would do well, finally they would do right moral and ethically, in doing the same. We seem to have stumbled upon a Sartrean double standard here, a racial riddle, or a racial colonial conundrum, if you will. The abolition of racial differences is not, or, rather, should not be quarantined to blacks, black revolutionaries, and or black revolutionary movements, but should be incorporated into all anti-imperialist movements, especially white Marxist and white leftist movements. It is quite cowardly, if not subtly anti-black racist, of Sartre and other white Marxists to nobly volunteer to fight in the war against capitalism and entreat and enlist black revolutionaries in class struggle, often as the shook troops, as Du Bois declared in The Negro and Communism, and then abandon blacks in their parlous struggle against racism, and white supremacy in particular, Du Bois 1995a, p. 591. Insult is added to the injury when many white Marxists and white leftists refuse to acknowledge the ways that they themselves are complicit in and contribute to white supremacy by downplaying and neglecting the ways in which racism, colonialism, and capitalism are incessant overlapping, interlocking and intersecting systems of oppression that thrice threaten black life worlds and lived experiences. It seems utterly absurd that an extremely perceptive philosopher and radical social theorist such as Jean-Paul Sartre would double-deal the negritude theorists, and blacks in general, at the very moment that they turn to him for camaraderie. However, in Sartre's defense it could be pointed out that he did earnestly admit in the middle of Black Orpheus, it must first be stated that a white man could hardly speak about it negritude suitably, since he had no inner experience of it and since European languages lack words to describe it. Sartre, 2001, p. 129, see also Sartre, 1995. If, indeed, a white man could hardly speak about it suitably, then, why did he suggest over and over again throughout Black Orpheus that negritude was fleeting, momentary, and/or temporary? On what grounds did he make these audacious assertions and, we must honestly ask, why? What is more, why was Sartre so eager to suggest that the negritude theorists, and black revolutionaries in general, 118.4, transcend their blackness, their past particularism for a future universalism without at the same time issuing a similar caveat to white Marxists and other white leftists, if not whites in general? Sartre knows good and well that the black revolutionary wishes in no way to dominate the world. He desires the abolition of ethnic privileges, wherever they come from. So, it seems extremely curious that he would prematurely eulogize negritude and eloquently write its epitaph, p. 137. Perhaps there is a deep double meaning, dare I say a deep Sartrean double consciousness, when he writes near the end of Black Orpheus, one more step and negritude will disappear completely, p. 138. One of negritude's heirs and harshest critics, Frantz Fanon, as we shall observe in the following chapter, found the theory wanting, and particularly the Sengherian and Sartrean articulations. According to Fanon, 1967, help had been sought from a friend Sartre of the colored peoples, and that friend had found no better response than to point out the relativity of what they were doing, p. 133. Sartre, fumed Fanon, robbed the theorists and practitioners of negritude of their last chance, p. 133. As he deconstructed the old negritude, Fanon developed a neo-negritude that simultaneously confronted and contested what he believed to be Senghor's search for a negritude of the sources and Sartre's dialectical negation of negritude. For although he was increasingly critical of Caesarean negritude, Fanon found within Césaire's poetry and radical political writings, especially discourse on colonialism, a working concept of anti-colonialism and a theory of decolonization. For this reason, Fanon sardonically stated in Black Skin, White Masks, I come back once more to Césaire, and then, once again I come back to Césaire, I wish that more black intellectuals would turn to him for their inspiration, pages 90, 187. In his critique of Sartre's Black Orpheus, Fanon, 1967, pages 91, 124, 131, 198, employs Césaire's discourse on colonialism, Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, The Miraculous Weapons, and his introduction to Victor Schouelcher's Esclavage et Colonization, commenting ultimately that it was Césaire and his negritude that had prepared us, p. 195, to combat cultural imposition, p. 193, and inspired Negroes pursuing their Negrohood, p. 197. Césaire can be said to be Fanon's philosophical father and, as will be discussed in the ensuing chapter, the black radical theorist's work that Fanon most consistently and critically builds on and goes beyond when he constructs his critical theory of the colonial world, specifically in texts such as Black Skin, White Masks and The Wretched of the Earth. We turn now, then, to one of the seminal sources of Fanon's radicalism, Aimé Césaire's Revolutionary Negritude. Aimé Césaire, Revolutionary Negritude, and the critical, turn to radical traditional African philosophy, engaging Fanon's philosophical father. Negritude has lived through all kinds of adventures. I would like to say that everyone has his or her own negritude. There has been too much theorizing about negritude. Aimé Césaire, Discourse on Colonialism, p. 75. Aimé Césaire is reported to have coined the term negritude in 1939, using it first in his long prose poem Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, Cahiers d'un Retour au 119. Pays Natal. 5. Jean-Paul Sartre, André Breton, and a host of others have argued that Césaire's Notebook is the quintessential revolutionary negritude poem, and that his call to Caribbean people to rediscover their African roots was simultaneously seminal, radical, evocative, and abstruse. Fanon, 1969, famously asserted in West Indians and Africans, from toward the African Revolution. Until 1939 the West Indian lived, thought, dreamed, we have shown this in black skin, white masks, composed poems, wrote novels exactly as a white man would have done. We understand now why it was not possible for him, as for the African poets, to sing the black knight, the black woman with pink heels. Before Césaire, West Indian literature was a literature of Europeans. The West Indian identified himself with the white man, adopted a white man's attitude, was a white man. p. 26. Césaire's poem created a scandal, Fanon gleefully recalled, because Césaire was an educated black, and educated blacks simply did not want to be black, they wanted to be white, and absurdly thought of themselves and their work as white and / or contributions to European culture and civilization. I am, of course, using the word civilization in an extremely sardonic sense, especially considering the conundrum of a supposed civilization that colonizes and decimates non-European cultures and civilizations. In fact, as Fanon observed in several of his studies, black intellectuals have long lived in a make-believe world of their own, rejected by the white world, and relentlessly rejecting the black world, à la Dubois' concept of double consciousness. Césaire sought to return to and reconnect, not only with Caribbean history and culture, but with what he understood to be the roots of Caribbean history and culture, pre-colonial and anti-colonial indigenous, continental, and diasporan African history and culture. Fanon gives us a sense of how unusual and unique Césaire's critical rediscovery project was in Martinique, and the Caribbean in general, at the same time, displaying his, Fanon's, own intense awe and the irony of Césaire's breakthrough and brilliance. For the first time a lycée teacher, a man, therefore, who was apparently worthy of respect, was seen to announce quite simply to West Indian society that it is fine and good to be a Negro. To be sure, this created a scandal. It was said at the time that he was a little mad, and his colleagues went out of their way to give details as to his supposed ailments. What indeed could be more grotesque than an educated man, a man with a diploma, having in consequence understood a good many things, among others that it was unfortunate to be a Negro, proclaiming that his skin was beautiful and that the big black hole was a source of truth. Neither the mulattoes nor the Negroes understood this delirium. The mulattoes because they had escaped from the night, the Negroes because they aspired to get away from it. 2 centuries of white truth proved this man wrong. He must be mad, for it was unthinkable that he could be right. Pages 21 to 22. Fanon is careful and critical to note Césaire's deconstruction of white truth, which takes us right back to Sartre's assertion in Black Orpheus that, the revolutionary black is a negation because he wishes to be in complete nudity. In order to build his truth, he must first destroy the truth of others. Through negritude, Césaire seeks to deracinate continental and diasporan Africans' internalization of anti-black racism and Eurocentrism. He knows all too well that blacks have been told time and time again that they are, and have always been, uncivilized, unintelligent, prim. 124. Itive and promiscuous, and with his work he strives to counter colonialism and racism by rediscovering and, if need be, creating new anti-imperialist African values. Césaire's deconstruction of white truth and Sartre's contention that, the revolutionary black is a negation because he wishes to be in complete nudity, also illustrates Césairian negritude's intense emphasis on decolonization and re-Africanization, Toury, 1959. When Sartre writes of nudity, he is acknowledging that part of the negritude project involves deracination, or stripping or suspending, perhaps in an existential phenomenological sense, blacks of their current conception, of themselves and their life worlds, which has more often than not been diabolically bequeathed to them by the white supremacist world. With Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, Césaire introduced several concepts, and 2 in particular, which would later turn out to be central to the discourse on black identity and Africana philosophy, and determinant of a new direction in the Francophone and Pan-African production and representation of knowledge about Africa and its diaspora. The two core concepts were, first, of course, negritude, and secondly, Césaire's special use, of the word return. I will first treat Cæsarian negritude, and then explore his negritudian notion of return. Césaire's radicalism and revolutionary negritude. Negritude, according to Césaire, is at once a violent affirmation of Negrohood or Africanity, as Senghor would later phrase it, as well as a struggle against alienation, an awareness of the need for solidarity among blacks, a resistance to the politics of assimilation, a decolonization of consciousness, a reaction of enraged youth, a concrete rather than abstract coming to consciousness, and a search for identity. Césaire, 1972, pages 72 to 76. See also Senghor, 1995a, p. 123, 1996, p. 49. Negritude, therefore, from Césaire's point of view, is wide-ranging and grounded in black radical politics and a distinct Pan-African perspective, a purposeful perspective aimed not only at returning to and reclaiming Africa but, perhaps more importantly, consciously creating an authentic African or black self. In order to convey both the usable parts of Africa's past and blacks' present intense search for identity, Césaire, 1972, created a new language to more adequately express the new Africana logic, an Antillean French, a black French, as he contended, p. 67. In his efforts to create a new language, he demonstrates negritude's connections to surrealism, and also negritude's commitments to revolution, decolonization, and re-Africanization. As Lilian Kestelud, 1991, has observed in Black Writers in French, a literary history of negritude, for Césaire surrealism was synonymous with revolution. If he preferred the former, it was not only because of political censorship, but because he wanted to show that it referred not merely to social reform but to a more radical change aimed at the very depths of individual awareness, p. 263. With negritude, Césaire deconstructed the French language and attempted to decolonize French Africa and French Africans. He was adamant about creating a new language to communicate his new logic, negritude, stating, "I want to emphasize very strongly that while using as a point of departure the elements that French literature gave me, at the same time I have always strived to create a new language, one capable of communicating the African heritage." Césaire, 1972, p. 67. 6. 121. Cæsarian negritude, as is made clear by the aforementioned, is rooted in the African heritage, that is, the historicity of African people, and similar to Senghorian negritude and Du Boisian discourse, understands that people of African descent, like all other human groups, have, as Du Bois said, a great message for humanity. Du Bois, 1986a, p. 820. Césaire, 1972, stated, "Here were things to tell the world. We the theorists of negritude were not dazzled by European civilization. We bore the imprint of European civilization, but we thought that Africa could make a contribution to Europe," pages 76 to 77. In Discourse on Colonialism, Césaire relates that European civilization had two major problems to which its existence had given rise, the problem of the proletariat and the colonial problem, p. 9. Negritude, then, as postulated by Césaire, had the onus of engaging capitalism and colonialism. It was there, located in the locus of the dialectic of European civilization and African colonization, that Cæsarian negritude, much like the critical theories of Du Bois and James, confronted and contested the howling savagery and barbarity, as Césaire put it, of the negation of civilization, pages 15, 18. Césaire understands European civilization to rest on the colonization of non-Europeans, their lives, labor, and lands. His negritude, like Du Bois and James's discourse, was a revolutionary humanist enterprise that was sympathetic to the sufferings of non-European peoples, especially Indians, Hindus, South Sea Islanders and Africans, pages 14, 58. Moreover, Caesarian negritude viewed European civilization as a decadent and dying civilization that had undermined civilizations, destroyed countries, ruined nationalities, and extirpated the root of diversity, pages 9, 59. To combat and counter the global destructiveness of European civilization, Caesar suggested that persons of African descent, working in concert with other colonized, exploited, and alienated human beings, rebel and revolt against the savagery, barbarity, and brutality of European conquerors, colonizers, and capitalists, p. 13. He thundered. A pitiless society, at its present stage, is incapable of establishing a concept of the rights of all men, just as it has proved incapable of establishing a system of individual ethics. Which comes down to saying that the salvation of Europe is not a matter of revolution in methods. It is a matter of the revolution, the one which, until such time as there is a classless society, will substitute for the narrow tyranny of a dehumanized bourgeoisie the preponderance of the only class that still has a universal mission, because it suffers in its flesh from all the wrongs of history, from all the universal wrongs, the proletariat. Pages 15, 61. Caesar's negritude is revolutionary, not because it critically engages and appropriates certain aspects of Marxism, surrealism, and existentialism, but by virtue of the fact that it understands that, Marx is all right, but we the enslaved, colonized, exploited, and alienated need to complete Marx, p. 70. 7. Just what does Caesar mean, we need to complete Marx? Part of what he is suggesting is that it is important for the economically exploited and racially oppressed to come to the discomforting realization, especially for many non-white Marxists, and black Marxists in particular, that the revolution that Karl Marx had in mind was a war to be waged not on behalf of a universal proletariat, but on behalf of the proletariat of his, Marx's, time and mind, white, working-class men, Di Stefano, 1991, 2008. 122-4. Ferguson, 1998. Moreover, Marx, unlike Friedrich Engels in The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, rarely wrote a flattering word concerning women. So, women as gender-oppressed and exploited workers were not a part of his anti-capitalist theorizations either. 8. Furthermore, it is a known fact that both Marx and Engels believed that the enslavement of people of African descent and the colonization of the colored world was a necessary evil. 9. For example, in his article The British Rule in India, Marx related to his readers, England, it is true, in causing a social revolution in Hindustan India, was actuated only by the vilest interests, and was stupid in her manner of enforcing them. But that is not the question. The question is, can white, working-class male mankind fulfill its destiny without a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia? If not, whatever may have been the crimes of England, she was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about that revolution. Then, whatever bitterness the spectacle of the crumbling of an ancient world may have for our personal feelings, we have the right, in point of history, to exclaim with Goethe, should this torture then torment us since it brings us greater pleasure? Were not through the rule of Timur souls devoured without measure? Marx and Engels, 1972, p. 41. Engels, echoing Marx's pro-colonialism in an essay entitled, Defense of Progressive Imperialism in Algeria, stated with a stark confidence that would have surely made Fanon's blood boil. Upon the whole it is, in our opinion, very fortunate that the Arabian chief Abd el-Kader has been taken. The struggle of the Bedouins was a hopeless one, and though the manner in which brutal soldiers, like Bujoud, have carried on the war is highly blamable, the conquest of Algeria is an important and fortunate fact for the progress of European civilization. The conquest of Algeria has already forced the beys of Tunis and Tripoli, and even the Emperor of Morocco, to enter upon the road of European civilization. All these nations of free barbarians look very proud, noble, and glorious at a distance, but only come near them and you will find that they, as well as the more civilized nations, are ruled by the lust of gain, and only employ ruder and more cruel means. And after all, the modern European bourgeois, with civilization, industry, order, and at least relative enlightenment following him, is preferable to the feudal lord or to the marauding robber, with the barbarian state of society to which they belong. Marx and Engels, 1989, pages 450 to 451. What should be taken note of and emphasized here, and this extends well beyond colonial India and Algeria to the rest of the colored/colonized, non-European/non-white, world, is the disconcerting fact that neither Marx nor Engels compassionately considered the howling savagery and hypocrisy, the barbarity and brutality that European colonial rule wreaked upon the wretched of the earth. Moreover, the writings of both Marx and Engels attest to the fact that European imperial expansion, that is, the violent colonial conquest of the non-European/non-white world, has been, and continues to be, carried out precisely as Fanon, 1968, said it must be if the oppressive and exploitative divide between the colonized and the colonizer, the racially ruled and the racial rulers, is to remain, by dint of a great 123 array of bayonets and cannons, p. 36. Caesarean negritude, similar to Fanonian philosophy, as we shall see in the succeeding chapter, understands that the globalization of European civilization presupposes and is grounded on the systematic destruction of non-European civilizations, Serequaberhan, 1994, p. 61. When and where Marx exonerates British or European rule in India, or any other non-European continent or country, and when and where Engels advocates progressive imperialism in Algeria, as if imperialism in any form could be progressive, is precisely when and where Du Bois, James, Césaire, Fanon, and Cabral, among many other black radicals, move away from Marx's and Marxist Eurocentrism and /or white supremacism, see C.J. Robinson, 2000, Serequaberhan, 1990. In contradistinction to the revolutionary rhetoric of the white Marxists, communists and socialists alike, who have historically produced empty page after page of promises to colored and colonized people, Caesarean negritude, a negritude of and inaction, knows that the emancipation of the Negro consists of more than just political freedom. Caesarean negritude, it should be reiterated, is among other things an intense search for identity, an ever-evolving exploration of Africanity and freedom, more than just political freedom, which is fundamental to the formation of any human identity. Césaire, 1972, pages 75, 70, 76. 10. In other words, Africans will never know who they have been, who they are, or who they are capable of becoming unless they have the freedom plural, to explore and examine their inherited historicity and the very human right to determine their own destiny. Colonialism petrifies the subjugated culture, writes Eritrean philosopher Tsna Serequaberhan, 1994, p. 101. Under colonialism neither the colonized nor the colonizer knows himself or herself. The colonized live lives of double consciousness, as Du Bois put it, or third-person consciousness, as Fanon would have it, and the sad reality of their situation forces the urge for freedom upon them. Du Bois, 1997a, pages 38 to 39, Fanon, 1967, p. 110, John, 1968, p. 241. Grappling with the urge for freedom places the colonized squarely in existential and ontological opposition to the colonizer, leaving both sides with dialectical and extremely perplexing onuses. On the one hand, the struggle to maintain racial and colonial domination and discrimination, and, on the other hand, the fight for freedom, that is, emancipation in every sphere of human existence. Bernasconi, 2002, G. Wilder, 2003b, 2004, 2005. Césaire, 1972, said, "It is the colonized man who wants to move forward, and the colonizer who holds things back." p. 25. The colonizer who holds things back, moreover, asphyxiates and / or retards the colonized person's being in the world, their very perception and experience of the world in which they inhabit and have inherited. It is precisely at this moment that the colonized human being is reduced to a mere object or thing in the colonizer's mind, and in the colonial world in general. Note Césare's colonial equation, colonization equals thingification, p. 21. He observes, however, that both the colonized and the colonizer suffer the consequences of colonialism. Colonization, I repeat, dehumanizes even the most civilized man, that colonial activity, colonial enterprise, colonial conquest, which is based on contempt for the native and justified by that contempt, inevitably tends to change him who undertakes it, that the colonizer, who in order to ease his conscience gets into the habit of seeing the other. 124.4. Man as an animal, accustoms himself to treating him like an animal, and tends objectively to transform himself into an animal. It is this result, this boomerang effect of colonization, that I wanted to point out. Pages 19, 20, emphasis in original. César turned to the horrifying history of Hitler's Nazi Germany to ground his boomerang effect of colonization thesis. He intentionally chose an example that he knew was fresh in the European imagination, and one that would shock and awe his white readers. Similar to Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, Discourse on Colonialism was written and structured in a way to express an intense sense of struggle, both internal and external struggle, and, perhaps more importantly, the development of negritude, the development, in other words, of a new black consciousness, a necessarily negative or critical consciousness in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Discourse on Colonialism, then, paints a picture in prose, as opposed to the surrealistic poetry of Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, which reveals the double consciousness and life-threatening dialectic of blacks' intense and incessant struggle to transgress and transcend the color lines and morally corrupting chasms of racism and colonialism. Much more than surrealism in blackface, Caesarean negritude represents fighting words, words used as weapons, weapons which bring revolution and cultural renewal. Césare's work, his words, and ideas were aggressively argued in French with the express intent of countering French racism and French colonialism. In Black Orpheus, Sartre, 2001, observed that because the oppressor is present in the very language that they, the theorists of negritude, speak, they will speak this language in order to destroy it. He also pointed out that the surrealists did not have the same agenda. The contemporary European poet tries to dehumanize words in order to give them back to nature. The Black Herald is going to defrenchifize them, he will crush them, break their usual associations, he will violently couple them. Pages 122 to 123, emphasis in original. Césare's violent, self-defensive, and anti-colonial counter-violent coupling of words as weapons was also symbolic of the ubiquitous violence of black lived experiences and life struggles in an anti-black racist and white supremacist world. Notebook of a Return to the Native Land opens with a poetic portrait of Martinique's capital, Fort-de-France. The Caribbean capital city is contrasted with France's metropolises, and specifically Paris. Fort-de-France is described as flat, lacking life, and filled with colonial zombies, but it, nevertheless, is constantly on the brink of violence. However, not the violence of liberation but the violence of survival, the violence of lives lived under a brutal, spirit-breaking, assimilation-advocating colonialism, the black-on-black violence of the internal colony within the colony, the ghetto, and its vicious, breathtakingly brutal, and deeply dehumanizing violence. For César, his work must not simply speak to this violence, but combat it, and in this sense his poetry, as he pointed out, is accursed poetry. Because it was knowledge and no longer entertainment, quoted in Kestlut, 1991, p. 261. His work was also cursed, he believed, because it lifted the ban on all things black, p. 261. Once more, Surrealism made no efforts to do any of this, and this is precisely where Caesarean negritude, and negritude in general, distinguishes itself from Surrealism, and, I am wont to aver, phenomenology, existentialism, pragmatism, Marxism, communism, socialism, etc. 125. Caesarean negritude surpasses surrealism in its efforts to simultaneously combat capitalism, colonialism, and racism. It also puts the premium on revolutionary humanism by extending its discourse well beyond African life worlds and lived experiences. In the following passage, Caesar connects the holocausts of countless racialized and colonized peoples with the Jewish Holocaust and questions Europe's supposed moral conscience, and emphasizes racism's irrationality. Therefore, when Caesar writes above of the boomerang effect of colonization, he is saying, very similar to Malcolm X, that the chickens always come home to roost, and that it is not only non-white/non-Europeans who suffer the violence of white supremacy and European imperialism. Imperialism does not offer allegiance to anyone. Caesarean negritude, again going back to Sartre, 2001, reframes the Jewish Holocaust by creating what Baudeley calls the Holocaust of words, p. 122, see also Sartre, 1965. In clear, sardonic prose Caesar, 1972, explained. Before they were its victims, they were its accomplices, that they tolerated that Nazism before it was inflicted on them, that they absolved it, shut their eyes to it, legitimized it, because, until then, it had been applied only to non-European peoples, that they have cultivated that Nazism, that they are responsible for it, and that before engulfing the whole of Western, Christian civilization in its reddened waters, it oozes, seeps, and trickles from every crack. Yes, it would be worthwhile to study clinically, in detail, the steps taken by Hitler and Hitlerism and to reveal to the very distinguished, very humanistic, very Christian bourgeois of the 20th century that without his being aware of it, he has a Hitler inside him, that Hitler inhabits him, that Hitler is his demon, that if he rails against him, he is being inconsistent and that, at bottom, what he cannot forgive Hitler for is not crime in itself, the crime against man, it is not the humiliation of man as such, it is the crime against the white man, the humiliation of the white man, and the fact that he applied to Europe colonialist procedures which until then had been reserved exclusively for the Arabs of Algeria, the coolies of India, and the blacks of Africa. p. 14, all emphasis in original. The violence of colonial conquest, according to Caesar, dehumanizes both the colonized and the colonizer. As the colonizer ruthlessly dominates the colonized person's life world and language world, the colonized experiences not merely dehumanization, but deracination, which means literally, to pluck or tear up by the roots, to eradicate or exterminate. Ashcroft, Griffiths, and Tiffin, 1998, p. 68. For Caesar, 1972, the deracination of Africans must be countered and or combated by a violent affirmation of their Africanity, which includes not only their distinct identity but also their unique historicity, hence, their negritude, their distinctly African attitude toward the world, p. 74. What is more, negritude, being nothing other than a concrete rather than abstract coming into African consciousness, knows that it is equally necessary to decolonize our minds, our inner life, at the same time that we decolonize society, pages 76, 78. Decolonization, as Fanon eloquently observed in Toward the African Revolution and the Wretched of the Earth, demands a critical return to the pre-colonial history and culture of the colonized nation, a radical rediscovery of the pre-colonial history and culture of the colonized people. In his own words, the settler makes history and is conscious of making it. And because he constantly refers to the history of his mother country, he clearly indicates that he himself is the extension. 126.4. Of that mother country. Thus the history which he writes is not the history of the country which he plunders but the history of his own nation in regard to all that she schemes off, all that she violates and starves. The immobility to which the native is condemned can only be called into question if the native decides to put an end to the history of colonization, the history of pillage, and bring into existence the history of the nation, the history of decolonization. Fanon, 1968, p. 51. In order for the colonized to put an end to the history of colonization and bring into existence the history of the nation, they must make a critical distinction between their history and culture and that of the colonizer. Moreover, they must move beyond their current colonized culture and critically return to and deeply ground themselves in their own pre-colonial history, culture, and struggle. And this is where we dance with the dialectic. As they return to their pre-colonial past, they must not romanticize and find utopia on every page of their hidden history. Their engagement of their pre-colonial past must be critical, expressly seeking to salvage those things from the past which provide paradigms for liberation in the present and future. Long before Fanon, Césaire argued for a critical return to Africa's pre-colonial past, a past he understood to offer many contributions to the ongoing Africana, and worldwide, liberation and decolonization struggle. Césaire's critical, turn to radical traditional African philosophy. In Black Skin, White Masks, Fanon, 1967, asserted, "Without a Negro past, without a Negro future, it is impossible for me to live my Negrohood," p. 138. The future, for Fanon, is predicated on how one understands her or his past, and that is why he contends that if the Negro is robbed of critical knowledge of her or his past, then, a Negro future becomes questionable, and with it the very idea of the Negro and her or his Negrohood or negritude. The Ghanaian political theorist, Adosi Kioto, 1996, contends that in Fanonian philosophy the ideal of the post-colonial future was in its essential details called forth by a particular memory of the colonial past, p. 205. For Fanon, then, the very process of decolonization is called forth by the revolutionary reclamation and remembrance of the violence of the colonial past. However, there was a past long before colonialism, observed Césaire, 1972, a pre-colonial past of beautiful and important black civilizations, and it is this part of the past that is worthy of respect and which should be radically reclaimed and rehabilitated because it contains certain elements of great value, p. 76. C. Kioto, 1996, suggests that for Fanon political education meant nothing other than the practice of teaching the people a remembrance of their sovereignty, p. 211, emphasis in original. When precisely were the people sovereign? Yes. You've guessed it, in pre-colonial Africa, before the European interruption of and intervention into African life worlds and lived experiences. But, is this so? Were the people really sovereign then? One thing is for certain, the people will never know unless they critically encounter and dialectically engage their inherited historicity, that which has been bequeathed to them by their ancestors. 127. The past is inextricable from the present and the future in Caesarean negritude. It is, or would be, impossible to decolonize our minds, our inner life, at the same time that we decolonize society if we did not, or legally could not, possess critical knowledge of our Negro past. In order to procure appropriate and applicable knowledge of our historicity and Africanity, that is, the lived experiences of our ancestors and their, if truth be told, multicultural and trans-ethnic identities, it is necessary, Césaire maintained, for us to return to, or, as I would prefer, rediscover, the lives and cultures of our ancestors to learn the lessons of Africa's tragedies and triumphs. In African philosophy in Search of Identity, the Kenyan philosopher Dismas Masalo, 1994, importantly mused. Closely related to the concept of negritude, the idea of return gives the dignity, the personhood, or humanity, of black people its historicity, it turns it into consciousness or awareness, into a state, of mind, which is subject to manipulations of history, of power relations. It is this idea of return which opens the way to the definition of negritude as a historical commitment, as a movement. In the poem Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, then, the word return has two meanings, one real, depicting César's historical repatriation to a geographical or perceptual space, Martinique, the other metaphorical, depicting a return to or a regaining of a conceptual space in which culture is both field and process, first of alienation and domination, but now, most importantly, of rebellion and self-refinding. Today, this return is a deconstructivist term which symbolizes many aspects of the struggle of the peoples of African origin to control their own identity. For many black people, slavery and the slave trade had provided the context for the need for a social and racial solidarity among themselves. Solidarity was their strength and a weapon with which to counter Westernism's arrogant and aggressive Eurocentric culture. César's return to the native land was therefore a symbolic call to all black peoples to rally together around the idea of common origin and in a struggle to defend that unifying commonality. To César, negritude meant exactly this, a uniting idea of common origin for all black peoples. It became their rallying point, their identity tag, and part of the language of resistance to the stereotype of the African savage. Pages 1-2. In grappling with César's negritudian notion of return, it is important to understand that he, in no way, advocated a return to a glorious, antiquated African past. To read César in this way would be to severely misread him. What César advocated was an earnest engagement and acknowledgement of black humanity and historicity, and the authentic Africanity that accompanies them. African identity, that is, our Africanity, does not exist outside of the discourse and horizon of history, and African history in particular. Serekwa Burhan, 1991, 1998, 2003. That is to say that we must constantly consider the fact that European imperialism, whether it expresses itself as racial, gender or cultural oppression, or economic exploitation, has been, and remains a perpetual part of Africans, and other non-European/non-whites, lived experiences since the 15th century. Blout, 1993, Ease, 1997b, 1997c, J. E. Harris, 1993, Pieters, 1992, Rodney, 1972. The return, for César, was not so much to an African past as it was to a set of African values, an African axiology, if you will. Arnold, 1981, Hale, 1974, John, 1958, Maldonado Torres, 2006, Scharfman, 1987. Moreover, what César, 1972, very similar to Dubois, appreciated most about the African past was its communal societies, its societies that were anti-capitalist, its democratic societies, its 128 cooperative societies, and fraternal societies, p. 23, emphasis in original. In comparing the African societies of the pre-colonial past with the neo-colonial, as opposed to post-colonial, African societies of his present, then 1955, César stated that despite their faults the societies of Africa's pre-colonial past contained and could convey values that could still make an important contribution to the world, pages 23, 76. Here César, similar to Herbert Marcuse in Counter-Revolution and Revolt, promotes a return, not to some imagined perfect past, but to the real, concrete historical experiences and desires of actual ancestors. Marcuse, 1972a, asserted that the anamnesis, the recollecting or remembrance of past events, is not remembrance of a golden past, which never existed, of childhood innocence, primitive man, etc., p. 70. On the contrary, what must be remembered by man, contended Marcuse, 1966, in Eros and Civilization, are those promises and potentialities which had once been fulfilled in his dim past. The past remains present, it is the very life of the spirit, what has been decides on what is. Freedom implies reconciliation, redemption of the past. A critical demystifying engagement of the past must not only concern itself with what had once been fulfilled or accomplished or achieved in the past, but should also bear sober witness to the sufferings of the past. Marcuse mused, even the ultimate advent of freedom cannot redeem those who died in pain. It is the remembrance of them, and the accumulated guilt of mankind against its victims, that darken the prospect of a civilization without repression, pages 18, 106, 216. In an essay on liberation, Marcuse, 1970a, continues this theme and maintained that the return to the past is not an attempt at regression to a previous stage of civilization, but return to an imaginary temps perdu in the real life of mankind, p. 90. The real life of mankind, as most of Marcuse's work attests to, is a life lived in many instances in pain and suffering due to domination, human over human domination, and human over nature domination. See also Marcuse, 1964, 1965 c. 1968, 1973, 1997a, 2001, 2004. This domination, maintained Marcuse, 1978, in the aesthetic dimension, must be remembered because losing track of, or forgetting past suffering and past joy produces a historical amnesia that prevents the critical engagement and conquest of suffering, and the possibilities of and for the permanence of joy, p. 73. Césaire's notion of return is rooted in the real life, i.e., lived experiences and lived endurances, of people of African origin and descent, and it, like Marcuse's theory of remembrance, understands that revolutionary motivation may well stem more from moral outrage over the indignities suffered by ancestors than hope for the comfort of our children and our children's children. This may, indeed, explain why African diasporan historical figures and events, such as Toussaint L'Ouverture, Henri Christophe, and the Haitian Revolution, became recurring themes in Césaire's work. One need look no further than his book-length essay Toussaint L'Ouverture, La Révolution Française et le problème colonial, and his play La Tragédie du Roi Christophe. Haiti, Césaire, 1972, contended, is the country where Negro people stood up for the first time, affirming their determination to shape a new world, a free world, p. 75. It was this spirit of affirmation and determination that made the Negritude movement, and Césairian Negritude in particular, according to Eshelman and Smith, 1983, set as its initial goal a renewed awareness of being black, the 129. Acceptance of one's destiny, history, and culture, as well as a sense of responsibility toward the past, p. 6, emphasis added. What does it mean to have a sense of responsibility toward the past? It meant for Césaire, perhaps, precisely what it meant for Marx, 1964, that the tradition of all the dead generations weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living. Or, perhaps, having a sense of responsibility toward the past may have meant for Césaire something similar to what it did for Walter Benjamin, 1969, who revealingly wrote, "There is a secret agreement between past generations and the present one. Our coming was expected on earth. Like every generation that preceded us, we have been endowed with weak messianic power, a power to which the past has a claim. Nothing that has ever happened should be regarded as lost for history." p. 254, emphasis in original, see also Benjamin, 1996, 1999b, 2002, 2003, 2007, 2008. Césaire desires to return to the past no more than Marx, Marcuse, and Benjamin exhibit a predilection to digress from their epochs to a golden past, which, as Marcuse reminded us above, never existed. It is not a return to a golden past which Césaire seeks, but a return to, or remembrance or rediscovering of Africa's historicity. Hence, Césaire suggests that the cultural workers in black radical politics and black revolutionary social movements recollect the truths, of their ancestors and elders' thought, that have been scattered throughout the globe as a result of the European interruption of and intervention into African life worlds and lived experiences. Certainly, then, Césaire knows, as European-American pragmatist Richard Rorty, 1979, does, that we cannot get along without our heroes. We need to tell ourselves detailed stories of the mighty dead in order to make our hopes of surpassing them concrete. p. 12, see also Rorty 1982, 1998, 1999, 2007. Thus, Césare's return to Africa is more spiritual and cultural than physical, and it requires a critical, dare I say, dialectical, exploration of the past, which for many continental and, especially, diasporan Africans means salvaging what we can in the aftermath of the horrors of the African Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, segregation, and Eurocentric assimilation. Caesarean negritude engages the absurdity of the African Holocaust and enslavement, and at one point in his notebook he solemnly memorializes African ancestors lost, like Toussaint L'Ouverture, to White Death, Césaire, 1983, p. 47. The thought of so many blacks dying meaningless and misery-filled deaths at the hands of merciless white enslavers, colonists, and capitalists compels Césaire to claim madness, the madness that remembers / the madness that howls / the madness that sees / the madness that is unleashed / and you know the rest, p. 49. If whites claim reason, then blacks claim madness, because we hate you and your reason. We claim kinship with dementia precox with the flaming madness of persistent cannibalism, p. 49. Here, as Eshelman and Smith, 1983, have observed, cannibalism carries to its fullest degree the idea of participation, it symbolically eradicates the distinction between the I and the other, between human and non-human, between what is, anthropologically, edible and what is not and, finally, between the subject and the object. It goes insolently against the grain of Western insistence on discrete. 134. Entities and categories. Ultimately, in a political frame of reference, cannibalism may summarize the devouring of the colonized country by the colonizing power or, vice versa, the latent desire of the oppressed to do away with the oppressor, the wishful dreaming of the weak projecting themselves as warriors and predators. p. 13. Within the world of Caesarean negritude, cannibalism can be both an embrace and rejection of the stereotypical, representation of human-eating Africans, uncivilizable subhumans and savages at play in their carnival of carnage. What may be more important in terms of Césare's negritude is which humans his imaginary cannibals are eating, and why. Césare's embrace of the stereotype of human-eating Africans, black cannibals, if you will, may seem absurd, but only if his claim of madness is overlooked. Black madness is deeply connected to blood memory. In his notebook he announced, "So much blood in my memory. My memory is encircled with blood. My memory has a belt of corpses." Césaire, 1983, p. 59. As with madness, memory and remembering are very perplexing and painful for blacks, but it is only by overcoming the madness of white supremacy and the irrationality of anti-black racism, and by returning to, remembering and reconstructing Africa, that blacks or, more appropriately, Africans can truly be free. Brundage, 2005, Ndongo, 2007, Pitcatley, 2003. Remembering Africa means challenging both whites' demonization and blacks' romanticization of Africa, and it also means bearing in mind that not all whites demonize Africa, just as surely as not all blacks romanticize Africa. However, I would be one of the first to point out that in a white supremacist society it is quite common for almost everyone living within that society to see Africa or, what is worse, Black Africa, just as Joseph Conrad, 2006, did, as the Heart of Darkness, or Henry Stanley, 1899, did, as the Dark Continent. See also, Conrad, 1984, 2007, Hibbert, 1984, M. McCarthy, 1983. Caesarean negritude, therefore, opens up critical questions concerning which Africa, or whose representation of Africa contemporary continental and diasporan Africans should return to in order to discover a usable past and ensure a present and a promising, truly post-colonial, future. Similar to Caesarean negritude, Senghorian negritude advocated a critical return to the pre-colonial African past, but, unlike Césaire, Senghor's work consistently exhibited an intense preoccupation with and openness to contemporary European colonial, particularly French, philosophy and culture. Where Césairian negritude can best be characterized by its emphasis on Africana self-determination, Africana history, Africana culture, and the struggle, of the black proletariat, Senghorian negritude is best captured with the words assimilation, synthesis, symbiosis, African, socialism, and elitism. However, it is important to point out that, similar to Césaire, Senghor's thought is highly complex and often draws from and contributes to both African and European radical philosophical and political thought traditions. Senghor sought to utilize and synthesize what he took to be the best of African and European culture and create, following the French philosophical anthropologist, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, a civilization of the universal. The subsequent section, therefore, explores Senghorian negritude with an eye toward its contributions to contemporary radical politics and the reconstruction of critical social theory. 131. A Satrian African philosopher, Leopold Senghor, Negritude, Africanity, and the Politics of Anti-Colonial Assimilation. Negritude is the whole complex of civilized values, cultural, economic, social, and political, which characterize the black peoples, or more precisely, the black African world. All these values are essentially informed by intuitive reason. Because this sentient reason, the reason which comes to grips, expresses itself emotionally, through that self-surrender, that coalescence of subject and object, through myths, by which I mean the archetypal images of the collective soul, above all, through primordial rhythms, synchronized with those of the cosmos. In other words, the sense of communion, the gift of myth-making, the gift of rhythm, such are the essential elements of negritude, which you will find indelibly stamped on all the works and activities of the black man. Leopold Senghor, Negritude and African Socialism, p. 440. Or negritude should be the effective instrument of liberation. Leopold Senghor, The Foundations of Africanite or Negritude and Arabite, p. 51. Senghorian negritude is at once a rebellious, albeit, not by any means revolutionary, affirmation of Africanity in the face of the politics of assimilation and, similar to Caesarean negritude, a search for and an attempt to overcome the loss of identity suffered by Africans due to a history of slavery, colonialism, and racism. Schutt, 1998, p. 429. For Senghor, negritude is the awareness, defense, and development of African cultural values, but it also welcomes the complementary values of Europe and the white man. Senghor, 1996, p. 49, 1998, p. 441. It has been argued that Senghor's extreme openness to the complementary values of Europe and the white man represents one of the major distinguishing features between his and Césaire's negritude. Nigel Gibson, 2003, has even gone so far to say that, although Senghor emphasized African sources of his philosophy, it would be possible to identify European sources for every one of his ideas, ironically, including Catholicism, which he merged into negritude, p. 69. As with Caesarean negritude, Senghorian negritude pivots on an axiological foundation that does not seek to return to the negritude of the past, the negritude of the sources, but to affirm contemporary, neo-colonial Africanity. Senghor, 1971, p. 51. The sources of Senghor's negritude, however subtly on first sight, are different from Césaire's, and different enough to constitute two distinct versions of negritude, which may very well share a common language, a common interest in the reclamation and recreation of African culture, and a common social vision, but which nevertheless developed and employed divergent strategies and tactics in pursuit of differing goals. In his classic, African Philosophy, Myth and Reality, the Beninese philosopher Paulin Houtangi, 1996, characterized Senghor's negritude as a kind of culturalism, which overemphasizes the cultural aspect of foreign domination while downplaying and diminishing the significance of politics and economics, that is, the political economy of colonialism, capitalism, and racism, and how each oppressive system incessantly overlaps, intersects, and interlocks in African. 132-4. Life Worlds and Lived Experiences, p. 160. Speaking directly about the distinct differences between Caesarian and Senghorian negritude, Hountanji asserted. Whereas for Caesar the exaltation of black cultures functions merely as a supporting argument in favor of political liberation, in Senghor it works as an alibi for evading the political problem of national liberation. Hypertrophy of cultural nationalism generally serves to compensate for the hypertrophy of political nationalism. This is probably why Caesar spoke so soberly about culture and never mentioned it without explicitly subordinating it to the more fundamental problems of political liberation. This also explains why, in works like Liberté, Senghor, as a good Catholic and disciple of Teilhard de Chardin, emphasizes rather artificial cultural problems, elaborating lengthy definitions of the unique black mode of being and of being in the world, and systematically evades the problem of the struggle against imperialism. Pages 159 to 160, see also Senghor, 1964b. In sidestepping the political by collapsing it into the cultural, Senghorian negritude connects with and in some senses becomes an imperial agent for colonial policy, colonial anthropology, and colonial ethnology. It, perhaps, unwittingly distorts the primacy of political and economic problems in the colonial world and serves as a colonial decoy, redirecting Africans' attention from the political economy of their neocolonial conditions, to endless comparisons with European, and particularly French culture. What is worst is that these comparisons and cultural problems are themselves grossly simplified à la Placide Temples' Bantu philosophy, Alexis Kagame's Philosophie banturuandaise de l'être, Marcel Griel's Conversations with Agademali, and John Biddy's African Religions and Philosophy, so as to reduce African culture to folklore, mysticism and, almost exclusively, black popular culture, or Afropop, if you will, the most manifest exterior and gaudy aspects of contemporary continental and diasporan African cultures. The interiority of culture, its inner life and internal contradictions, the dialectics and dynamism of culture and, more importantly, critical questions concerning the ways in which colonialism and racism impact culture are all abandoned, along with cultural history, cultural developments and, of course, cultural revolutions. Senghorian negritude, thus, solidifies African culture, painting a sad and synchronic picture, a dull and purposely primitive picture of African culture that is then contrasted with European culture, which, if truth be told, is also rendered one-dimensionally and schematized for the purposes of pseudo-scientific, philosophically phony, and politically pointless comparisons. It would be very difficult to deny the seminal importance of Senghorian negritude and its conceptual contributions, especially to contemporary Africana philosophy. But, it would be equally difficult, if not impossible, to overlook that fact that Senghor's theory of negritude, with its extreme openness to the complementary values of Europe and the white man, has consistently glossed over the specificities of African cultures in an effort to present a unified conception of the black race and a Pan-African folk philosophy, not necessarily to blacks, but more often than not, à la Sartrine negritude, to whites. This is an unrealistic and utterly absurd portrait Senghor is attempting to paint, especially considering the horrific and deeply divergent nature of the African Holocaust, enslavement, colonization, segregation, and assimilation, but it is a fictitious and surrealistic portrait which nonetheless 133 won him many French, and some pseudo-Pan-African, patrons. In this sense, then, Senghorian negritude has often been interpreted as running interference for European imperialists by downplaying the differences and specificities of African cultures and embracing white supremacist and Eurocentric misconceptions about continental and diasporan Africans. Hountanji, 1996, captured this sentiment best when he contended. It is not often realized in the English-speaking world that Senghor's theory of negritude has stirred up a controversy in Francophone Africa which is, if anything, even more intense than the generally hostile reception it has met with from English-speaking African intellectuals. While Senghor's Francophone critics accept the historical necessity for the rehabilitation of the black man and the revaluation of African culture, they have advanced strong theoretical objections to his formulation of negritude as a unified conception of the black race. Negritude is presented in these objections as not only too static to account for the diversified forms of concrete life in African societies but also, because of its biologism, as a form of acquiescence in the ideological presuppositions of European racism. Senghor's theory has been felt to be too thoroughly implicated in the system of imperialist ideas to be considered an effective challenge to its practical applications. The question of African identity required, from this point of view, a different approach which could not play into the hands of imperialism, which offered no form of compromise with its theory or practice. p. 21. Clearly Senghor's work is complicated and full of contradictions, but there are several contemporary Senghorian philosophers who defend his positions, often while simultaneously acknowledging the contradictory character of his negritude and contrasting it with that of Césaire and sometimes Sartre. His work has also influenced the interpretation of African literature, culture, and politics, usually providing philosophical fodder for revolutionary and anti-assimilationist Pan-Africanists, black nationalists, and black Marxists. Janis Spleth, 1985, has importantly identified three periods that can be used to chronicle and critique Senghor's evolving theory of negritude, pages 21 to 27, see also Spleth, 1993. The first period covers the 1930s and 1940s when Senghor and other black intellectuals in Paris acknowledged a tension between African and European epistemologies, especially with regard to racism, colonialism, and humanism. Negritude quickly became a radical Pan-African intellectual path that enabled continental and diasporan Africans to search for and create a modern, anti-colonial, and anti-capitalist identity that challenged and destabilized the myriad racist myths and stereotypes that French, and other European imperialists held with regard to Africa and Africans. Senghor's emphasis on a reclaimed, if not reconstructed, anti-colonial and anti-capitalist African humanity, personality, and identity is what he came to call, as will be discussed in detail below, Africanity. During the second period, which began with his service in the French Army of World War II and ended with Senegal's independence in 1960, Senghor advocated for African autonomy, particularly in Senegal, and a kind of quasi-cultural nationalism that synthesized Pan-Africanism, Black nationalism, surrealism, and existentialism. At this time he characterized his quasi-cultural nationalist negritude, following Sartre in Black Orpheus, as an anti-racial racialism aimed at European colonialism and racism. And in the third period, since Senegal's independence, Sen. 134-4. Gore has employed negritude as a tool for what he understood to be progressive national and cultural development. It was during this period, the post-independence period, that Senghor began to emphasize, much to the dismay of many revolutionary Pan-Africanists and black nationalists, that negritude was not simply the awareness, defense, and development of African cultural values, but it also welcomes the complementary values of Europe and the white man. In particular, Senghor endeavored to illustrate the value of intuitive, emotional reasoning, which he saw as African epistemology, and its connections to discursive, predictive reasoning, which he understood to be European epistemology. Moreover, he attempted to illustrate the value of discursive, European, reasoning as he thought it should be developed in relation to intuitive, African, reasoning, which brings us to a critical discussion of his concept of Africanity. Similar to his definition of negritude, Senghor, 1971, defined Africanity as the values common to all Africans and permanent at the same time, p. 7. These values, he quickly contended, are essentially cultural, which gives credence to Houghtonji's above characterization of Senghorian negritude as a kind of culturalism that is preoccupied with and privileges the cultural aspects of foreign domination and emphasizes rather artificial cultural problems, elaborating lengthy definitions of the unique black mode of being or being in the world, while glaringly glossing over the political and economic aspects of racial colonialism. Senghor, 1971, p. 8, emphasis in original, Houghtonji, 1996, p. 160. Senghor's concept of Africanity, then, serves as a complement to his version of negritude, and each is as esoteric as the other and often intended, or so it seems, for a non-African audience. Negritude explains black being in the world to whites, and Africanity, initially, explains black being in the world to Arabs. On this last point, the connection between Africanity and its intended Arabian audience, in the foundations of Africanite or Negritude and Arabite, Senghor, 1971, arcanely asserted, I have often defined Africanite as the complementary symbiosis of the values of Arabism and the values of Negritude. Today I prefer to call the former Arabite, p. 8, all emphasis in original. In introducing his concept of Africanity, Senghor quickly discovered that whites did not like the term negritude and, in his incessant efforts to appeal to whites, in the early 1960s he began using negritude and Africanity, in most instances, synonymously depending on his intended audience. Africanity was no longer simply the complementary symbiosis of the values of Arabism and the values of negritude, but now the complete contributions from us, the peoples of sub-Saharan Africa, to the building of the civilization of the universal. Senghor, 1996, p. 49. Senghor's concept of Africanity contains at its core an axiological proposition that in many senses boils down to the question of how best to integrate Negro-African values into Africa's fight for freedom. Here, then, his concept of Africanity exhibits its quasi-anti-colonialism and quasi-Pan-Africanism, but we will soon see why they are characterized as quasi. There is no question, Senghor, 1959, said, of reviving the past, of living in a Negro-African museum. The question is to inspire this world, here and now, with the values of our past, p. 291. But, really now, what are these values? As he observed in The Spirit of Civilization or the Laws of African Culture, a seminal text presented at the First Congress of Negro African Writers and Artists in Paris in 1956, these values, the values of our past, are the very values that characterize and capture the humanity of the human in African life worlds and lived experiences. See Senghor, 1956. 135. The African has an intense ontological affinity with nature that is apparently absent from European humanity. According to Senghor, the Negro is the man of nature. He further explained, by tradition the African lives off the soil and with the soil, in and by the cosmos. He is sensual, a being with open senses, with no intermediary between subject and object, himself at once subject and object. Because, for the African, this special kinship with and immediacy to nature is first of all, sounds, sense, rhythms, forms and colors. I would say that he is touch, before being eye like the white European. He feels more than he sees, he feels himself. Senghor, 1956, p. 52. For Senghor, this is the black's being in the world in acquiescing, ultra-accommodating immediacy, in tune and in rhythm with nature and the cosmos. It is this servility, this docility to nature that is super-significant for Senghor, and he privileges it above all else in his characterization and articulation of the essence of the African, the authentic ontology of the African, or, as Sartre has said, black being in the world. Senghor suggests that these formerly negative images and assertions about the primitivity of black nature are now somehow, as if with the waving of a magic wand, inverted, positive pejoratives pointing to idealized Africans' pristine primitivisms. This, in a nutshell, then, is Senghor's much touted and often mangled concept of Africanity. From the Senghorian point of view, whether looking through the lens of negritude or Africanity, there is fundamentally a qualitative ontological difference between European and African rationality and epistemology. The Negro, declared Senghor in his defense, is not devoid of reason, as I am supposed to have said. But his reason is not discursive, it is synthetic. It is not antagonistic, it is sympathetic. It is another form of knowledge. Furthermore, Negro reason does not impoverish things, it does not mold them into rigid patterns by eliminating the roots and the sap, it flows in the arteries of things, it weds all their contours to dwell in the living heart of the real. As if sensing the abstraction and absurdity of the preceding remarks, Senghor sought to clarify, stating, white reason is analytic through utilization, Negro reason is intuitive through participation, p. 52. Continuing to contrast African and European rationality, Senghor puts forward full-fledged definitions and descriptions of black and white reason, asserting that European reason is undoubtedly discursive and utilitarian and seeks to capture, control, and convert, the European is empiric, where the African is mystic, p. 59. The European, he went on to explain, takes pleasure in recognizing the world through the reproduction of the object. The African from knowing it vitally through image and rhythm. With the European the chords of the senses lead to the heart and the head, with the African Negro to the heart and the belly. p. 58. Ironically, asserted Senghor, the African does not realize that he thinks, he feels that he feels his existence, he feels himself, and because he feels the other, he is drawn towards the other, into the rhythm of the other, to be reborn in knowledge of the world. Thus the act of knowledge is an agreement of conciliation with the world, the simultaneous consciousness and creation of the world in its indivisible unity. p. 64. 136-4. Here it is important to emphasize that, for Senghor, the above, racist, definitions and descriptions of the African are not simply historical and, ipso facto, contingent characteristics pertaining to a particular history and culture at a particular point in time. Quite the contrary, similar to the white supremacists and Eurocentrists who put forward their imperial interpretation of history as though it were the definitive and divine, indeed, the universal and undisputed truth of history, Senghor in a similar though highly reactionary fashion, which illustrates his intense internalization of Eurocentric and colonial conceptions of Africa and Africans, put forward the above definitions and descriptions concerning the distinct differences between African and European rationality and epistemology. It is imperative here to emphasize that Senghor does not understand himself to be casually articulating an interpretation, or a culture or region-specific aspect of the African approach to knowledge. Instead, he conceives of himself as a conduit through which the definitive truth about Africa and Africans, as a whole, is finally being revealed. What excites Senghor even more is that some higher power has honored and ordained him, brought him to a higher consciousness, and bestowed the burden of the revelation on him, which he jubilantly and eloquently, I might add, articulates. Sounding more like a prophet than a poet, Senghor said, nature has arranged things well in willing that each people, each race, each continent, should cultivate with special affection certain of the virtues of man. That is precisely where originality lies, p. 64. But, this assertion begs the question, from what metaphysical or supernatural vantage point does Senghor cite and derive the truth that he articulates? In other words, what are the sources of his Africanity? The former is a question that has remained unanswered for more than half a century, and one that I will audaciously venture to say cannot be answered because Senghor's concept of Africanity, similar to his notion of negritude, is conceptually incarcerated within the prison house of the otherness of the other as projected and presented by Europe's Eurocentric metaphysical and supernatural, indeed, divine and delusional, conception. It is from within the confines of his cell inside the prison house of this century's spanning Eurocentric racial colonial presentation and projection that Senghor conceived Africanity. Senghorian Africanity, then, as Sartre sadly said of negritude, was born only to die, because it cannot and does not exist outside of the Manichaean world and the imperial machinations of Europe. From Senghor's epistemically suspect point of view, Africa is to enrich human culture and civilization through its intuitive reason, and Europe through the development of its discursive reason, and, ultimately, humanity will achieve Teilhard de Chardin's civilization of the universal. Here, then, lies the originality that Senghor mentioned above, and also here, in plain view, is his conception of the true or authentic ontologically speaking complementarity of African and European rationality and epistemology. Africanides' axiology, therefore, was purposely produced, from within the prison house of a white supremacist and European imperial world, as a politically impotent, insult-embracing, racism-accepting, and colonialism-condoning search for African, humanity, identity, and personality. So, is it any wonder that Africanides' values often mirror the very values that European colonizers and white enslavers projected onto Africa and Africans: intuitive reason, emotional, sensational, sensuousness, instinctual, feeling, rhythm, creative. 137. Imaginative, natural, agricultural, primitive, athletic, animalistic, hypersexual, spiritual, exotic, and erotic, etc. Without critically engaging the negative portraits and mischaracterizations of Africans put forward by the plethora of Eurocentric missionaries, philosophers, anthropologists, and ethnologists to which his work constantly refers, Senghor falls prey to the culturalism that Hautangji charged him with above. The Eurocentric mischaracterizations of Africa and Africans that Senghor develops his ideas out of constantly destabilizes the discursive foundation of his work and gives it its characteristic, if not infamous, contradictory character. His Africanity and negritude naturalizes negative views of, and abominable projections of primitivity onto, Africans and turns these views into timeless truths. Drawing from the pseudo-scientific and amorphous philosophical anthropology of Teilhard de Chardin, the racist and morally reprehensible ethnography of Count de Gobineau, the flimsy and flippant existential phenomenological remarks on race and racism of Jean-Paul Sartre, and the inchoate colonial ontological conjectures of Father Placide Tempels, among others, Senghor is overjoyed to invent an authentic African essence. Critical readers are quick to query, how does he invent an authentic African essence? Quite simply, he inverts Eurocentric diabolical descriptions and explanations of Africa and Africans, reinscribes them, and then represents them as positive, authentic African evidence of an ontological difference in and for black being in the world. Senghor cannot comprehend that these descriptions are invariably situated within the contours of the Eurocentric prison house, which constantly conceptually incarcerates and colonizes non-European cultures and civilizations, because European culture and civilization is always and ever put forward as the model and measure of true human culture and civilization. By unwittingly utilizing Europe as the model and measure of humanity, Senghor inferiorizes Africa and Africans, making them Europe's ideal others, and leaving Europe exactly where the Eurocentric missionaries, philosophers, anthropologists, and ethnologists he continually quotes would like it to be left, at the center of all human history, culture, and civilization. Senghor asserted, "I felt divided before my rebirth, torn as I was between my Christian conscience and my Syra blood. Now, I am no longer ashamed of my diversity. I find joy and reassurance in embracing in one Catholic gesture all these complementary worlds," Senghor quoted in B.A., 1973, p. 49. It would seem that Senghor offers us an answer to Dubois' classic question of double consciousness, but, as observed above, Senghorian negritude often concedes and, what is worst, embraces many of the anti-black racist myths and stereotypes about Africans without adequately challenging, or radically refuting them. What is more, Senghorian negritude has a tendency to acquiesce to colonial assimilation, even as it purports to defend African cultural values. Therefore, Senghorian double consciousness, if you will, often exhibits a hyper-consciousness of French and other Eurocentric views and values, and especially in terms of interpreting and articulating African history and culture, and it rarely reverses this practice and employs African views and values as a rubric for interpreting French and other European history and culture. This is not a double consciousness, at least not in the Du Boisian sense, as much as it is a single consciousness, or a colonized consciousness, a false consciousness that is predicated on and privileges Eurocentric views and values and does not challenge or 138.4. Destabilize Europe's long-held anti-black racist and colonial conceptions of Africa and Africans. Senghor's early writings on negritude were greatly influenced by Sartre's Black Orpheus, and as a result bear the stamp of what Fanon, 1967, would later term Sartre's Hegelian negative. Destruction of Black Zeal, pages 133-35. 11. Recall for Sartre, negritude is a negative moment that is not sufficient in itself. Sartre saw the blacks being in the world, that is, blacks' struggle to be African in a European imperial world, as merely another moment in a Hegelian Marxist dialectical progression towards a society without races. 12. However, what he failed to realize was that he, like Marx and Engels before him, reduced persons of African origin, and other colored and colonized people, to anonymous racial entities, or human things, as Fanon, 1968, put it, p. 205. Sartre spoke as if Africans and other non-Europeans did not exist outside of this insufficient negative moment, or solely for the sake of the goal of all vulgar dialectics, synthesis, see Kyoto, 1996, p. 201. Moreover, Sartre again, as with his philosophical fathers, Marx and Engels, is quick to forget that it was Europeans, and white philosophers and white racist pseudoscientists in particular, who contributed to the development of, and, in many senses, perpetuated the concept of race throughout the globe. Essed and Goldberg, 2002, Ease, 1997. C. Ward and Lott, 2002, Zach, 1996. When Senghor digests, for lack of a better term, Sartre's dependency theory of negritude and places it within the wider discourse of African philosophy, he, in a sense, does precisely what he claims the Negro or the African does when she or he encounters an object or the other. He dies to himself to be reborn in the other. He does not assimilate it, but himself. He does not take the other's life, but strengthens his own with its life. Senghor, 1995a, p. 120. Senghor does not say what will happen to the African if the other is negative, or unjust, unethical, immoral, or irreligious. What he and Sartre fail to question is the reason why Africans, or any other colored and colonized group, would want to synthesize their respective cultures and civilizations with those of Europeans, whose thought and behavior have historically been horribly xenophobic and jingoistic and, even more, downright brutal and genocidal, towards non-European cultures and civilizations. Blout, 1993, Rodney, 1967, 1972, 1981, 1990, Swartz and Ray, 2000. Perhaps Senghor and Sartre allude to the fact that non-Europeans, their lives, labor, lands, languages, and cultures, have been and remain dominated and decimated by European imperialism, and that, at this juncture in human history, they have but two choices, those of adhering to white supremacist racialization and dehumanization, or certain and soon deracination. Surely Senghorian and Sartrean negritude reek of biological determinism and racial essentialism. Human beings of whatever hue are not unalterably predestined to do or not do anything, and non-Europeans, and African people in particular, must be bold enough to challenge their past and change their present colonial and neocolonial conditions. Early Senghorian negritude, being grounded on and in Sartre's negative conception of negritude, is an alienated negritude, a negritude that finds itself often at odds with Caesarean negritude, which claimed that our struggle was a struggle against alienation. Caesar, 1972, p. 73. Where Caesar understands negritude to be a concrete rather than abstract coming into African consciousness, Senghor, 1996, sees negritude, via Sartre, as a transient, temporal state on the way to synthesis. 139. p. 50. Senghor's negritude may be characterized as cultural mulattoism because, similar to the literature on and/or about mulattoes, there appears to be a constant, tragic threat of being forced to decide whether one is a participant of and contributor to African, Senegalese, or European, French, culture and civilization. 13. Senghor, similar to Dubois, 1986a, p. 820, in The Conservation of Races, seems to be asking himself the black existential question, what, after all, am I? Am I an American Frenchman or am I a Negro African? Can I be both? Or is it my duty to cease to be a Negro African as soon as possible and be an American Frenchman? Senghor, 1996, suggests assimilation as the solution to the problem, but notes at the outset that many may misunderstand or misinterpret what he means by assimilation. There is a danger that the word assimilation may lead to confusion and ambiguity. To assimilate is not to identify, to make identical. We must go beyond the false alternative of association or assimilation and say association and assimilation, p. 51, emphasis in original. He does not stop there, taking his assimilation theory one step further, and as if adding insult to injury, Senghor first applauds the colonial policies of Great Britain and France, and then explains how he intends, in so many words, to continue the French colonization of Senegal. Observe Senghor's, 1998, hat-in-hand and utterly unbelievable celebration of the European colonization of Africa. The colonial policies of Great Britain and France have proved successful complements to each other, and Black Africa has benefited. The policies of the former tended to reinforce the traditional native civilization. As for France's policy, although we have often reviled it in the past, it too ended with a credit balance, through forcing us actively to assimilate European civilization. This fertilized our sense of negritude. Today, our negritude no longer expresses itself as opposition to European values, but as a complement to them. Henceforth, its militants will be concerned, as I have often said, not to be assimilated, but to assimilate. They will use European values to arouse the slumbering values of negritude, which they will bring as their contribution to the civilization of the universal. p. 441. First, observe Senghor's openness to colonial assimilation and, second, his own admission that Africans have been, and are being, robbed of their basic human rights when and where he writes of the French forcing us actively to assimilate European civilization. With all of his discourse on negritude as a humanism, it is a wonder that Senghor did not take a principled stand against French colonialism, pointing to its denial of the basic humanity and right to self-determination of African people, its racial oppression, and its economic exploitation. Instead, Senghor celebrated French colonialism and European imperialism, absurdly asserting, although we have often reviled it in the past, it too ended with a credit balance. What is worst is when Senghor explained his first four-year plan, which he initiated as the president of Senegal soon after its independence in 1960. We had to eliminate the flaws of colonial rule while preserving its positive contributions, such as the economic and the technical infrastructure and the teaching of the French language. In spite of everything, the balance sheet of colonization is positive rather than negative. These positive contributions had to be rooted in negritude by a series of comparisons between existing systems. p. 445, emphasis added. 144. Senghorian negritude amazingly understands the colonization of Africa to be positive rather than negative, and even encourages the continued teaching of the French language, not Wolof, one of the most widespread Senegalese languages, but French even after Senegal's so-called independence. The comparisons between existing systems which he alludes to, then, are clearly comparisons between Eurocentric imperial systems. Even after independence, France and French language, history, and culture remained Senghor's point of departure. he unwittingly overlooked literally hundreds of indigenous African social systems, institutions, and arrangements. He boldly paraded his preoccupation with France, and, throughout his presidency, 1960 to 1980, he openly sought to assimilate and recolonize, as opposed to decolonize, Senegal. Moreover, Senghor astoundingly admitted that the backwardness of Black Africa has been caused less by colonization than by the slave trade, which in 3 centuries carried off some 200 million victims, blacks hosts, p. 442, emphasis in original. But, he then concluded in the customary contradictory nature of his negritude, capitalism, then, thanks to the accumulation of financial resources and its development of the means of production, was a factor of progress for Europe and also for Africa, p. 442. After giving a brief discussion of the cultural borrowings between civilizations, Senghor asserts that, the civilization of the future must be the outcome of a symbiosis p. 51. Symbiosis, the intimate living together of two kinds of organisms, especially if such an association is of mutual advantage, is not exactly what one is wont to term the history of power relations between Africa and Europe. In order for there to be true assimilation, synthesis, and/or symbiosis, Africa and Europe would both have to bring to the treasure houses of human culture and civilization their great messages, as Dubois, 1986, said, for humanity, p. 820. Africa, along with the rest of the non-European/non-white world, has had its mouth gagged, hands tied, and feet bound since the 15th century. Europe and Europe alone speaks, and the remainder of humanity, all colored and colonized 85 to 90%, is literally forced by the threat of nuclear annihilation to hear and heed. As Fanon, 1967, poignantly and painfully put it, the white man wants the world, he wants it for himself alone. He finds himself predestined master of this world. He enslaves it, p. 128. Senghorian socialism, neocolonialism, negritude, Africanity, and the adventures of African socialism. The foregoing provides a theoretical portrait, a conceptual snapshot, if you will, of Senghor's early Sartrean existential phenomenology-influenced articulation of negritude. But, as the Pan-African independence boom gained momentum, he revised his negritude and began to stress the importance of African views and values, African identity and, perhaps most importantly, an African mode of socialism. A decade after Sartre had pronounced negritude a mere reaction to, an antithetical negation of white supremacy, born only to die, Senghor, 1996, stated, the struggle for negritude must not be negation but affirmation, p. 49, emphasis in original. Affirming both the humanity and distinct identity that is, the authentic. 141. Africanity of Africans, Senghor posits that Africa, too, has its part to play in the great drama of human history. 15. He asks the question, is there any people, any nation, which does not consider itself superior, and the holder of a unique message? Senghor, 1998, p. 439. As with Dubois' contention that each human group has a great message for humanity, Senghor's revised negritude maintained that Africa has a unique message for the world, but that the world must be bold enough to hear and heed the special message. The message that Africa can and must contribute to the world is, according to Senghor, contained in traditional African thought, that is, the historical views and values of African people. 16. In this sense, then, Senghor, 1998, asserted, the negritudists were justified in fostering the values of negritude, and arousing the energy slumbering within us. In fact, he continued, it must be in order to pour them into the mainstream of cultural miscegenation, biological process taking place spontaneously. They must flow towards the meeting point of all humanity, they must be our contribution to the civilization of the universal, p. 440. Where Senghor had previously asserted that the African does not assimilate, he is assimilated, Employing his reconstructed concept of negritude, he now claimed that the African is concerned not to be assimilated, but to assimilate. 1996, p. 47, 1998, p. 441. Breaking away from Sartrean negative negritude, Senghor swings in the direction of Césaire and suggests a re-engagement and reconstruction of traditional African views and values. However, Senghor, similar to Césaire, advocates a return, to use Césaire's term, not to the pre-colonial African past, but to radical traditional African views and values, because he feels there is much that could be appropriated and applied to the neo-colonial African present. Senghor, 1996, said, "The problem which we, Africans in 1959, are set with is how to integrate African values into the world of 1959. It is not a case of reviving the past so as to live on in an African museum. It is a case of animating this world, here and now, with the values that come from our past. This after all is what the American Negroes have begun to do." p. 51. One of the definitive values from the African past that Senghor, Sékou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, and Amilcar Cabral, among others, strongly felt should be integrated into an animate Africa's present was African socialism. The African mode of socialism, asserted Senghor, 1998, is not that of Europe. It is neither atheistic communism nor, quite, the democratic socialism of the Second International of the Labour Party, p. 442. On the contrary, he continued, the specific objective of African socialism, after the Second World War, was to fight against foreign capitalism and its slave economy, to do away, not with the inequality resulting from the domination of one class by another, but with the inequality resulting from the domination of the European conquest, from the domination of one people by another, of one race by another. p. 444. For Senghor, and many of the other African socialists, Western Marxism and/or Eurocentric socialism was simply too narrow to fully engage the existential and ontological issues of neo-colonial Africa. He declared, for Marx's worldview, although that of a genius, remained too narrow, it was neither sufficiently retrospective, nor sufficiently prospective to speak to the special needs of Africa and Africans. p. 142. 445, emphasis in original. Where Césaire, 1972, p. 70, said, Marx is all right, but we need to complete Marx, and Fanon, 1968, p. 40, fumed, Marxist analysis should always be slightly stretched every time we have to do with the colonial problem. Everything up to and including the very nature of pre-capitalist society, so well explained by Marx, must here be thought out again. Senghor, 1998, sternly stated. Marx nowhere deals with this form of inequality, racial colonialism, this domination, and the struggle for freedom which they were to provoke. That was one of his omissions, which we had to repair by starting from our own situation, extrapolating, nevertheless, from his analyses and his theory, pressing them home to the very last of their logical implications and of their practical implications. For the celebrated solidarity of the world proletariat has remained purely theoretical, even among Marx's disciples. In hard fact, as we must have the clear sight and the courage to admit, the rise in the standard of living of the European worker has been effected, through a colonial slave economy, to the detriment of the masses of Asia and Africa. Hence the difficulties of decolonization. We can form a new world vision which takes in the whole of matter and life, a Weltanschauung deeper and more complete than Marx's, and therefore more human. Pages 444 to 445. Long before Marxism and the Frankfurt School tradition of critical theory, as Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, James's The Black Jacobins, and Césaire's discourse on colonialism eloquently illustrate, enslaved, racialized, and colonized Africans developed critical theories of race and racism in their efforts to topple white supremacy and cut capitalism and colonialism off at their knees. Du Bois, 1995b, James, 1963, Césaire, 1972. They sought solutions to social and political problems as passionately and radically as, again I say, even more passionately and more radically than the white working class, who, as Eric Williams acutely observed in Capitalism and Slavery, 1966, as Walter Rodney perceptively and persuasively waxed in How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, 1972, and as Manning Marable eloquently illustrated in How Capitalism Underdeveloped Black America, 1983, profited from and were complicit in the very white supremacist, enslaving, and colonizing system, oppressing and exploiting blacks, among other non-whites. Usually critical theory is comprehended as a critique of and an heir to modernity and the Enlightenment, and modernity is only thought of from a Eurocentric point of view, that is, in the aftermath of European imperial expansion around the globe. What it means to be modern translates into how well Europeans and non-Europeans emulate European imperial thought, culture, politics, etc. But, if one were to critically call into question Eurocentric and imperial conceptions of what it means to be modern, then, alternative categories, anti-racist, anti-colonial, and anti-capitalist categories are opened up, and contemporary critical theorists are able to observe, perhaps for the first time, first, that it was on the fringes of Europe's imperial free-for-all, in the imperial outposts in the colored world where racism and colonialism were naturalized, where modernity was initially conceived, and in some senses aborted. Second, that many of modernity's most perplexing problems were initially put forward and keenly considered by non-European, racialized, and colonized intellectual activists, and, lastly, that negritude is, however problematic and contradictory, a continuation and seminal part of the black radical tradition that should no longer be left in the lurch because of its perceived associations with or allegiance to Eurocentric existentialism. 143. Surrealism, and Socialism. As the above analysis of negritude illustrates, there simply is no substitute, no easy out for critical theorists, and Africana critical theorists in particular, who should sift through negritude's divergent discourse, including Sartrean negritude, and salvage anything that might be useful in our ongoing efforts to not simply deconstruct and reconstruct radical politics and critical social theory but, even more importantly, contemporary culture, society, and humanity. Senghor's newly revised negritude of the 1960s understood that it was not colonialism alone that the colonized must wage war against, but capitalism as well. Once independent, many of the formerly colonized countries continued to depend on European powers for their national well-being, Senghor's Senegal notwithstanding. To break the monopoly European powers had on Africa and Africans, Senghor, 1998, suggested an African mode of socialism that went well beyond Marx and old scientific socialism. By plugging the holes in it, and by opening up its blind alleys, p. 446. However, and here is where Senghorian negritude's characteristic contradictory nature surfaces once again, even as he advocated for an African socialism, Senghor continued to encourage Pan-Africanists to borrow from the socialist experiments of Europe and white Marxists, p. 443. This, in and of itself, it's not problematic, but it does in the long run prove problematic when and where Senghor does not clearly articulate that African interests, and the interests of other colored and colonized peoples should be critically held in mind in the event that trans-ethnic anti-imperialists and multicultural Marxists borrow from the socialist experiments of Europe and white Marxists. Ironically, unlike Césaire, Senghor suggested returning to and/or cultural borrowing, not from the burgeoning tradition of Pan-African socialism and black Marxism, which was initiated by Du Bois, James, and several of the radicals of the Harlem Renaissance, but from European socialists and white Marxists during one of the most intense periods of revolutionary Pan-African political and intellectual activity in modern history. 17. Need look no further, for example, than Du Bois' Black Reconstruction, Color and Democracy, and the World and Africa, James's The Black Jacobins and a History of Pan-African Revolt, Kwame Nkrumah's Towards Colonial Freedom, Africa Must Unite, consciencism, philosophy and ideology for decolonization, and neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism. See Kauturi's Africa in Motion, Africa and the Revolution, Africa and Imperialism, and Towards Full Re-Africanization, Julius Nyerere. Ujamaa, Essays on Socialism, Freedom and Unity, Freedom and Socialism, and Freedom and Development, and, finally, Amilcar Cabral's Revolution in Guinea, Return to the Source and Unity and Struggle. Overlooking all of this, Senghor urges black Marxists and Pan-African socialists, in essence, to continue their colonial relationship with Europe, stating, "It is a question, once again, of modernizing our values by borrowing from European socialism its science and technical skills, above all, its spirit of progress." p. 443. In On African Socialism, Senghor, 1964a, critically engages white/Western Marxism and endeavors, not to illustrate its inadequacies in terms of confronting racial oppression and racial colonial domination, but ways in which it informs an African mode of socialism predicated on the projected African primitivisms of Eurocentrism and white supremacism. Senghorian socialism, similar to his versions of negritude and Africanity, is conceptually incarcerated in the horror-filled holding cell that Europe's invented Africa has long been held in. Again, similar to his ver. 144.4. Zions of negritude and Africanity, Senghorian socialism does display a penchant for quasi-Pan-African radical politics, not to mention black radical rhetoric, but its would-be radical politics are constantly diluted and destabilized by his incessant advocacy of a synthesis and symbiosis of European and African rationality, which, because both descriptions and interpretations of black and white reason are one-dimensional and figments of his fantastic imagination, he unwittingly ultimately advocates for the subordination of his highly imaginary and super-surrealistic Africa to his unbelievably overinflated and over-exaggerated Europe on the same pseudo-scientific, philosophically phony, and politically pointless Eurocentric metaphysical grounds that rendered his versions of negritude and Africanity fatally flawed. So, given the foregoing, it might make sense to ask a serious question, such as, is Senghorian socialism, when all is said and done, a socialism of subordination, a socialism of servility, a Eurocentric African mode of socialism, which is not an African mode of socialism at all, but a gentler and more generous form of neocolonialism in blackface? Is it surreptitiously? It seriously saddens me to ask an anti-African and anti-socialist socialism. Sadly, even after independence, even after advocating an African mode of socialism, Senghor was unable to break free from the French colonial cathedral where he had so solemnly and faithfully worshipped for so long. France, and Europe in general, from Senghor's surrealist, artificial Pan-African point of view, simultaneously represented Africa's death, crucifixion, and neocolonial new life or afterlife, resurrection, and African socialism again, from Senghor's Eurocentric surrealist, faux Pan-African point of view was simply another symbol of Africa's inferiority or, as he put it above, the backwardness of black Africa. In other words, even in their fight for freedom, Senghor counseled the colonized to turn to the twisted teachings of their colonizers, thus intellectually re-enslaving, theoretically recolonizing and, eventually, psychologically and physically re-delivering the racially ruled to the egregious and epoch-encompassing violence of their racial rulers. Senghorian negritude, though it clearly quantitatively surpasses Caesarian negritude in its critical engagement of European socialism and white Marxism, not to mention Sartrean existential phenomenology and Teilhard de Chardin's philosophical anthropology, it is nonetheless qualitatively inferior to Caesarian negritude on account of its ultimate acquiescence to Eurocentric conceptions of Africa, Africans, blackness, and socialism. Yet and still, taken together both Senghorian and Caesarian negritude contribute to the Africana tradition of critical theory, and it is to their contributions that we will now turn. Negritude's connections and contributions to Africana critical theory. Negritude, as an aesthetic attitude, a lyrical literary movement, and a social and political philosophy, connects and contributes to the discourse of Africana critical theory in several ways. First, negritude's nexus to the African anti-colonial struggle, and the theory and praxis of Pan-Africanism in particular, can hardly be denied. Berrien and Long, 1967, Finn, 1988, Earl, 1965a, 1965b, E.A. Jones, 1971, Wanja, 1974. Senghor wrote of the Negro African personality and our collective soul, where 145. Césaire said, I have always recognized that what was happening to my brothers in Algeria and the United States had its repercussions in me. Senghor, 1998, p. 439, 1996, p. 50, Césaire, 1972, p. 77. Secondly, negritude possesses a cultural kinship with the Harlem Renaissance, the first modern black aesthetic movement and axiological explosion, AKO, 1982, Bamakunal, 1982, Fabre, 1993, Earl, 2004, Shuttlesworth Davidson, 1980. The breakthroughs of the Renaissance fanned and fueled the wildfires that would eventually spread around the colored and colonial world. The radicals of the Renaissance contributed an existential engagement of the African self-image and identity, which in the hands of Senghor and Césaire would translate and transform itself into the negritudian notion of Africanity. Carroll, 2005, S. K. Lewis, 2006, Wiley, 1985. With regard to the Harlem Renaissance, it must be remembered, as Nathan Huggins, 1995, asserted, identity was central, p. 9. Meaning, identity was an integral part of, and an organizing principle for, African American aesthetic attitudes. Huggins continued, Afro-American identity was then, as it is now, a major preoccupation with black artists and writers, p. 11. Thirdly, Césaire and Senghor's emphasis on the need to return to, or better yet the rediscovering, appropriating and applying, extending and expanding of indigenous African thought and practices in an effort to reconstruct an African identity, i.e., Africanity, certainly links with and sheds light on the fact that negritude, as quiet as it is kept, laid the foundation for what has been dubbed, by some positively and others pejoratively, ethnophilosophy. Bell, 2002, L. M. Brown, 2004, Gordon, 2008, Horton, 1973, 1993, Hountanji, 1996, Imbo, 1998, 2002, Carp and Bird, 1980, Carp and Maysalo, 2000, Wiredu, 1980, 1995, 1996, 2004. Fourthly, from within the vortex of Africana philosophy, negritude registers, however unsystematically, one of the earliest critiques and rejections of the grafting of Western European philosophical concepts and categories onto persons of African origin and descent and Africana cultures. Maysalo, 1994, p. 29. For example, Césaire's excellent engagement of Placide Temple's Bantu philosophy, and Senghor's seminal and signal critique of Marx and white Marxist socialism, Césaire 1972, pages 33 to 39, Senghor 1998, pages 438 to 448. And, finally, negritude reminds the workers of Africana critical theory once again that no matter what other human groups understand philosophy to be, in the African world, a world currently experiencing the ongoing effects of violent colonial conquest, we need functional philosophy, or, as the Italian philosopher Antonio Gramsci, 1971, would have it, a philosophy of praxis, philosophy that is at once intellectual and political, academic and activist. Let us, then, take a deeper, more dialectical look at the connections or contributions of negritude, and Africanity, to the Africana tradition of critical theory. Negritude and the paradoxical predicament of early 20th century Pan-Africanism. Jan Heinz John, 1968, maintained that, the semantic, rhythmical, and thematic achievements of negritude have a fruitful connection with each other as characteristics of a specific philosophy and attitude to the world, the conception of an African style and the unity of an African culture, p. 249. Negritude, being at once a specific philosophy and attitude to or toward the world, binds disparate aspects of 146.4. Trans-ethnic African cultures together by the very fact that it asserts that there is such a thing as an African reality, or African metaphysics. 18 John stated, the aim of the subject matter of negritude is to capture the African reality, and this reality, in both its continental and diasporan forms, is a reality that has been shaped and molded by the violence unleashed by European imperialism, p. 249, see also Blout, 1993, Chinwe Izu, 1975, Rodney, 1972, Serekwa Burhan, 1994. In considering the nexus of negritude to Pan-Africanism, one must concede that negritude, being ultimately concerned with Africanity, sought to forge an African identity out of the raw materials of both continental and diasporan life worlds and lived experiences. N. R. Shapiro, 1970, Wanja, 1974, Wiley, 1985. We would do well to emphasize this point. Pan-Africanism, a precursor of negritude and the negritudian notion of Africanity, is, as Du Bois, 1958, 1960 c. 1963, 1965, asserted at several intervals throughout his dialectical development of the theory of Pan-Africanism, concerned not merely with improving the lived experiences of the Africans on the continent, but with the whole of the colored and colonized world. In Pan-Africa and New Radical Philosophy, Du Bois, 1971b, declared, "We have considered all these matters, European imperialism and the colonial problem, in relation to the American Negro, but our underlying thought has been continually that they can and must be seen not against any narrow, provincial, or even national background, but in relation to the great problem of the colored races of the world, and particularly those of African descent. If this young, black American is going to survive and live a life, he must calmly face the fact that however much he is an American, there are interests which draw him nearer to the darker people outside of America than to his white fellow citizens. And those interests are the same matters of color, caste, of discrimination, of exploitation for the sake of profit, of public insult and oppression, against which the colored peoples of Mexico, South America, the West Indies and all Africa, and every country in Asia, complain and have long been complaining. It is, therefore, simply a matter of ordinary common sense that these people draw together in spiritual sympathy and intellectual cooperation, to see what can be done for the freedom of the human spirit which happens to be encased in dark skin." Pages 206 to 207. Negritude, as reported by Césaire, 1972, in Discourse on Colonialism, is among many other things a coming to consciousness among Negroes, and an affirmation of our solidarity, p. 70. As with Pan-Africanism, negritude serves as a counter to the refeeing nature of the Europeanization of the non-European world through colonial conquest. Césaire's colonial equation should be recalled here: colonization equals thingification, p. 21. Further, negritude surely speaks to the spiritual sympathy and intellectual cooperation that Du Bois above claims must exist if anything is to be done in the direction of the freedom of the human spirit which happens to be encased in dark skin. Freedom, a signal theme in black radical thought traditions, is the trope that binds negritude and Pan-Africanism. Aka, 1999, ADI, 2003, Axelson, 1984, Cook and Henderson, 1969, Ease, 1997a, Cohn and Sokolsky, 1965, Langley, 1973, 1979, Legum, 1962, Lamel and Kelly, 1994, Afwadi Kudjo, 1986, Otite, 1978, Rothberg and Mazrui, 1970, Schall, 1975, V.B. Thompson, 1969, 1987, 2000. As Dubois observed, it is precisely black collective interests in matters of color caste, of discrimination, of exploitation for the sake of profit, of public insult and oppression that places persons of African origin and 147. Descent nearer to the darker people than persons who immorally inherit unprecedented power, privilege, and prestige as a result of European imperialism and white world supremacy. Negritude's nexus to the radicalism of the Harlem Renaissance. With regard to the Harlem Renaissance, Nathan Huggins, 1995, has reported that the new Negro predecessors of the Renaissance called for Afro-American identity with Africa and for some form of Pan-African unity. Whether in the studied language of W.E.B. Du Bois or in the more flamboyant rhetoric of Marcus Garvey, they were announcing a striking new independence for Black Americans. p. 9, see also Carroll, 2005, Favor, 1999, Wintz, 1996a. Huggins correctly observed a sense of new independence amongst the new Negroes, but he surreptitiously attempts to characterize the new Negro movement and the striking new independence as an exclusively African American affair. It was not merely Black Americans that made up the cadre of radical new Negroes, but also Caribbean cultural icons, such as Marcus Garvey, Amy Jacques Garvey, Claude McKay, Hubert Harrison, Claudia Jones, Cyril Briggs, Richard B. Moore, and W.A. Domingo, who filled their ranks. C.B. Davies, 2007, W. James, 1998, Parascandala, 2005, Nazon, 1983, U.Y. Taylor, 2002, J.M. Turner, 2005. The radical new Negroes, in calling for some form of Pan-African unity, knew full well the interlocking and interconnecting ways in which the image of the black in the language of Fanon, 1967, in Black Skin, White Masks was inextricable to the working white supremacist notion that all persons of African origin and descent were subhumans, subpersons, or just downright savages, pages 117, 119 to 120, see also C.W. Mills, 1997, Pieters, 1992. This is an important point to accent, because without acknowledging the Caribbean impact and influence on the new Negro movement and the Harlem Renaissance, we will not be able to grapple with or fully grasp the significance of these movements for negritude and subsequent black radical thought traditions. In fact, it was Huggins, 1995, himself who unwittingly relayed that blacks were coming to the city New York not only from the South but also from the French and British West Indies and Africa, p. 6.